This time, does better Abhijay Mansingh.
Need to pull that length back. Goodridge. Not quite in rhythm as yet, but way too full. Need to utilize the surface a little bit more. That protection, but pull that length back.
Pulls it back slightly. Just one delivery left for him, and yeah, I could maybe say agree here, Sir Curtis, in terms of the length that he's bowling at the moment, because you maybe understand why Akeem Jordan is going a bit fully. You see the type of movement that he's getting, but not that same type of movement for Goodridge, so probably has to rely on that length factor, see what there is out of the surface. Probably carries a bit more pace than Jordan as well. So we just look to rush a batter or two. Goes wide. He's helped on the boundary by Romario Graves. Closes out the over, 8 without loss. History favouring the Volcanoes here. Out of 13 matches, they've won 7. And you look at the last 4, 3 in favour of the Volcanoes. But that's the past, and if you're looking at the present, you're seeing that probably more evenly matched, these two sides, based on the performances that we've seen from them. Neither has truly set this tournament alight. CCC got a win versus Barbados, and they took confidence from that, given that they were, in terms of odds, not supposed to win that against what is a very strong Barbados side. You look at the Volcanoes playing against Guyana, you thought that that win here in that opening game would have given them the type of inspiration to have a phenomenal season, and it's simply fallen apart since then. So evenly placed here at the bottom of the table, both of these sides. Good looking shot from Athenaeus, his first boundary.
A little bit of width from Jordan, and we know how strong Athenaeus is. Square of the wicket. Timed it well, placed it well. Didn't even bother to move. A little bit too wide from Jordan.
Yeah, gets it wrong there. It's interesting that with Goodridge, they had 2 men at point, a man at backward point, and a man at dead on point. Goes a bit straighter there. Gets a single. Thinking back in that previous over, how Jordan was bowling to Pascal, the one thing that will excite him is the manner in which Pascal just plants that front pad and then plays around it almost. And you saw it in the single that he got off the last delivery. Going searching again, Jordan. Curtly will probably say nice hooping swing on that one.
Would just like to see him starting those deliveries a little bit on off stump or just outside off stump. Getting the ball to swing a lot, but starting too straight. That's much better. Unlucky. Pascal, airy-fairy, brought a smile to Jordan's face. That was a much better delivery.
Such a harsh world, so Curtly, because you're seeing a much better delivery, but the result has been a boundary for Pascal. But yeah, definitely will excite Jordan, especially in the manner in which Pascal is playing at the moment. Uppish, and for the moment you thought maybe could have gone to hand. No, goes past Drakes at short third man. So he has a right smile on the face. 2 slips in waiting. And it finds the man at second slip.
Much better bowling. And that is where you need to bowl it consistently. And there are a couple of reasons why. Look at that, just outside off stump, angling in. Have a chance of getting the edge, which he did, but fell short. And even if the ball doesn't come back into the right-hander and it keeps going in a straight line, you still have a chance as well to get the edge. So those are 2 good reasons why you need to bowl in that particular area.
What's interesting to note now is another change in the field. Another man comes into the offside in that cover region. So 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side, the man at mid-on, everybody else on the offside. So it appears as if he's going to concentrate majority on the off stump, probably go the in-swinger as that change-up slider delivery. Oh, it's placed into the gap. A confident-looking shot from Pascal.
Gentle half volley, struck away for 4. 3 overs gone, 21 without loss.
Just a bit straight there. Probably all pad on that as well. Yeah, confirmed as leg buys by the umpire. You will still look at it though at a decent start for the Volcanoes. Now rush to 25.
Hint of swing that time from Goodrich, but badly lined. He hasn't quite hit his traps as yet. All he has to do is concentrate on hitting on a good length.
I heard you say better, so Curtly, and because of that I'm wondering if that's probably where the length you probably want him to be consistently, and then maybe go a little further just for the occasional one-off delivery.
That was a much better length. And if you notice, it bounced a bit as well. So you just need to repeat that consistently and just drift slightly on and just outside off stump.
Looks as if maybe he's heard you. You just wonder, what does he go to though for Pascal? You've seen the 2 shots from Pascal, both where he's driving on the up. One a little streaky, one a little more confident off the middle of the bat. How does he approach now?
On a good length, just short of a good length, on the top of off stump, forcing Pascal to go for that drive. There's a slip in place, there's a short extra, so there's many catching positions.
He's losing it here. That left hand, right hand combination, not getting grips with it. Down the leg side, 4 leg buys again.
Badly lined the delivery. He's really struggling. I reckon maybe, just maybe, Shamar Brooks, the skipper, maybe thinking now, pull him out of the attack, and maybe he could follow Jordan from the northern end. just to change things up a little bit.
Already 9 runs in this over. 8 have come off the legs. This is a very expensive one, but good in the context of the Volcanoes, who also need bonus points here. So 30 in 3.5, they would say, is a good start towards collecting the possibility of a first bonus point in power play number 1. Goes short to end. 4 gone, 30 without loss. Not good viewing if you're looking at the average opening stands for the Windward Islands. 8.8. You look at the top Leeward Islands, 57.8. Today represents their highest opening stand of the competition. Previous opening stands for them: 7, 25, 2, 9, and 1. And it probably explains the problems that they're having.
Apart from the Windwards, who are rock bottom, all the other teams struggled in the opening position except for the Leewards. That's not a good sign. So that is something that needs to be dealt with. Such an important area, opening batters. Another in-swinger from Jordan, getting the ball to swing. And sadly, so far this tournament has been way below par.
Might consider that delivery to be below par as well. Our statistician, Maz, next to me, is offering the question of whether or not, looking at those opening stands, if it could be a case of teams are putting a little more intention on going for the bonus point in the beginning, and because of that are losing wickets, or is it a case of just not good batting on the other side of things?
Much better delivery. I can tell you for one thing, for what I've seen, is certainly not going for runs in that first power play. So it's a combination of poor batsmanship along with some good bowling as well. But definitely not going for the bonus points.
I might agree with you based on what we've seen. I'm sorry, Sir Curly. I'm being forced to say I agree with you here. Driven nicely by Athenaeus. Came forward nicely onto the front foot. Good looking shot from him.
Very, very strong, flew the offside. I like Athenaeus. Look at that. All timing and placement. Made it look so easy. Beautiful stroke.
Jordan's looked a lot better bowling to the right-hander than he has to the left-hander. It's something that we've seen both in List Day and in the first-class tournament, where he's really a threat to the right-handed batters, but not often does he truly line it up for those left-handers.
But it should be easier bowling against the left-handers because you naturally get the ball to swing into the right-hander, which is away from the left-hander. So it should be easy for him. Immediately a change in field. Second slip is going to extra cover. And he's down the leg side. Wide call, not good bowling. Looking a bit frustrated. Just got to keep his composure.
Question here for you, Sir Curtly. Could it be a case of just maybe looking for that magic ball too often?
Every bowler wants to see a couple of wickets in the wickets column. But there's a process for doing that. And you should not go searching for wickets every delivery you bowl. You try to set the batter up first and foremost. So maybe, just maybe, that's what Jordan is doing, looking to get that breakthrough early. But at the moment, it's not working.
Last ball of this over for him. He's had a better time bowling at Pascal. I talked about that shot from Pascal, and for a moment they thought they had him. Instead, it's a boundary to close things out. 43 without loss. Good looking run rate for the Volcanoes, helped by a bit of bad bowling here and there. Can Goodrich fix things for them? Oh, Goodrich, not good at all from him. Too straight again.
He certainly is struggling. Into the leg stump. And with the short fine leg, it's always going to be runs once you get bat on it. Poor bowling. Like I said the previous over, maybe Shamar Brooks, the skipper, maybe thinking about taking him out of the attack and maybe switching him to the other end just for something a little bit different.
Back of length again, once again, probably where you want him to be. That last delivery though went full to Athanaze, or rather no, sorry, of the other over that boundary. Just think about that front pad from Pascal, how he plays around it, goes uppish towards that leg side, and for a moment thought they were in with a chance, Jordan. So you had the LBW shout he thought he had a moment where he thought maybe the fielder could have got a bit closer to it. Nothing though falling his way.
Really struggling, Goodrich. He's all over the place. Another wide down the leg side. Pedro Collins, the coach. I know he's not a happy man, but he's still giving support. Yeah, I agree, Pedro. You gotta get it right.
Whipped away nicely. Good work on the boundary, but brings up the 50 partnership for this pair. It's come in the back end of the tournament, but still is a platform being set.
Certainly off to a flyer. Athanaze and Pascal, 50 of 38 deliveries.
I know that you wear many hats, so Curtly, so you started in the field. You probably might have to go into the next over this one, but you started in the field as a cricketer. You graduated to the coaching aspect of things and the commentary aspect of things. I want you to put on your coaching hat here now, Sir Curtly, because we talked about Pedro Collins. How much advice are you looking to throw out there to the middle, or are you just leaving it in the hands of your captain?
Short delivery and was pulled away quite convincingly by Athenaeus. He's a good puller as well. And the slow nature of the pitch, he had more than enough time to put it away. Well in front of square.
Got into position nicely, Athenaeus, and that was the highlight of that particular shot from him. Just got on top of it as well. From the moment it left the bat, you knew that was going to be a boundary. Yeah, he enjoyed that, certainly. Had time to rehearse it as well.
Well, to answer your question, you know, for me, if I was the bowling coach, I would just take a gentle walk around to the boundary ropes at the end of the over to have a word with Goodrich, just to let him know things he's not doing and what he should try to do quietly.
Another expensive over, 54 without loss.
Good start, 54 without loss, opening partnership. Such an important aspect of the game to get that foundation. Pedro Collins, the former West Indies fast bowler, part of the CCC setup, no doubt to be lending his expertise to these young chargers. Kamil Puran into the attack. Seem to be medium fast, Kamil Puran. Athenaeus on 25, Pascal on 16. Shakira Selman alongside me. Shakira, what we've seen so far in this tournament in the day-night matches, the teams that are batting first have fallen short. What must the Volcanoes be thinking about to sort of cater for that or plan for that, given the results that we've seen? No team that has chased has lost this season. Just want to confirm whether there was some bat or glove on that one. There seemed to be runs signal. So an opportunity perhaps just out of the grasp.
It moved tremendously. And it was a chance for Turton to really get into the game. Remember, he's just come into the team today, replacing the injured Kieran Powell. Could not take that one cleanly. Ends up going to the boundary. That would have been something if Kamil Puran had taken that wicket. It's the first time he's bowling this year. Just to answer your question, the most obvious thing is score over 300 runs. They themselves recorded an excellent chase here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy to kick things off. So they will know 270, 280 is not enough. You have to score above 300 runs. No team has gone past that 300 runs mark as yet. And they've started well. 4 times before this game, Volcanoes had changed this opening pair. Athenaeus and Pascal at one point, Athenaeus and Descartes, Athenaeus and Solozano. And at the start of the tournament, it was Pascal and Solozano. Perhaps that's one of the reasons we haven't seen a good opening partnership or no consistency.
It's the first time that he's bowling in any sort of first class or list A cricket at this level, that is Kamil Puran. Obviously seemed to think that he has the skills to capitalize on the conditions. We saw a lot of rainfall yesterday. Pitch was under covers for a long time. Firmly struck down the ground. That is a shot of authority from Pascal. 62 without loss.
Yeah, shot and a half from Stefan Pascal, back at the top of the order. And look at that. High front elbow, clears that front leg, and he's able to pump it back down the ground.
A bit of friendly advice and perhaps suggestions from Pedro Collins to Amari Goodridge. First sign of spin in this contest. Mikel Govaya. Some good performances so far this season. Bowling from the southern end, left-hander on strike, so there's a slip in position. Seen Athenaeus dismissed the spin already this season. It was Jid Guli who got him in that contest against the Red Force from round the wicket. Just wide of the fielder, struck with some power and precision.
Yeah, we know how good Athenaeus is through the offside. He does stay leg side of the ball, very side on. Yeah, much too full. That was the problem. Well placed by Athenaeus. His 5th boundary.
Consecutive boundaries, so they know that bonus points are essential in this contest to keep their hopes alive, and they're showing that aggression.
Yeah, he pulled his length back on this occasion, Govaya, but still too wide. And that's going to be easy for a man who's 29 before that shot. Yeah, that was the previous delivery. Too full, a little bit of room, and this time too short. Cuts this one for the point.
He wanted a single, no response from the non-striker. Missed out on an opportunity to score another boundary, but I think as a team they missed out on an opportunity to score a single. Don't want to say it, but normally when you don't run a single, you know what happens next. Well, that is what happens next. All the way for 6. First 6 of the innings.
Athenaeus going bang, bang, bang. This one, the best of the lot. All 3 on the offside. Yeah, he has to change his line. Govaya bowling around the wicket. hoping to play tighter lines, bold tighter lines in fact. Yeah, that just shows you how good the pitch is though. He's able to hit through the lane. It isn't exactly a half volley, but he's able to get under it and lift it high and long beyond the boundary.
Yeah, a little bit strange the feel though for the off spinner against the left hander. He had a long on as opposed to a long off. He's now making that change. You generally see a long off in position. Then he goes leg side. Expensive over 14 from it. 76 without loss. Scoring rates this season, the Windward Island Volcanoes surprisingly have the highest run rate, and they're at cellar position in the table. What does that say, folks? Scoring at a brisk rate, but not winning too many matches. Good start to the over from Puran. He seems to be getting some sort of lateral movement, Shakira.
Yeah, he's keeping it very simple. He did point out that this is the first time he's bowling at this level. Very much a medium pacer, Puran. He does keep the seam up right, and he's found a good length there. Pulled the length slightly back from what we saw the last ball of the previous over.
Deep third comes into the circle, mid on to long on, because of that, I suppose, attempt, previous delivery on a 4 in the last over. Big single. What do you make of this batting approach so far, Shakira? Lots of aggression, lots of intent. We spoke about the importance of power play points, batting points. They've secured one for getting to 60. They score another 3 runs. And then they go to 80, which was a second bite at the cherry if you lost more than 1 wicket. No issues there, but the approach in totality, how would you reflect on it?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. We knew at the start of this game that both teams had to go hard. CCC, as a result, have probably tried too many things and erred on too many occasions, giving Volcanoes many scoring opportunities. But what these two batters have done is they've capitalized. Yeah, there is Athenaeus capitalizing once more. Another boundary for him.
This is brilliant batting, and it's the second time we are seeing them live here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That is the Volcanoes. The first time we saw them was in that victory in the opening game against the Harpy Eagles. Just wonder what has happened in the interim. Haven't managed to win another game after that first game, and only 1 win last season. Anthony is part of that 2018 West Indies under-19 team. That tournament played in New Zealand, was the leading run scorer then, 418 runs scored. And Pascal was the captain of the most recent iteration of the West Indies under-19 team across in South Africa earlier this year. So both of these players have had a taste at under-19 World Cups, and Athenaeus, of course, has already graduated to senior honors. Pascal will be looking to, I suppose, replicate that type of performance and get up there. Kamil Puran is more known for his batting than his bowling. As you rightly mentioned, he hasn't bowled at this level before. In club cricket in Trinidad, he scored a a double 100 against Comets and 112 against Queen's Park Cricket Club. So he's been known in the domestic scene for big scores and is highly touted. A dot to end the over 81 without loss. So just confirmation of that bonus point allocation. Secured it if they don't manage to lose 3 wickets in this over. The Volcanoes. Highly unlikely. So that would be objective 1 achieved. And then they'll go into the second phase, power play 2, looking to get more points throughout the course of this game. Govaya continues. Lots of turn. That would be 5 wides. So he's been very expensive. Bowl is the entirety of his first over to the left-hander, first one to the right-hander, Wayward.
Yeah, over the wicket to the right-handed batter. Starts this one way too straight. Nothing Turton could do about that one. Yeah, they've been very inconsistent with their lines and lengths, these CCC bowlers.
Lots of turn though, which is encouraging for the off spinner. Yeah, that's the area. So it's good adjustment from him. He realized how much assistance there is in the surface. And it's so important as a bowler that you figure that out quickly and then adapt accordingly. Very good again. Good running as well. So he wants the strike, Athenaeus. You can see that he's just gesticulating to Pascal. Let's keep things going.
Yeah, very good running. But you understand where he wants to strike. He did hit Govaya for 14 in the previous over. There's a long off in play now.
Aggression again, and this time fortune favors the brave. Fortuitous for Athenaeus, and he's racing along. The Volcanoes are erupting.
Not played with as much control as he had previously, but again, given room, so he's confident enough to free his arms. Yeah, has a slash at it, comes off the outer edge and flies away to the boundary.
Yeah, he understands that this is the final over. A couple of deliveries remaining in power play 1, only 2 fielders outside the inner circle, so he's looking to maximize. Comfortably the best power play 1 score this season, and for a team that is in last position, it begs the question, where has this type of performance been before? Another expensive over from Govaya, none for 24 from 2, 91 without loss. Some tall towers early in the innings. We haven't seen that too frequently this season. If we've seen tall towers, it's usually at the end of the block. Not today. Most successful bowler for the CCC into the attack, as we see the signal from the umpire. Moving into power play 2, Nigel Duguid and Candice Laborde, the on-field umpires. Ten wickets this season for Romario Graves. Off spin from both ends. Opportunity and almost another opportunity. So he parried it and it almost went to the fielder at mid-off, but it really should have been taken by Graves.
When things aren't going your way, they really aren't. Yeah, driven uppishly. Yeah, Graves will be disappointed. He would have thought to have done better. Almost parried it to the fielder at mid-off. Pascal given another opportunity.
Yeah, an indeterminate stroke from Pascal. I'm not entirely sure if he wanted to hit it in the air or wanted to hit it along the ground. Caught in two minds, perhaps. You have to commit to the strokes. That's perhaps what Anthony said to him. It'll be interesting to see how he plays the off-spinner from this end. He was looking to go inside out with regularity. Now the field is spread. More fielders allowed outside of that inner circle. Using a mid-on. So there's a deep mid-wicket, long on, deep backward square, and sweeper in the offside. Big gap between long off and sweeper though, so perhaps he might target over extra cover. And 47. Looks so easy on the eye, Alec Athanaze. Lots of natural ability and talent. I just want to see his progression or his continued progression. Tasted international cricket at the senior level before. Registered the fastest half century for West Indies on debut as a debut player against the UAE. Game played in Sharjah, so he made his debut and scored a 50 immediately of just 26 deliveries. That's the measure of the man. So I'm practicing that shot in the previous delivery. It's something that he does well, so playing against the spinners, Shakira, you expect these types of shots.
Yeah, and I remember, I think it was last year in that test match in Dominica, he played it well against Jadeja and Ashwin. Two of the best spinners in the world. Quiet over, just 4 from it. Volcanoes 95 without loss.
And it's also an opportunity for the Blue Waters drinks break.
I'm really beginning to enjoy coming to you guys during these water breaks because it gives me a chance to take you to other action around the grounds. And well, unfortunately, I have got to be the bearer of bad news because in that matchup between Barbados and the West Indies Academy, abandoned without a ball being bowled. Just a lot of rain we've experienced over the last couple of days here in Trinidad, and I'm just looking over my right shoulder and I'm seeing a few clouds, and I'm hoping that they aren't coming towards us. But if we look now at the points table, as a result of that abandoned match, Barbados Pride still sitting in second on 45 points. Of course, you know the Red Force, they're up top, large and in charge. We come down and we see the Volcanoes and CCC. A mathematical chance, you might say, for both of them, as long as favour, blessings and everything else goes their way. But in terms of going someone's way, let's hope results can go the West Indies' way as they head across to the Helen of the West Indies, St. Lucia, for the next set of T20 matches versus England. They kick off tomorrow, the 14th of November, then the 16th and 17th. They're also in action. Looking forward to all of that, but looking forward to what else is going to happen out there. Volcanoes off to a rocking start. Best partnership they've had all season so far. How much further can it continue? Let's go back to the middle.
I really like that reference from Joel. Volcanoes off to a start like that. You can see the weather system in the background there, but for now, it's a rollicking start by the Volcanoes. Athenes and Pascal. Partnership of 95, laying a very good foundation. It is the rainy season in this part of the world, and there is a system around the ITCZ. I'm no meteorologist, but usually November is one of the wettest months of the year. And it's certainly proven that way in the last couple of days. We've been fortunate before, yesterday, in terms of the weather. Govaya continues. Some bounce and some turn. That one spat off the surface. Half century for Athenes, his 7th in List A cricket to go along with 2 centuries. So this is what we sort of expect from someone of his talent when he comes back to this level. An innings of real control and dominance so far.
Yeah, his first half century this season. Highest score before this was 34. So this is what Volcanoes were missing.
Yeah, I'm looking across to my left and I'm seeing the ground staff hastening towards the covers, which isn't really a good sign. Govaya is trying to finish his over quickly as well. Kavem Hodge, another one who should be expected to dominate at this level. Just making a circular clap for his teammate. Literally a round of applause. Right, so he is keyed on, Athenes. It's getting a little bit heavier at the moment. Umpires don't seem to be too worried. 97 without loss. on the cusp of a century opening stand. Graves continues from the northern end. Additional fielder position just at that short mid-wicket region. So there are 2 mid-wickets now. 1 straight and 1 regulation. So expect him to bowl that very tight line. Well, that's not the line he wants to bowl with that field. Just 1 bounce for 4. 100 partnership. Pascal on the charge now.
Yeah, not the execution CCC were after from Graves, after employing that extra fielder at short mid-wicket. 2 wide with mid-off in the circle. Yeah, easy for Pascal. Gets under it and just lifts it over the head of Pooran at mid-off.
Ground staff reverting to their positions under the tent, which is good news. Yeah, they raced away to their first 50. Second one a tad bit slow, but still at good tilt. I really like the look of these two. We've seen Anthony at the senior level before Shakira, but Pascal, I had a close look at him at the Under-19 World Cup, and though he didn't score too many runs, his intent was commendable. His leadership of that Under-19 team was good. He had his family support across there. They traveled to South Africa to cheer him on, mom and sisters. But just from that, I suppose, looking to score standpoint, I like what I see. Just hope that he continues in that vein and his decision making is good. Like that, very well played from Athanaze. The control of that shot, commendable. 106 without loss.
Unblemished, the approach with the bat from the Volcanoes. 106 without loss, a century-run partnership. After starting at the bottom in terms of average opening partnership, Volcanoes, well, they've roared back with their opening efforts. 3rd century-run opening partnership overall in the tournament. The first for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Remember Justin Graves, Mikel Louis achieving a similar feat opening for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That was in their successful run chase against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Another change in bowling from CCC. Vijay Mansingh, the right-arm wrist spinner, now being called into action. Desperate times for CCC. They need a wicket to get themselves back into this game. Might have to wait a little bit longer because with the rain, the umpires, they've called on the covers and there will be that scampering off the field. So the first interruption in this match because of the inclement weather. Ground staff will want to protect the square. That's the most important part of the field. Volcanoes will be disappointed with this, more so because of the rhythm that they achieved in the opening pair. League Wesley making the trek onto the field. Everyone trying to fulfill their role. Kesrick Williams alongside me. Kesrick, a contrast with the bat for the Volcanoes. What do you put this down to?
Good day to our viewers. As you can see, play interrupted here due to rain. Pretty sure that the ground staff will do good work so that we can get back on there pretty soon, so you can see some good cricket. Good cricket from the Windwards. They started pretty well. Someone may say a little too late, I'm not sure, but as we said, that mathematically they do have a chance. But when you really look at things, you're wondering if it's a little bit too late from the Windward Island Volcanoes. But to answer DG question, it makes me wonder, yes, what have they been doing wrong? But when you look at the bonus points, I use the bonus point to help you understand what they have been doing wrong. When you look at last year, Windward's team, 3 times last year, DG, they have picked up batting points in the first power play. This year, this game is the first time. So you're seeing why they have been at the bottom. Alec Atenes today with 54, Pascal 35, and also we have seen them at the top before, but we have also saw Salazar at the top, Shadrach at the top. So there's been a lot of changes at the top. So there's no sort of consistency. When you have that going on in your team, it's hard to really get to targets or really achieve things as a team.
Well, they've solved the issue of their opening partnership and production of runs at the top. That middle to lower order will be quite pleased. They will relish the opportunity to build upon the great work with the bat. 107 without loss so far for the Volcanoes. Many expected Alec Atenes to come good after his scores of 9, 6, 34 and 27, and that he did. Both himself and Pascal took the attack to the CCC bowlers and pounced on the indiscipline as well, shown with the ball. 9 4s and 1 6 for Atenes, 6 4s so far for Pascal. He got a chance when he was on 26, dropped by Graves, but they're still there. 6 bowlers on display in the 14th over, so that in itself sends a message. CCC just struggling to bowling partnerships, to build pressure, to take away those boundary scoring deliveries. Generally speaking, many of the bowlers on the expensive side, and no one being able to kind of pull this bowling attack together and lead from the front. Look at the point system in place for this CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. You can secure points with the bat across all 3 power plays. Then you can also secure points in your completion of the chase, your reduction in the number of dot deliveries absorbed, and for batters, of course, converting to 3 figures. More incentives too for the lower order with half centuries. Bowlers too, also part of the action in terms of extra points. If you penetrate the opposition with 2 wickets or more in that first power play, you get a bonus point. Even in power play 2, can secure points. Again, individually, if you get 4 wickets or 5 wickets, you add to your points tally as a team. So both as a collective and individually you can add to those 6 points for a win. Things looking a bit bleak here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We'll take you back to an interview with Joel Manning, with Dylan Douglas and Romario Greaves.
I have Romario Greaves alongside me, an off-spinner bowling with the combined campuses and colleges. Romario, 10 wickets so far in the tournament. How would you say it's gone for you?
Well, first of all, I would like to give the almighty thanks for giving me the opportunity to be here. But yeah, so far, so good. Spoke to the captain, after the first couple of games, about me bowling a little more attackingly. So not really concerned about going for any runs or so, but the main key is to try to get batsmen out at the end of the day.
Now, a very interesting question has to come out here, given that you're playing for CCC and not your home franchise being Barbados. My question here is there, I guess, a desire to do even better because of not being in that uniform?
Yeah, definitely. It's always something to prove when you step on the field. At the end of the day, I think I'm good enough to, represent Barbados or whatever franchise it may be called for. But I was given the opportunity with CCC and looking to grasp at both hands and do the best of my ability.
Obviously, you picked up some wickets against Barbados as well, one of those being Kyle Mirzam. I've been told to ask this one. How good was it there to pick up Kyle?
Fantastic feeling, to be honest. Played a lot with him as a child. Seen the progression he's made throughout his career. He's, an international star. Not much that I have to say about that. So it was a good feeling to get a good batsman out at the end of the day. A power hitter as well, too.
Final question for you. What are you hoping to get out of this year's tournament for yourself?
Just performing in terms of doing what's required on game day. Not much personal accolades, but whatever the situation may be in the game, just play that to the best of my ability and make sure my team gets over the line.
Thanks a lot for your time, Romario.
No problem.
I'm taking a comfortable position today, and I'm having a chat with Dylan Douglas, batter for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, wicketkeeper as well. Dylan, now I want to start on the fact that I saw you walk into the hotel room with a teddy bear in your hand. Tell me a bit about why you had that teddy bear.
The teddy bear is named Mr. Alfred. You got that from the man match of the warm-ups.
Oh,
so who do the worst in the warm-ups? Getting Alfred.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned did the worst, so that happened to be you on that particular day. But you've been doing relatively well in this year's tournament. I want to take you to that 90 that you got versus Guyana in that first match. Talking about the emotions, because that was your first match back now in this particular level. Talk about your emotions walking out to bat there.
I feel confident walking out, but as when I went out to bat, I blanked out everything and was just focusing on balls, bat long as possible, and I know I will take my team over the line.
Yeah, it worked out for you in the end, but then you got out on 90. First of all, how bad did you want that 100?
Coming back in this cricket, getting 100 on your second game is a plus. I really, really wanted that, but unfortunately, I get run out.
Yeah, you did get run out, something that we didn't necessarily see happening there, but when you walked back in, just give me your emotions, like, I guess, what was running through your head as you were going back inside?
I actually was crying, yeah, and I felt I should have run the single harder than I did.
Yeah, so you mentioned the fact that it was your second game, so you had a first game many years ago. Take me through, I guess, what you were up to in the years that you were away from this level.
Basically, I was with the franchise training, but still haven't getting any scores like to getting back in the team, and people was always scoring me. And then I'm thankful for this opportunity again.
Yeah, so what have you been working on, I guess, leading into this one as allowed to be back inside of the franchise now playing?
Sorry?
What have you been working on that allowed to be back now playing?
I've worked on my game, my all-round game, for the past 5 years, I could say. Yeah, so that have helped me come back.
Yeah, I actually happen to know also that you came to Barbados as well for a regional police tournament, but I actually want to take you back far beyond that. Where did cricket begin for you? How did it all start for you?
I was a little 7-year-old running around, seeing many players on TV, and I always loved this sport, so that influenced me to play.
Yeah, and then my final question for you, what are you hoping to achieve out of this season? Like, are there any particular goals you have for yourself?
I wanted to get the most runs, but unfortunately, I am still in the top 15. I'm still looking to end up in the top 5 or so, and that should be good.
Well, Dylan, it's been a pleasure chatting to you, and all the best for today's game.
Thanks.
So many highs and lows in and around this game. Of course, we can't control the weather. Brown Lara Cricket Academy being protected as we notice the rain continuing here at this venue. We're going to keep you updated though, but for now we're going to take a break. The intensity of the rain has surely lessened here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. And of course, if you wasn't here from the start, it's the combined campuses and colleges taking on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just in about 14 overs in this contest. And we've had a rain interruption. But we'll continue to remain optimistic that we'll have play resume at some point in time. But in between that, we'll leave you with highlights of that earlier match with the Volcanoes when they took on the Ghana Harpy Eagles.
CG United Super 50 Cricket 2024. We're live here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. The Ghana Harpy Eagles up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And these are the teams for the Harpy Eagles. They've got some experience throughout this lineup. When you look at that team, 3 spinners. Versami Pumol with all of his experience, Ashmi Ned, and of course Kevin Sinclair. Niall Smith in for Runsford Beaton, who was initially included in the team. And for the Volcanoes, a couple of debutants in there. Gillan Tyson on the back of a very good first-class tournament, and of course West Indies under-19 captain Stefan Pascal. Sunil Ambrose, the veteran, is at the helm this season. Yeah, both these teams underperformed the last time around, and they'll want to do much better. Tejaran Chandrapal, a very familiar name in these parts, and of course throughout the world, his father Shivnarayan Chandrapal, the most capped test player for the West Indies. And down the leg side, some movement for John. First run off the bat, off the mark. Chandrapal looking for two good running. Another aspect of the game that's so important. First over done and dusted, 3 without loss. In the air. Will it challenge the boundary? Yes, it will. The first boundary of the contest. Airily, but in the gap.
Yeah, well placed by Matthew Nandu. Given the opportunity to flick that one through the leg side.
This time there's a misfield, and it goes for 4. So Chandrapal gets his first boundary, errant from Tyson.
Yeah, give us some assistance from the fielder at short fine leg. With a dive over that ball, but too straight on that occasion from Tyson. Fielder should have done better.
Errant again and punished again. Loose and down the leg side. This time Chandrapal makes no mistake. A couple boundaries in the over. That will help his strike rate.
Yeah, second time he's attempted that bouncer, Gillen Tyson. This time it swings way down the leg side. Easy pickings for Chandrapal.
Deliberate and fine enough for 4. So some width on offer. And I don't know if he intended it to go that fine, but gets himself another boundary.
Yeah, Sunil Ambrose initially thought he was in with a chance. Ambrose waiting at first late, but it was well wide of him.
Guided, that will go for 4. So this is good batting from Chandrapal, just using the pace of Tyson, placement and precision.
Yeah, this was always going to be the risk with bringing that deep third into the circle. He's trying to swing the ball back into the left-hander. Allows him to just open the face of the bat. Fielder at backward point perhaps should have done better.
Confident, growing in confidence as the innings progress. Back-to-back boundaries.
Seems to have adjusted now to the pace of the surface. We did see a couple mistimed pulls from Tejaran Chandrapal, but this time he's well onto this one, pulls it well in front.
One leg side, you will find the boundary. Tejaran Chandrapal, more power on that stroke. Had enough length to play that through the onside. So a good end to the over, 5 from it, 47 without loss. Again, ball not bouncing much for Shamar Springer. Quickly pounced on by Tejaran Chandrapal.
Well, the intent shown, and intent brings about another boundary for Chandrapal.
The first boundary in 23 deliveries for the Harpy Eagles, and again it's off the bat of Tejaran Chandrapal, and again it's a short delivery. He did speak about the fact that he's stayed on that back foot and pounced on anything short of a length.
It'll go short, but a bit straight, but there's protection out on the boundary, and they're scampering too. Good running by this pair. Cut away nicely. That finds its way into the boundary. They pounce on anything short, these Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, again, not the length to bowl on this surface. Surface is way too slow to bowl at length, especially when you're bowling at Shadrach Descartes' pace. Way too short and way too wide. Easily cut away behind point for boundary Fernando.
The edge found it. Yes, it is. He will fall short here today. And that's the first wicket for the Volcanoes.
And that man Descartes, I did speak about him having a bit of a golden arm during CPL. He does it here today for Volcanoes, makes the important breakthrough, gets stage Narayan Chanderpaul one shy of a 4th list A half century. Well pitched up outside our stump. Goes for a massive drive, trying to drive that one down to long off. Ends up just edging it, feathering through to wicketkeeper Douglas. Chanderpaul goes for a well played 49. It's laid the platform for Harpy Eagles, but Harpy Eagles now 83 for 1.
What a catch that was! Cyrus with reflexes. That was traveling. Just stuck that right mitt up and it stuck. And it's that man again. Shadrach Descartes with another wicket. What a moment.
That certainly was a sharp catch. Nothing wrong with that front foot. Look at that, pure reflexes. One-handed. Matthew Nandu is gone for 34. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 90 for 2. And that's his first wicket. That's his first wicket. The dreaded finger goes up. Jubilation for Tyson.
Yeah, what a moment for the young Dominican. His first wicket in List A cricket. Full and playing back to a delivery. Perhaps he might have been better served playing on the front foot. No hesitation from umpire Patrick Gustard. And you can see what it means to Tyson. A moment that will stay with him for a long, long time. And Kemal Savory has to depart for 3. 96 for 3. Confidence from Sinclair. Marginally short, but he was quick onto that one. 100 comes up for the Harpy Eagles. Up until that point, disdainfully dispatched by Kevin Sinclair in his arc. And it's the first 6 of the innings. Out of his hand and into the stand.
Too close to Kevin Sinclair.
Pulled away, there's a fielder in the deep. And he's taken. Shamar Springer, the fielder. So only his second delivery. And immediately he strikes. The aggression from Kevin Sinclair proving to be his downfall. Another one falls for the Harpy Eagles.
Little bit on the shorter side. Seemed to have hit at the toe end of the bat. Didn't get the distance. And of course, Shamar Springer, wonderful fielder, wasn't going to drop that. Jubilation for Kevin Hodge. And the aggressive Kevin Sinclair is going for 14. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in a spot of bother, 112 for 4.
Left touch. Again, the softer skills shown by Imlak, the captain. Brilliant to watch.
Yeah, it's taken 33 deliveries for this boundary. But a wide array of shots being shown by Captain Tevin Imlak. Because he was sweeping and reverse sweeping, he's forced Kevin Hodge to pull the length all the way back.
In the gap, Out comes the reverse sweep and more runs.
This one struck away to the boundary. Finally, Kevlon Anderson is able to find the middle of the box.
He will be relieved because you can tell he was trying to break the shackles of dot deliveries. That lack of fluency. Maybe this is a stroke that will just open the floodgates.
Coaches making notes. They're a hit. But the bar
will he go upstairs? Yeah, he does opt to go upstairs. With just a bit of a delay to the end of this over to confirm whether or not he got in safely. And pretty sure when we look back at it, you're going to see maybe an inch or two. Home safely. I can give that with my good 20/20 eyes. Oh, a good chunk of that. Takes it over the ropes. Second 6 of the innings.
Yeah, we did speak about the fact that Kevlon Anderson has finally found the middle of the box. And he is someone who likes to get on with it, Anderson. This one well tossed up in the slot.
Goes again. Goes even further. 6 and 6. That's 12 and 2.
Yeah, this one further and hit straighter as well. Tossed it once more. Very brave by Cyrus. It seems as though he's searching for a wicket, and this is not what his team requires at this stage. Just needed him to get out of the over, get out of this spell. He'd been going well up until this point.
Oh, had that been taken, would have been a good catch. Pace off from Descartes. Oh, was that clean? Gonna keep running. Oh, appeals at both ends. Okay, where do we look first is the question. So we're going with that first one. The first run out dismissal. Definitely short of his ground, but where's that ball? Does the hand break the stumps, or does the ball break the stumps? I think that might be the consideration here for the umpire. Here comes that signal. He's run out. A very enterprising innings from Anderson comes to an end. He goes for 42. It's 195 for 5.
That was a gift. I know Christmas is around the corner, but that was an early gift from Kavem Hodge. Gentle full toss, and Kimo Paul made absolutely no mistake.
What a poor delivery from Kavem Hodge. And was easily dispatched. Goes again. This time over long off. And all Chaman's player could do is watch.
He's such a powerful player, Kimo Paul. He's so talented. Member of that West Indies World Cup winning team, under 19 winning team, 2016, and showing his full range. Leg side and then offside. Dropped. Would have been an exceptional catch. Stefan Pascal, it seems, has been good on the ground all through the day. And that one was traveling to his left, unable to hold on.
It really made a good effort.
Another one. 50 comes up for the captain, Tevin Imlach. his 5th half century in List A cricket, and what a way to bring up that milestone. That was an exceptional stroke. 21 runs coming from the 46th over, 223 for 5. This should be another maximum. A wonderful strike from Kimo Paul. His 4th 6 of the innings.
Right in the hitting arc. Look at that, a gentle half volley. And Kimo Paul wasn't going to miss out on that. He's a good striker of the cricket ball. Beautifully struck. That's a good shot. Kimo Paul down the ground. And that's the danger, young Badji, of attempting a Yorker. It's a high-risk delivery. You don't nail it, it could be a low full toss or half volley. In that instance, a rank half volley.
He perhaps overcompensated as well because of the 2 wides previously. Tried to go a little bit closer. That time, too close. Drill straight back down the ground. Will challenge the fielder. And it beats the fielder, who seems to have injured himself as well. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. 247 for 5. Yeah, what a shot. That is all class, all skill from Tevin Imlach. Immediately putting pressure on Ryan John. First delivery goes for a boundary. And just look at the technique, getting quite low, keeping his eyes on the ball, and then shoveling it past that fielder in the inner circle. Not wide enough, and Kimo Paul latches onto that one and into the stands. That is a massive blow from Kimo Paul. Another 6 for him. That one is his 4th 6 of the innings and carries him to 42 within striking distance of that aforementioned bonus point. Is that another 6? Yes, it is. He gets it wide, Ryan John, but Kimo Paul is pure power today. Another 6 for him, his 5th, and he moves on to 48. So that bonus point beckons for him and for the Happy Eagles. Final delivery of the innings. And that's it. That's another 6. That's a half century for Kimo Paul of just 29 deliveries. And that means that the Guyana Happy Eagles will end their innings on 274 for 5, and they'll also end with 2 bonus points. One for getting 80 runs or more in the last 10, and for a batter batting 6 or lower to get to a half century. The Windward Islands Volcanoes bowlers, they started off well, quite restrictive in that first power play. Chandapal and Nandu, though, set a good foundation, registering 83 for that first wicket. Chandapal falling agonizingly short of another List A half century. Imlach, though, in a pivotal position, that number 3 position, 65 unbeaten from 67 deliveries. So a good strike rate for him, but they lost a few wickets quite quickly in that middle period. Kimo Paul, though, what a knock that was. Simply sensational. Have a look then at the partnerships, 83, like I mentioned earlier, and then those flurry of wickets, partnerships of just 7, 6, 16. And then Imlach and Anderson, 83, and Imlach and Paul, 79 of just 45. Lots of bowlers used by Sunalambras and the Volcanoes. Success, though, for Tyson in his first List A game. Discard picked up a couple. Kavim Hodge picked up one off just his 2nd delivery. But overall, they'll be disappointed that they allowed the Guyana Harp Eagles to get to 274.
That's close. That's very close. Was there bat on it? No, says Jacqueline Smith. First wicket for Guyana Harp Eagles. It comes with an in-swinging full delivery from Niall Smith.
Not a very good start for the debutant Pascal. Good delivery. Look at that. Swung. Didn't even appeal. Niall Smith thought, I've got you. And that dreaded finger from Jacqueline Williams. Stephen Pascal is going for duck. Windward and Volcanoes losing the first wicket, 1-for-1.
Off the mark straight away. Cut that like an angry butcher. 4 more.
He is that kind of player. Not going to muck around. 5-for-1.
Dropped him. Straight to the fielder. The ball just trickling into the boundary line. So insult to injury, and Matthew Nandu couldn't hold on.
Wasn't the best of delivery, but that should have been taken. Straight through Matthew Nandu.
Catch taken. So Kavim Hodge taking on Kimo Paul's short delivery has to depart.
Terrible start for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Short delivery from Kimo Paul. Kavim Hodge went for the hook shot, couldn't control it, and was easily caught by Savory. Couldn't have gotten a worse start for this huge runs chase. Kavim Hodge is gone for 4. The Volcanoes is in trouble early, 10-for-2.
Gone. There is another one. Niall Smith with the cotton ball, and a bowling point is secured by the Guyana Harp Eagles. That means that Solizano will have to depart. Again, he was looking to play that delivery onside, kept his bat face close to the point of presenting that return catch. So Solizano departs for 6. It's 10-for-3.
There he is, loosing the shackles is Ambrose. At the end of that over, it's 28-for-3. Volcanoes though, they've been on the go from ball 1, and they produced quite a few boundaries like this.
Yeah, he continues to take the attack to the bowlers. Shadrach Descartes uses his feet, advances towards Niall Smith, slaps it past the fielder at mid-off.
Climbs into that one. 8 runs in that over. 36-for-3. Oh, pace on and pace towards the boundary. It sails over the ropes. Oh, the Descartes show seems to be starting.
Change of length and change of result for Descartes. Half volley well into the shot.
Oh, he gets that. One bounce over the ropes. They're looking to end this power play with runs.
It doesn't seem too difficult of a surface to bat on now in particular.
Oh, was that an edge? I think so. The umpire agrees. Inside edge on that one. And the skipper has got to walk back.
A really good catch behind the stumps as well by the opposing skipper, Tevin Inlap. Good length. Bit of late swing inside edge taken. Ali Mohammed has his first of this year's competition. So Neil Ambrose has to walk back disappointingly for 19 runs. Volcanoes 55 for 4.
And another one. The wickets are falling here for the Volcanoes. It's the experience of Pamal that strikes.
12 wickets last year for Virasamy Pamal, and he has one in this first game into his 4th over, and he takes the outside half of the bat of Shamar Springer. And we're just pushing at it and playing inside the line of the ball, perhaps not expecting it to turn. Good catch in the end by Tevin Inlap. Shamar Springer has to walk back for just 2. Volcanoes in further trouble, 58 for 5.
Good batting. There's no one there. 45. And very well played. That's one way to play the left-hand orthodox bowler.
Badly lined delivery that time from Pamal. I was swept away quite convincingly. Good shot, good placement. Wouldn't go for 4.
That goes away for 4. So quite against the run of play. This guy gets one that is short and is able to put it away for 4. Smashed again. Another boundary. So that's an expensive over 11 coming from it. 79 for 5. Not for the first time we've seen this shot employed by Douglas. Wicket keepers are usually quite good with those types of strokes. 87 for 5 after 16.4. Douglas moves on to 19. Partnership 29 from 30. But you can see a clear intent to score from these two.
More runs. This time he won't have to run because he will secure a boundary. Descartes. Signals for some help from the outside, so maybe a bit of cramp, just restricting him.
Yeah, but again, another Volcanoes batter showing that they learned something from the opposition.
Straight. Powerful enough to get 4. That's a fine stroke from Descartes. He moves to 44.
That boundary brings up the 50 partnership between these two as well. 50 partnership, 6 wicket partnership for the Volcanoes. Well struck back over the head of Ashmi Ned. We have seen this shot a couple of times from Descartes.
Fumble doesn't help. Brings 50 to Descartes. What an innings it has been. His first 50 in list day cricket. And it's a fine one. The celebration quite unique as well.
He's bossed this game so far, Descartes. Coming in a tricky position, both when he had to bowl and now with the bat. He's carried on well for the Volcanoes. Brings up the 50 with a boundary as well. Help being given by the fielder. Point. bit of a celebration.
Swept for 4. Good output with this stroke. That's a very good finish to the over. 10 from it, 120 for 5, and more issues here for this cart with cramps. Dropped him. So there was the chance Happy Eagles was searching for. Again, it's Matthew Nandu, his second spilled opportunity. Banged it in short, and Discard struck it just to that right side of Matthew Nandu, and it's the same bowler that suffers a similar fate.
Oh, this looks good, this looks close, and this is indeed out. That's the wicket they wanted, and that's the man that did it. That's Nell Smith, he's got another.
That's a big wicket. Straight on, hitting the back leg. Caught in the crease. And no problems whatsoever for umpire. Umpire Gustard raising a dreaded finger. And that's the wicket they needed. He was really holding them up, this cart. He's gone for a well-played 60. Windward Volcanoes, 139 for 6.
Gets inventive and reaps the full reward for that one. A much needed boundary. First boundary in 45 deliveries for them.
Reverse sweep was a full toss, so he had no problems putting it away.
Maiden 50 for Douglas. It's a special moment for the young man. He's played a very, very good hand. Played ball on merit primarily. Didn't allow the pressure of wickets falling affect him. Bit of that on that occasion. So very good decision. My umpire, Jacqueline Williams. 179 for 6. He's gone for it. That sounded really good. Strikes it over the boundary line, gets 6 for his side. So this is smart batting once more by Douglas.
Yeah, his first maximum to go along with 8 boundaries struck by Douglas.
Was that close enough? Yes, says the umpire. Patrick Gustard thinks he's struck across the line, and that would have gone on to hit the stumps. So the breakthrough comes from a delivery ball by Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, and on this occasion, he goes across the line of that delivery. Perhaps was heading down the leg side. I think he was a bit unfortunate on that occasion. But nonetheless, Kevin Sinclair is pumped right up, and he is happy that he's able to get the breakthrough and break this partnership, which was growing quite rapidly. Ryan John has to walk back for 12 runs. Volcanoes 193 for 7.
That's a fine stroke. Very, very good stroke from Douglas. A pickup shot, properly timed and dispatched.
The second time he's hit a maximum, both coming off Kevin Sinclair and both in a similar direction. Albeit the first one was swept beyond the boundary.
His proudest moment so far as we see some good running between the wickets. Moves on to the 90s now, Dylan Douglas. Well played. Really expertly placed, using the pace of the delivery, and Cyrus gets himself a boundary. 52 needed in 47 deliveries.
Getting very interesting. That was cleverly played.
Big single. Keeps the strike. There is an appeal. Just wonder if the umpire wants to have a look at it. Yes, he does. It seems to be okay though. At first glance, he doesn't seem to be concerned whatsoever, Douglas. But we'll just have another look to make assurance doubly sure. Very close. Might be closer than we think. Is the bail dislodged? The stumps are disturbed, but it's when the bails are completely dislodged. This is very, very tight. There it is. Quite unfortunate for Dylan Douglas to be dismissed via the run-out route. It was a splendid effort, but in the end, falling agonizingly close to that landmark. In the gap. Really good batting once again. It will challenge the boundary. In fact, it gets there. So this is good. Really good from Demba. Really good from the Volcanoes. Cleaned him up around his legs. And trying to play it down to fine leg. Missed it completely. And completely flummoxed by Kevin Sinclair. An important wicket, the 9th for the Happy Eagles.
That's the one they needed. He was looking well, Cyrus. Trying to be a little too cute. Lost his leg stump. And the familiar celebration from Kevin Sinclair. Cyrus is gone for 29. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 245 for 9.
Edge will go towards the boundary. Will it get there? Yes, it does. Fortuitous boundary. Gets off the mark. First runs for Tyson. And that's in the gap. And immediately he said that's 4. So good batting from Denver. Pressure on the Happy Eagles. 18 now required.
That was a good shot.
All along the ground. Another one. Another single. 1 by 1 they're saying. 263 for 9. Well, he makes connection. It's another high-pitched delivery. I don't think that one was too high, though. They'll get another run. So that means 6 from 8 required. I don't think he can continue secretly. He's struggling.
Struggling badly. Seem to be cramps. More like a hamstring.
Two is the call. Will they come back for 2? No. Just 1. Good decision. And that's it. An eruption of emotions from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've created history. The first team to chase over 250 at this venue. And it's the first time that they've beaten the Guyana Happy Eagles here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What a stunning turnaround from this team. Masterful chase. And in the end, they registered their first victory in the opening game. The batting effort of the Windward Islands, Volcanoes, Solazano and Pascal fell quite early, so too Kavem Hodge. Ambrose and Discard put on a partnership. Discard struggled with some cramps along the way, got to a half century, but Dylan Douglas, 90 from 100 deliveries, kept the fight and kept them in the hunt. Unfortunate for him that he couldn't take them over the line, but John, Cyrus, Demba and Tyson, look at those contributions from the final 4 batters to carry them to 277 for 9 and register a historic win here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Very good effort from Niall Smith. 3 wickets, kept them in the hunt. Unfortunately, had to go off for cramps. 2 wickets to Kevin Sinclair, 1 apiece for Paul, Pemal and Ali Mohammed. But it wasn't enough to stop the Windward Islands Volcanoes from winning this exciting encounter.
Summary then of the way things panned out today. The Happy Eagles won the toss earlier this afternoon, decided to bat first, got to 274 for 5. Imlak and Kimo Paul unbeaten, half centuries from them. Discard got a couple wickets, and Tyson on debut picked up 1, but he showed a lot of maturity with the bat to take them over the line. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 277 for 9, winning this one by 1 wicket.
Everyone thought it was over. Not to be. Now on the verge of winning this game.
And that's it. An eruption of emotions from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've created history. The first team to chase over 250 at this venue. And it's the first time that they've beaten the Guyana Happy Eagles here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What a stunning turnaround from this team. Masterful chase, and in the end, they registered their first victory in the opening game.
Yeah, I think it was a very good cricket match. It's all about your planning and your preparation, and then when the opportunity presents itself for you to excel and also show what you've been working on, I think it was really good team effort by the team as well, especially our lower order batters. I know in the past that a lot of teams haven't passed 250 on that track, and it's good to see that we were able to show that we have batting from 1 to 11. So it really was a good team effort, and the self-belief that the players showed was really tremendous, especially to the lower order batters. Everyone was in the dugout saying that we have this and we have this. I could have seen the body language, the self-belief, and I think that's what really took us over the line. I think that's one of the things we were working on in our preparation, the rotation of the strike. We believe that if we can have 80% or more of the runs scored in 1s, 2s and 3s, it means that we are up here and there with the run rate, and also it means that we're going to get a bad ball now and then, and we are in a better position to execute because we are following the game by rotating the strike and looking at the singles. So the key for us was keep it smart, be simple, and just look to rotate the strike, because in limited overs, especially in under pressure situations, the more the strike is thrown over by singles, bowlers are under pressure, the captain is under pressure, so field change, and then you as a batter, you're already in the game, so you have a sense of what's coming next. And that's why we were able to be so successful, because we are always ahead of the game in terms of by running the singles and focusing on when that bad ball is going to come rather than go searching for that bad ball.
Bumble doesn't help. Brings 50 to Discard. What an innings it has been. His first 50 in list day cricket. And it's a fine one. The celebration quite unique as well.
Yeah, with Shadrach. Shadrach is one of those talented cricketers. We call him the utility player. We call him the situation guy. And one of the things he said that he have this and he's going to make sure that we get over the line. And one of the things he did well, he's normally known as a power hitter. he shelved that repetition and focused on the simple things, rotating his strike. And it was good to see, even with cramps, that he still stayed out there and wanted to see us get over the line. So Shadrach's innings was really good, also with Douglas as well. You could see the lower order actually had a plan in not worrying about the big hits, but focusing on that rotation. So Shadrach really started that momentum and give us that self-belief that, hey, we can still get it by scoring the 1s, the 2s and 3s.
Maiden 50 for Douglas. It's a special moment for the young man. He's played a very, very good hand. Played ball on merit primarily. Didn't allow the pressure of wickets falling affect him. And he continues to motor on in this run chase. Well played.
Dylan Douglas is one of those talented young cricketers. When you see him, he's always talking cricket. You know, I know him from since he was a toddler, and he walk around with cricket bat, and he's always looking to play cricket. In St. Vincent, we have a game that is called tip and run. So you hit the ball and run, and he's been doing that. And then when he came, he said, "Coach, I'm confident. I feel this is my time." And it's only his second game, and the way he played shows the maturity, shows the preparation that he have put in. And no doubt, I wasn't surprised that he got the runs that he did. Unfortunately, he didn't get on to go to the 3-figure. But the way he performed and the way he played was really commendable. He's one of those players that if you ask him to hit the ball, he can hit the ball. If you ask him to stay, he can stay. So he basically responds to the situation of the game. And any team is lucky to have him. That's why he plays a lot of T20s and T10 in our local or regional competitions. Everybody wants him because they know he's a special talent. He does everything. If you ask him to bowl pace, he can bowl pace. If you ask him to bowl spin, he can bowl spin. And he's one of the better outfielders that we have as well. So he's always a balancing act. You know, he wants to do everything, so we have to say, hey, you have to stick to two. And I think, from my understanding, I could be wrong, but I think the keeping is his least favorite. But he's quite good at it as well. There's always improvement, regardless of the result. If you win or lose this, there's always room for improvement. And as a group, we talk about trying to bowl a lot more dot balls, especially in the penultimate and the final ball of the over. I think that is key, and we have to know how to set up the over. I think at times we tend to go searching. One of the mistakes that we made in that last game, we bowled too many variations too early. The batter is not under any pressure, so it's easier to spot your variations. So it's just a matter of when to use the variations, and also bowlers having a plan, especially in those key power play moments. I think that's where we kind of lost the momentum. And also we all know that wickets kind of build momentums and give you that energy. There's a period that we didn't get any wickets, and then we just sort of being too flat. So I think I'll put it down to being not so energetic at the key moments in the game, and then waiting for the last 8 overs to kind of pick ourselves back up. So that's something we talk about, trying to maintain that energy all the way to the end. And we also said, look, it's the first game, we're going to get our jitters, which we did, and we came in our practice session to get ourselves prepared for the next game. And we are happy that we made those mistakes. We always say, if you look at the Olympic champions, they don't peak all year. They build. So we are happy to get these errors now, to see these mistakes, so that every time we go have an opportunity to train, we know we are ticking the boxes. And so far, we figured out we are a team that are 75% going into a championship. So that's really good for us. So we are quite happy that we can make these mistakes, that it gives us a chance now to get better and build, because we have a saying again that the 1%ers is the key. And we use the practice session to get better by 1%. The key is simple. Your preparation is everything. We try to make this preparation all about individuals, what you want to do individually, and collectively we're going to get the result. There's a big saying in our group, the result we doesn't have any control over. We do not have any control over the result, but it's the process. And we're looking to make sure that we do the process over and over, and we're doing well. And we accept when things are not going well. Instead of saying there is a problem, we say it's a challenge, so we find solutions. So that's how we look to play, and it's about the planning and execution. We're just hoping from our preparation that we can execute with the plans that we have in place.
It's a pleasure to be involved once more in West Indies cricket and Jamaica cricket, and to be here at one of our most talented and famous batter, Brian Lara Stadium. It's really an honor and a pleasure. I am really looking forward to this tournament, and I know the guys with me, and they will be not just trying to win the tournament, but also having fun in terms of playing good cricket that will entertain the spectators. It's very important because right now we are not doing too well in white ball cricket in terms of 50 overs, and I think this is a platform where players need to come and show the selectors, the coaches, that they are capable and ready. There's a lot of things that we have discussed in terms of what we need to do to have a brand, a West Indian brand. And I think that over the years we have seen cricket where the T20 have dominated. But I honestly believe that once you play cricket at the highest level, test cricket or 50 over cricket, and you learn to bat properly, you will always score runs. And for us in world cricket, we are way behind the ball in terms of our run rate in the first power play, and we are trying to put a stop to this by having guys understanding the importance, not just to hit boundaries, but also to look at the ones and twos, because this will help in terms of your run rate. If we can start scoring over 5 runs and over, to 6 runs and over in our power play, that will put us in line with what is happening in world cricket. First of all, I must commend the Jamaica selectors. They did an excellent job. We picked a very balanced squad, 14 players who anyone is capable of going out there and perform. When you look at our setup, at the top of the order, we have the captain, John Campbell. We have a young man, O'Dane McCarthy, who have played for CCC before, and unfortunately didn't really get a chance to bat early at times for them. But in our trial games in Jamaica, he did very well, and for his club in Jamaica, did very well. You have Kirk McKenzie, test cricketer, who went to England and Australia, batting at number 3. Very talented young man. It's up to Kirk now to get his act together in terms of that concentration level where that he's focused and ready to go, because Kirk's job is not just to perform for Jamaica, it's to get back into West Indies cricket. And to do that, you have to make runs. You have to have runs on the board. We have also Blackwood, vice captain for the West Indies a couple of months ago. He has been dropped. He's looking back to get back into West Indies cricket. But first of all, he has to do it here. He has to show the coaches and the selectors that he's ready and rearing to go again. At number 5, you will have Carlos Brown, who very talented young man. Played youth cricket when I was a coach a couple of years ago, and he has been outstanding in our first class cricket in Jamaica. And Carlos is somebody that I'm excited to see in our cricket. He did well in the 4-day tournament for Jamaica this year, and he has a lot of runs behind him. He's very confident, and he's a young man that he's always saying to me, "Coach, sky's the limit." He's always ready to go out there and perform. So that is also excellent in terms of his approach. We have young Glenn, who played in a couple franchise cricket in terms of T20. I haven't seen him for a while. Saw him in the trials after coming back from England, and he was exceptional. He did very well in our trial game, left-handed batsman. He is also a game changer. Glenn is about 6'4", very powerful individual, and I'm expecting good things from him. You have our keeper, Morris. This young man is like an X-factor player. I've seen him in club cricket in Jamaica. I've seen him in 4-day cricket for Jamaica. Whenever you think that you're getting into Jamaica batting and Morris is to come, I know that we still have a lot of batting to come. He's a type of player that could change any game. He's short in structure and things like that, but people think that because he's a small man, he might not be as powerful or dangerous, but he's a good cricketer. Good eyesight, you know, in terms of his thinking. He's one that I've always tried to accumulate runs, but he's also very explosive. So that is always a plus for us. And then we have this X-factor player who have done well for West Indies over the years in white ball cricket, Dean Smith. This is a young man who I think also is not just looking to do well that Jamaica will win, but he's looking to do well for himself in terms of where he wants to go. Played in the T20 that just concluded, didn't really have a great tournament. Now he's eager to go, he's ready to go, he's working hard, he's always doing extra. And that is pleasing to me as a coach, where you have players who wants to do extra. And I must commend the team for that, because everybody, I know it's very hot today, we have a game at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and these guys still wanted to practice. I had to tell them to get out the sun because they need to get that rest. But overall, when you look at the depth of our cricket, we have Royal, left-arm spinner, capable of making 40s and 50s at number 9 or 10. And we have Gordon Bryant, experienced fast bowler, 30, 31, who has been around for the last 4 or 5 years for Jamaica. Very, very capable, not just of getting wickets, but also making a vital 30 or 40 runs. And I must come to a very young man, first time for Jamaica, Tamari Redwood, leg spinner, excited prospect. I had the opportunity to pick him in West Indies under-19 squad. He's from Kensington Cricket Club, the club that I'm from, Wave Lions. And this is a young man who I think has a very bright future. You know, he's still learning his heart, but he's always willing to learn. He will always put things into play, never afraid to ask questions. And this is a good sign in terms of his development. So having him with me and having our assistant coach, Terence Cork, who loads of experience, who have worked with Tamari for the last 3-4 years at under-19 cricket for Jamaica, where he has been outstanding, is a major plus. We have other players in Shields, or Jay Shields. This young man, I say young man, he's 28. I think right now he's bowling at 90, 94 miles an hour. Very quick. What we are trying to do is to get him to be more focused in terms of his areas that he wants to pitch the ball. In first-class cricket, 4-day cricket, this year he's done very well for Jamaica. Excellent pace, X-factor player, somebody who could just bowl in short bursts and change the whole scenario in terms of getting wickets early, putting the batsman under pressure. And this is a young man that I'm looking at, and I'm expecting great things from him. Anything that we discuss in team meeting or so forth, we still have to go in the middle and apply, and also make sure that what we discuss, we implement it outside in the middle, because the game doesn't play in the dressing room. It plays on the field. And at the end of the day, these young men have to realize that you must be relaxed and enjoy your game, because you have 7 games to play and then you have a semi-finals and a finals, which when we set out from Jamaica, our thing is to play 9 games. So we are playing to reach finals, we're playing to win. We're not coming here to just sit back and relax. We want the lads to understand that this is a game of entertainment. We will enjoy, we will entertain, but we will play proper cricket. And for us to play proper cricket, it means that in terms of your batting, you have to bat deep. You have to make sure that you bat with wickets in hand. You have to make sure that when you're batting, you're always in control of the cricket. And to do that is to play sensible and smart cricket. in the bowling department also is very crucial in terms of the areas you bowl. If you can't get wicket, you need to keep it tight. You need to make sure that the batsmen are struggling in terms of picking up runs. Bad balls is something that we're trying to eliminate, but something that is very critical in how we play, that is going to be very important in what we do in terms of batting. Singles are important. West Indian cricket has been such where in terms of singles, we are at 60% every game. We need to lower that to middle 50s or below 50s. And the West Indies board have introduced a system where you have points for all of this. You have points in terms of how you score your runs, points in terms of how you bowl, and this is good for the cricket because what it does, it enhances the game in terms of giving you a sense of purpose where you're looking extra points, and also at the same time you have to be very careful in what you're doing.
Rain has abated. Things a lot more positive here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Of course, the combined campuses and colleges taking on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. In this fixture, we had a rain interruption. Ground staff busy at work. We're hoping that we will have a resumption quite soon. But until then, we had the chance to find out a little bit more about Carl Mayers. Enjoy what he had to say.
Three games played, we got 3 W's. Good start, can't ask for nothing more. Thought the guys put in some really good performances. You know, we had 2 tight games, the last 2 games, and the guys crossed the line. It's kind of like parenting, you know. That's trying my best to take care of the team. Trying my best to lighten the atmosphere around the guys, you know, to make the environment a good one, you know, for people to feed off a good and positive energy, and for them to just express themselves and be the best they could be. I think it's always a privilege to lead your country, but it's not an easy job, you know. My team make it very hard, you know, with guys coming in and out, performing. Some people perform, have to sit out, so it's a very difficult one when it comes to selection, but a good headache. But nevertheless, I think that on the field, thus far, the guys made it a very easy one. From before, you know, I was not captain. People will come to me for advice. You know, I play international cricket. My team is full of youngsters and eager to learn, you know, so it's still a great thing for them to reach out to me and ask questions. Obviously, for me, I love that. You know, I love to share my knowledge and share my experience with these guys, you know. Obviously, if I'm playing, I'm making mistakes. I would try to help them eliminate the mistakes that I made when I was at their age and the stage. But yeah, very good bunch of guys, willing to learn. Nothing wrong with coming and knocking at my door and asking questions. It's always open to that. I think the younger guys, you know, a couple of them stand out already. You know, Kevin Wickham is one for the future. We saw a glimpse of his talent in the 4-day competition. You know, he coming from the academy, and you know, he's bringing a style of play that we really love. You know, very free spirit. You know, he's a batsman who can bowl pace, who can bowl off spin, who can bowl leg spin, and also he can make keep. So he's a very dynamic player. You know, and I think he's one for the future. I think if he stays on this track, you know, the future for him is very bright. Naeem Young, obviously coming from the academy again, young leader, very experienced for his age, you know, play a lot of CPL, hanging around a lot of international cricketers, have a lot of skills in the locker, bat and ball, you know, so he's one for the future as well. The youngster who won the game for us last game, Demetrius Richards, much people may not know about him, you know, obviously He made his first class debut last season, only played a few games, but I think in this generation, when you talk about 360 cricketers, I think he's one. You know, a very brave character, very small, but he packs a punch. And the last innings, he showed that he has that temperament as well, you know. So for his age, I think he's very mature, very skilled, one to look out for. Obviously, Kadeem Alim at the top of the innings, you know, haven't got the best of starts thus far, but I think he's one for the future. I don't think there's no one in Barbados who hits the ball as clean as him. I think he's very powerful player, one of those players who can impact the game and change the game just a matter of overs, you know. And it's just for us as a team to back him, you know. We know what he's capable of doing. Obviously, his skill sets always required more risks than the others, and thus far it hasn't paid off. But I think that he's one to look out for, you know. Any game now he can kick on and give me a 150 score, you know. I think he's capable of doing that. The power he possesses and the positivity that he brings, you know. But if he keep continuing, you know, there's a lot of youngsters. Zachary, who had a stint with the West Indies test team, I think he's now moving from that stage to being a senior player. That transition stage now for him coming in few seasons ago now, being one of the main batters and having that responsibility to get the team to a good score. I think that he's one for the future as well. I think he's very, very technically correct and very talented as well. It's just for him now to get his game together, and he's one to look out for as well. I always tell people that we in the Caribbean, we don't play enough. We don't play enough cricket against each other, you know. In the white ball format, I think that it's something that the West Indies Cricket Board could look at. You know, when you check around, you check India and these other guys, they play more games than us. And I think by playing games, you get more experience and you get that build up for when you go to the next stage, you know. Not only for international cricket, for like exposure, you know, there's a lot of cricket playing, a lot of franchise cricket. Obviously, CPL has taken over, so there's no domestic T20 tournament. So this tournament is one of the tournaments. Obviously, people will look out and scout and look for talent. So it's a very crucial competition for the youngsters and for people to get out there and show what they could do. So I just want to encourage the West Indies cricket to look into it. You know, more cricket we play at this level, you know, the better we'll be prepared for the international level. Me personally, just try to get better by day, you know, whether it be batting, whether it be bowling, you know, I just try to get better, you know. I don't really have a specific goal in place, just to be a better cricketer, a better person, you know, try to learn as much as I can, you know, try to teach as much as I can, try to give back as much as I can, you know. You can see, you know, this team, batting down the order, normally a bat I taught, you know, just providing an opportunity for some of the youngsters to come in. And not only that, just trying to provide a service in the middle for like a senior player, you know, to help guide these youngsters, you know. So like for me, it's just for me to get better at all aspects of the game, whether I batting opening, whether I batting down the order, just to showcase my skill, you know. It's things that I've done before, so it's nothing new to me. It's just for me to keep getting better and learn as fast as possible, and I try to teach as much as I can. It's a good place to bat. I believe most of the time the pitches be good. So I think this ground is one of the better grounds in the Caribbean in terms of outfield. You get value for your short play. So it's one of those grounds that you enjoy batting at. Obviously, compared to the other grounds, I think this ground provides a better pitch. And for some reason, I think the ball travel at this ground. I don't know why, but a lot of sixes, you know, get hit at this ground, especially in night time. People talk about the wind factor and stuff, but I think it's a very good ground for batting. Sometimes, obviously, you might get a wicket where it might turn or so, but most of the time it's a good cricket pitch. I really enjoy playing here, especially at night. it's important for us to continue what we were doing well. Try to build on some of the small things that that we could do better. The 1%ers, as they keep mentioning to the team, little things that we could do if we continue to do them better than the opposition and continue to improve. I think it will help us. So it's not who we coming up against. Basically, it's just looking at ourselves in the mirror and trying to get better as the games go on. And I think that will take care of itself. But every team we're looking forward to play, we're looking forward to get better as a unit. I'm looking forward for guys to put up some good performances.
Absolutely, you did a great interruption. The match has been reviewed. 44 after the night. And scheduled to restart at 3:10 p.m.
We're so excited to welcome you back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Covers are off, conditions looking quite good for the resumption. And play due to start very, very soon. Of course, this fixture between the combined campuses and colleges and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Two teams still with hopes of qualifying for the semi-final round. And we have some revised playing conditions now. Both teams will have the opportunity to bat 44 overs per innings. 4 bowlers will have a maximum of 9 overs, 1 maximum of 8. And slight changes in the phases across the innings. Power play 1, 1 to 9. Power play 2, 10 to 35. And 9 overs in that power play 3. So play due to resume at 3:40 p.m. local time. A reminder as to where the Volcanoes are at with the bat being sent in. Well, they put pressure on the CCC bowlers. 107 without loss. Martinez already with a half century. And Pascal changing the tone to the opening partnership for the Volcanoes. If you missed the action, Kesrick Williams and myself enjoyed this display of batting. Stroke-filled, you can say, the partnership.
Really good from both of them, DG. Something that I think that they wanted earlier in the tournament. Something that they haven't done this tournament. They're doing it now. I hope that whatever they're doing now, it will bring a lot of positive to the team. As we know, fair enough, mathematically, there's a possibility that they can go on and get into the playoff. But when you really think of it, it's really hard. But looking at the bowling here for the CCC, a lot of work to do. Goodridge, want to stick at him for a little bit because he seems like he couldn't really maintain that line and length that the team was asking for. Young bowler, we saw Puran bowling in 2 overs today. Gavaya, 3 for 26, someone that I think that's really consistent, and over the tournament he has been doing well but lost his way. But I don't want to take away too much things from the Windwards. They have batted well and they're continuing, so it's good for them. Young Alec Atenes there on screen, so they have a lot of work to do. It's how CCC is gonna pull it back and bring it back into their half.
Extras 18, so again evidence of a bit of indiscipline with the ball from the CCC bowlers. This restart will give opportunities to both sides. CCC will rue a few chances they had, one in particular that from Pascal when Romario Graves was introduced with the ball. Put down Pascal when he was on 26. Pascal, he's gone to 35 from 36. Atenes well set on 54. So CCC will have to sharpen their skills on the field. Otherwise, these two will continue to make hay with the bat. Of course, if you're batting first at this venue, you have to consider the fact that it becomes easier in the second half of the match because of the dew. The ball slides on better. It's easier for batters, and it's more difficult for bowlers to grip the ball in particular. So Abhijay Mansingh will continue this 14th over. Just one delivery so far in it before the rain came. We will play. So in that break, Pedro Collins, Keno Mason would have taken the time to have a chat with the CCC team, the bowlers in particular, and focus on plans for the remainder of the innings with the ball.
That one just cut out to sweep, but definitely something that I think Pedro Collins have to look into, not just for this year but for going forward. Goodridge on screen, someone that I think that he didn't really hit his errors well today. Someone that is looking to move on to play for Barbados in the future. I think today he lost a lot, and Pedro Collins, I think he will do a lot of work with him after this season is over, because it's not done and dusted for CCC. But today. I think they lost a lot of key moments, hence the reason why they're in this position.
Hint of turn from Mansing. Going away from the right-hander.
There's so much thing that you have to consider bowling here in the night, DG. Not just the dew factor, is also the pace you have to bowl on this surface. The fact that the ball is going to slide on a little bit better onto the bat. So the pace you bowl on this pitch is very important. The fact that it's sliding on even more. But it's, when you think of it, it's really difficult. But it's the end of the over, dot to finish. The score is 109 without loss.
Rain interrupted play just around 2 p.m. local time. We resumed at 3:40 p.m. just about an hour and 40 minutes thereafter, and there are revised playing conditions because of that delay. 44 overs for each side. The target set by the Volcanoes will be adjusted via the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. Murray Goodridge will have a chance to make amends. That early spell, producing 18 runs in his 3 overs. It's a platform for the young players across both sides to develop their routines. Alec Atenez already having the chance to taste international cricket, will want to show his prowess as a player. Hasn't really performed in this tournament thus far. Slapped away. Previous scores 9, 6, 34, 27. So this is his most significant score with the bat, Alec Atenez. Kesrick, what do you make of what you see today as compared to his previous efforts?
A lot more aggressive. And you can see more intent being made to actually score. It's something that we haven't seen earlier in the tournament. Also, a lot of teams, especially who played against him before, use a bit more spin. We saw against Trinidad, Jed Gooley taking his off stump pretty early. So I guess a lot of teams around the Caribbean realizing now that early in the innings, spin to him creates a bit of a problem, especially of spinners. Earlier, a couple of matches ago, that whenever you come into first class cricket or international cricket, the first year or so would be a bit easier in terms of scoring runs. And then you have these analysts that sit down, analyze you, and then it gets a bit harder because team understands how you score. And that's what makes you a good player. How are you going to combat that? Usually the strongest of the players survive those sort of strategies that's brought up against them.
Rakeem Cornwall, Jed Gooley, 2 spinners to dismiss him this season. Quite early in the innings. Of course, he had the chance to open the batting too for the West Indies in one-day internationals. So there's a great investment in him as a player. .112 without loss. Player with obvious talent, Alec Atenez. His aim will be to become more consistent at the top of the innings. Stable updating itself. An updated points table. You can see that both teams competing at the bottom of that table, desperate for points.
Speaking of points, it brings me back to remembering that last year the Windward Island Volcanoes, in the first power play, picked up batting points 3 times. Obviously he had Johnson Charles with him at the crease, so we know what that is like. Also, he scored 270 or so runs last year, but now he just scored just over 100, Alec Atenez. Have to take into consideration that he's a momentum player, so I guess he gained a lot of momentum from Johnson Charles and motivation as well. Seeing him with different partners at the top, it's a wide signal. Signal by Candice Laborde.
Look at the field. Quite conventional. There is a slip, a cover, on a backward point, a deep cover with that long off. So the line of attack will be on off stump, outside off stump. We'll expect Mansingh to show great control. Wouldn't be required to be too defensive in his approach. He'll have to control the degree of turn he imparts on the ball. Can bowl a googly too, so that will be his surprise element. Be slightly different to the left-handed Atenez. The conventional wrist spin might be the surprise delivery. He'll try to go across Atenez. No slip in play though. Ball from the over, 116 without loss. Few spectators at the ground. St. Turton, of course, on debut, the wicketkeeper batter for CCC. A few of his family members are here looking on. Here he is. Special moment for him. His family members at the ground showing support. This is so important for a young player, knowing that his family supports him, supports this very proud moment. Hails from central Trinidad, played a fair amount of his cricket for Prisal Cricket Club. Applies his trade for Marchin Cricket Club. Very, very talented, I must say, with the bat. His all-round skills, of course, taking the gloves and duties behind the stumps. Replacing Demario Richards, who previously had the chance to play that role as a wicketkeeper batter. His mom and grandmother here with his girlfriend at the ground. And Kesrick, great opportunity to have you in the combox. Of course, a former member of this Windward Islands Volcanoes team and for Windward Islands in general. We've spoken extensively about their placing last season. They finished 7th on the table with just 1 win. Already this year in a similar situation with 1 win. What would you say has accounted for such a average display once more?
Somewhat, when you really think of it, DG, and you look at the setup, you look at the points table here, and Windward is in 7th. And I want to use Jamaica as well with this chat that we're having here, because last year Jamaica was at 8th.
Pick outside edge, that's 4. Advancement from Atenez. Not where he intended that ball to go, but the result, very much what he expected.
And 4 is the result. Giving himself a little bit of room, just finding the edge safely down to the 3rd man boundary. It's 4 anyway, DG. It is safe. Brings me back to that conversation. Just 1 delivery left, but I'll have a chat about it in the next over, because it's a concern to me, DG. Singler to finish. Score is 122 without loss. Answer that question that DG asked a few deliveries ago, because it's really a concern to me, DG, because just finding the edge again. Alec Atenez, he's finding the edge a lot. 4 runs again, DG.
Yeah, a little bit surprise with that delivery. Alec Atenez, a shake of the head says it all. Hitting on top of the bounce, getting that bottom edge. Could have chopped it on. Ball going through the wicketkeeper, so very vengeful delivery, you can say.
Happy with it, but it's 4 in any case. But when you look at what Windward has done over the last 7 years or so, 2017, 2018, they won the championship, and after that it has been a serious decline in terms of how their list of cricket has been going. Last year 7th, and the year before that 6th. But you have to like what they're doing with their red ball cricket. They have been improving. The last 2 years they came 2nd in red ball cricket. Still wondering, and it could be a catch. It is a catch. It is a catch. Mansing picking up the first wicket here for the CCC team. Pascal have to go. Good catch by Goodrich. This will do a world of confidence for Goodrich. Good catch. Just getting too deep in his crease, and I think he was a bit too tall on that one. Only could have found the bottom of the bat. He's gone.
Maybe some extra bounce too for Mansing. We saw that in the previous delivery to Atenez. Pascal just chipping it to short mid-wicket. He's played a good knock of 41 for his side. It's 127 for 1. Kavem Hodge, new batter. Another player with international experience. Another player who excelled in that test series against England. Scored his maiden test match century. He will have high expectations of himself.
Someone who's been on for quite some time. Immediately back on the back foot, too short from Mansing. 4 runs for Kavem Hodge.
Not the type of delivery you want to bowl to a new batter. Just too short, allows a lot of time. He can pick his spot. Kavem Hodge is skillful enough to pounce on a delivery like this. And the consistency lacking from the CCC bowlers, not being able to sustain pressure and take an advantage.
No run.
Yeah, the line was a good one too to the right-hander, cramped him. He was playing across the line, and with the extra bounce, he was never in control. Maybe trying to play it too square, a little bit of a leading edge. But the positive to it is that century run partnership. 132 for 1. Atenez and Pascal bringing up the 3rd century run opening partnership we've seen in the tournament. Allen's even bottom of the pile in terms of average opening partnership. Surely improved it today. Run rate 7.3 at the moment, so good start for the Volcanoes.
Was short, DG. Deep in his crease, but I think he was a bit too tall. Square of the wicket, but he's gone at the end of the day. Just pushed down the ground by Kavem Hodge. A busy player. One of those players that likes to get on with things when he's at the crease. A little bit of positive for Windward's here. Because looking at a player like Stefan Pascal, he came in and he played well. I think he's one of those players that gives himself time. I think he's a lot better, especially when the ball is not really moving around much. Plays his shot and he's very aggressive.
Patrick, I want you to finish that conversation you were having, or response to my question about the reason or reasons for the Volcanoes finding themselves in a similar position this year in CG United Super 50 cricket.
For me, it's the fact that I think in List A cricket, they don't have enough aggressive players. They're very defensive in their approach. I think that they lose a lot of key moments.
Is there sufficient continuity in the coaching stock in and around this Windward setup? Is that a factor?
But when you look at the Windward setup in the last 7 years, they have changed 5 coaches. And that is a matter of concern to me. And not just to me, but for a lot of people in the Windward Islands, especially who have Windward's cricket at heart. 5 coaches in 7 years, that's a lot. At Andrew Coley, who is now the head coach of the West Indies Test team. They move on to Andrew Richardson, Russell Sissons. Now with Kenroy Peters, and not forgetting in the middle there, they had Shirley Clark out of Barbados. Shirley Clark was right after Andrew Richardson. Now they're with Kenroy Peters and Carlton Bow, who's now the assistant coach out of Jamaica. For some reason, there's always, every single time I have a chat with these guys, the connection with them and the coaches, as soon as they start to fall in love with a coach, there always seems to be some sort of disconnection, and then something happen that you don't really want to see happen, especially in this setup. Liam Sebastian on screen there is the manager of the Windward Islands team. So it's about consistency.
Maybe continuity as well. 19 overs gone, 137 for 1. The Volcanoes had a brilliant start to this year's tournament. They beat the Guyana Harpy Eagles by 1 wicket, and you felt that it was the right tone for this franchise. And 4 losses in a row. That is what they've suffered before this contest. Have only 1 batter with 100+ runs and a 90+ strike rate. So overall, their batting has struggled. That batter, Alec Atenez, who's excelling today. 169 from 62, but as you can see, haven't achieved consistent success.
Really not what you want as a Volcanoes coach. Something I think that the board needs to do is give coaches time to understand the players, build a relationship with the players, because that's the only way you're going to get the best out of players. Chance is just happiness for hitting the stumps.
Brilliant piece of work by Govar in that backward point region. Avim Hudge doesn't look worried. That occasion, but that's the type of habit you want to inculcate as a fielder. Clean pickup of the ball and a direct hit.
They're a very good team, though. The players that's in this setup, really good players. When you look at the Sunil Ambris, the Alec Atenes, the Kavem Hodge, the Salazano, and those guys, really good batters.
And of course, you'd expect that franchises like the Volcanoes that have the opportunity to contract players with regional contracts will have a year-round program, will be able to progress players, refine players. Very different to CCC, a step-down franchise that doesn't have that type of system. 141 for one.
After 20 overs, the Volcanoes are 144 for 1.
Kavem Hodge, he's gotten a few starts in this tournament. 37 against Barbados, 36 against Jamaica. Sure, those scores will be at the back of his mind because, of course, he will be a shoe-in for that series against Bangladesh, the Test series. That should start at the end of November. So it's important to get runs behind your name, build your confidence, get time out in the middle before going into a Test series, especially as a top-order batter. So his goals will be varied. Of course, he will want to contribute towards the Volcanoes' success with the bat and secure a win, keep their hopes alive for semi-final qualification. But at the same time, his own personal form is something that will be uppermost in his mind. He will want to turn that purple. Cut away nicely. That's one of his strengths as a batter, Alec Atenes. You can't bowl short and wide outside the off.
You can't give him room, DG. That's his pet shot. And immediately, as soon as he played the shot, he's back into stance already. Look at that. He's ready again. That's showing confidence, and that's what you want to see from him. Knowing that there's a series coming up in the next couple of days or so against Bangladesh. Him and Kavem Hodge will be leaving on Thursday to meet up with the West Indies red ball team for a camp, getting ready for that Bangladesh West Indies series. So this is really good. Runs a score right now. Runs is runs at the end of the day, and it only do good for both batters' confidence.
It's unbalanced. He stands beside the ball. He's got good hands. He keeps himself in a side-on position. Doesn't often get square on the ball, so his technique for short pitch bowling quite good. Alec Atenes will want to fulfill a hunger. He's been denied of big scores earlier in the tournament. Now he has a start, and he's well on his way to 3 figures. Can he convert?
Those players, Kavem Hodge, that whenever he's at the crease, you're wondering if he's the prettiest batter that you'll ever see. I could remember, I'll give you a story, Digi. We were in CPL, and it was St. Lucia team. And Kavem Hodge was in the nets, and then David Warner walked to the back and saw him at the nets, and he said, I've never seen anybody looking this good. So wide delivery. So Nigel Dogood. David Warner looked at him and said, I've never seen anybody look this good in the nets. Not Michael Clark, not Steve Smith, not Marnus. You're the best. He walked up to him and gave him a bat. I'm telling you. He's a hard worker though, Kevin Hodgson. You must like that about him. This is a young man that trained so hard at the university that he damaged his knees. He batting bumpers. He set the machine to bat bumpers and he was just ducking to those bumpers or weaving, trying to get out of the way. Torn his ACL by doing that. The commitment of this man, Kavem Hodge. So you must like the position that he's in now, getting his test 100 as well. Down the ground, not getting anywhere. Alec Atene's dot to finish, scores 148 for 1.
.63 dots so far in the innings. It's been a wonderful opening partnership for the Volcanoes. And Hodge seems to have found his rhythm. Misfield allows them to come through for the single eventually. There was some confusion. And I just wonder if he had managed to hold on to the ball, what it would have meant. Two batters almost close to each other, mid-pitch, so it would have been interesting. Keswick, you represented this franchise for quite a long time. Part of the team that won in that 17-18 tournament. What would you put your finger on for the way this season has gone for them?
Clearly not being aggressive enough, Badger. You could see it from the point standing, especially when it comes to the bonus points. Today is the first that they're registering a point in power play 1. They haven't done it in power play 2 or 3. So they haven't been hitting their targets. Hence the reason for this. Last year alone, in power play 1, they picked up 3 points in batting. Hence, Johnson Charles was there, hence the reason for that. Just going over that man there, point Govaya. Hodge always pressing, always looking for 2. Hodge, busy fella when he's at the crease.
A shortish delivery. Yeah, just to back up your point there, Keswick, none of the batters accumulated 100 runs or above with a strike rate higher than 90 before this match. So that's the lack of aggression of which you speak. 22 overs gone, 152 for 1. Yeah, just confirmation if you're just joining us, the revised playing conditions, 44 overs, a side affair now. 4 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 9. 1 can bowl 8, and the power play is there. Yeah, these two players out in the middle too were part of that championship winning team in 2018. Kavim Haj actually took 15 wickets in that campaign. Anthony's had a solitary game around. John was there as well. So since then, it's been quite a struggle for the Volcanoes. Quite a few good young talent coming through the system, though. Shakira Selman alongside me now. Shakira, when you look at the Volcanoes setup, not necessarily the way this tournament has gone, but the Windward Islands in general, I know that you're a keen observer of the regional game. From a men's standpoint anyway, how do you think their system is coming along? Might be an opportunity down the leg side. I think that's gone. There should be some sort of glove. The finger is raised. He gave him an opportunity to walk, and quite an innocuous looking delivery from Akeem Jordan, but an important breakthrough for the CCC.
Yeah, 2 wickets in fairly quick time for CCC. Akeem Jordan finally is able to get a breakthrough. Yeah, good tumbling catch by Turnton. First game in, and he makes an impact. Really good catch on the leg side. Ali Athen is dismissed for very well played 77. Volcanoes 152 for 2. Captain of the Volcanoes side, Sunil Ambrose, strides to the crease. Held for list A average 36, best of 148. Platform set.
Off the mark straight away for the captain. And this is the reason why he's here. Short delivery going down the leg side. All he managed to do was get something on it through to the wicket keeper, Christian Thurton. So they can celebrate. Has some family members in here looking on. So a proud moment for the young man. Hails from Trinidad. Such a special feeling making your debut, your listed debut, albeit for the CCC in his instant. No doubt would be harboring ambitions of representing the red, black and white at some point. So this here is a stepping stone, so to speak, for him. And nice to see that support, and that catch down the leg side will please them no end. Perhaps we'll be looking for some runs a little bit later on from the young man. 23 gone, 154 for 2. Seems as though he knew the camera was on him. A little bit nervous, Christian Turton, but he caught the correct one. Don't mind if you drop a couple that isn't edge. Just make sure you catch the edges. increasingly slower those half centuries. It was a very enterprising start by the Volcanoes in power play 1. They got that batting point. Very healthy start. Just before that wicket, we were talking about the system in the Windward Islands and the quality that's emanating from there. What are your thoughts on how they've gone?
The results in white ball cricket recently they haven't really done justice to what I think has been a good system, franchise system for the Volcanoes. And normally you would judge players based on their performances in the longer format. They've been good in first class cricket recently. They've produced West Indies players, but you can see there in the last 10 years, just won once, 2017, 2018. They weren't even in the final for any other season. I think they're a much better side than what we see here. They speak to head coach Ken Roy Peters at the start of this season, and he said there's a heavy investment in youth, in development of youth. They think they have very talented young players coming through, and they will need some time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just back that up by calling these three names, Shakira. The last three under-19 World Cup captains have all emanated from the Windward Islands. Kimani Milius in 2020, Akim Auguste in 2022, and the most recent installation, Stefan Pascal. So that speaks to the quality of the young players coming through, given the leadership qualities that we've seen, and so they've been given that role at the under-19 level anyway. 156 for 2. And that's Pascal, West Indies under-19 captain this year. Though they didn't get into the semi-finals, they acquitted themselves well. I'm sure they would have been disappointed with where they eventually ended up, but a lot of good talent coming through. Nathan Edward was there. We saw him in the CPL. Very healthy start for the Volcanoes. So that heavy investment in youth, Shakira, how do you gauge then the success of a franchise if the emphasis is on development and young players coming through? Is it those players moving on to senior international ranks, or how do you gauge that in relation to championships, winning titles?
It's a difficult one, you know. Of course you want to win, so teams will be judged based on how many cups they bring home. I think for one, you're right. You look at the quality of players you produce, the number of players who eventually graduate to that senior level. Guys like Calvin Hodge, Ali Athanaze. Another player you didn't mention is Teddy Bishop. He's no cap. Is he captain? Captain of that West Indies Academy side. They don't know the eye for West Indies as well. I think it will take some patience. You have to be committed to giving these youngsters many opportunities. I think the real way to measure success is improvement. You look for improvement. They may not win a championship within the next 2 years, but you want to make sure that they're improving. Not going in the right direction this year though.
I think I read something somewhere that the minimum requirement is the maximum effort. Your minimum requirement is maximum effort. And if you're getting that from your players, that they're giving their all, they're giving their best, and as you rightly mentioned, there's that improvement shown, there's that desire and that hunger, then as a coach, that's all you can ask for, and let the results take care of themselves. And there, just over the infield.
And I listened to the conversation between you and Kesrit a bit earlier, trying to figure out what went wrong this season in particular for the Volcanoes. Haven't had many players, well, they haven't had anyone converting. So they've gotten starts, 450s before this game, but no hundreds. That, of course, makes a difference. Not enough wickets. Kevin Hodge leading with 7 wickets. Quite similar to last year as well. Daryl Cyrus took the most for them with 10 wickets. End of the 25th, 158 for 2.
After 25 overs, Volcanoes are 158 for 2.
And that's the bowlers used so far. 2 of them successful, Jordan and Mansing. I erroneously mentioned that Nathan Edward is from the Windward Islands. He's actually from the Leeward Islands, from St. Martin. Nathan, if you are looking on, I do apologize. But we're talking about the young players coming through the system in the Windward Islands. This is a shot that we see with good control quite often from Kavem Hodge. Good manipulation of the field.
Yeah, and what we see when he's confident. Yeah, look at the way he extends his hands. He's able to make contact with that early. Then rolls the wrist to keep it down. Well placed by Kevin Hodge.
Yeah, so again, as you rightly mentioned, it will take some time for these players to find their feet at this level. And if all goes according to plan, it would be a team that can potentially dominate. And again, was there some glove or bat on it and potentially an opportunity for the wicketkeeper? He did well in anticipating the shot. Perhaps the bounce outdid him there.
Probably will be harsh to call that a drop catch. He perhaps saved 4 runs. Good anticipation from Turton.
A very strange way to play that particular shot from Ambrose. Seems to push at it. Good bowling from Mansing though. Single to end the over. 6 runs coming from it. 164 for 2. Good starts for the 2 opening batters. Pascal wasn't able to carry on. So too Athenaeus, you can argue, though he got to 77. Very soft dismissal from both of them. That continues to be an area of concern. And now these two, relatively new to the crease, though Hodge has faced some 25 deliveries, Ambrose just a 9, looking to consolidate. They know all too well the importance of bonus points. As we see the return of Graves. Looking to take the attack to the off spinner immediately. So he feels that this is a more favorable matchup. And wants to hit it backward of square where there isn't a fielder in the deep.
That attempted shot forced a change in the field. Fielder being moved from short third over to short fine.
That is perhaps where the reverse sweep would come in quite handy. That particular delivery flighted or lined rather outside off stump was the ideal delivery to play a reverse if you have it in your armory.
Yeah, perhaps will be a bit more challenging to bowl to Calvin Hodge, who does play the reverse sweep so well. Have you ever seen Sunil Ambrose successfully play a reverse sweep?
Calvin Hodge is generally a very good player of spin. He uses the crease quite well, the depth of it, advances down the pitch, judges length quite well. Busy player. Good areas from Graves. One 6-7 for 2. Quite little period here. Good going by the CCC. Those 2 wickets sort of stymieing the progress of the Volcanoes. These two trying to get themselves set. Ambrose has dispensed with the helmet for the spinner. Off spinner now from the southern end. Govaya for his fourth, very expensive in his opening burst. Bowled a couple overs in power play, one or just the 2 fielders out. Always a little bit challenging. Now he'll be looking to restore some bit of pride in his figures. Well, it starts wayward, gets away with that one, fired that one in.
A bit of contact, you would think Ambrose perhaps would have picked up 4. No one on the boundary behind square. Govaya was taken on particularly by Athenes in his initial spell.
Uses the pace of that one. Very well deflected and maneuvered by Ambrose.
Left touch. Lots of pace on offer on that occasion. Just outside the off stump, enough for Sunil Ambrose to just open the back face and run it down to third.
They're definitely looking to take on the off spinner. He hasn't found the right pace at which to bowl, neither the right line. Govaya. And this over so far, what he's trying to do is bowl very quickly. I'm not entirely sure that's the best idea, given the fact that he's allowed a few fielders out of the inner circle. So he has more protection now. I can kind of understand why he's looking to bowl close, but he needs to start it more outside off stump and finish on the stumps as opposed to finishing down the leg side. Make a slight adjustment more towards that first slip fielder and spin it back in. Much better. That's a much better line, length and pace.
He took all the pace off that one and almost created a false stroke by Ambrose. Yeah, much better finish by Govaya. 7 from the 28th, 174 for 2.
This time there's contact from Kavem Hodge. Ambrose tried it previously unsuccessfully. Hodge manages to get a boundary.
A bit of cricket by Kavem Hodge, manipulating the field well. That one way outside off stump. He's able to play that sweet shot quite aptly. Just wonder about bringing that fielder from long off into the circle. Perhaps sending back the fielder at deep square leg. Mostly right pace and straight lines. It's difficult to hit him over mid-off.
Yeah, the Volcanoes are one of only 2 teams this season to not register a century, an individual century that is. The West Indies Academy being the other. We've seen 8 centuries this season at this stage of the tournament as compared to 7 the last time around. Graves has 3 of those 8. Become Django, Kieran Powell, Nandu, Carlos Brown, the others. So Athenes had an opportunity to join that list, wasn't able to convert. To win too many tournaments if you don't have batters who can score the big runs. Lunge forward from Ambrose to get a single. That's 29 overs gone. The score 1-8-2 for 2. And it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Oh, what a time to be here in the beautiful land of Trinidad and Tobago. I remember my first trip here. The year was 2015. I came across for the carnival, had a blast, and of course, I enjoyed some of that food that you're seeing on the screen right now. Had me my first doubles of the trip last night as well. Sat very well in the system. Beautiful land of Trinidad and Tobago, host for this year's CG United Super 50 action. And we say, join us here at any point on this trip. Visit whenever you want to. Come across the sweet, sweet TNT. I dare not sing because, of course, I have Darren Ganga and Badri upstairs to do that for me. Let's talk, though, about those who've been performing in this year's competition, starting with the most runs up top. We have Justin Gray's 401. What a tournament he has had, back-to-back hundreds for him. Amir Jangu came in with 100 off the back of his last innings. Didn't get a chance to play yesterday. Of course, there's Nandu, Imlak and Wickham there as well. So we've had quite a few century makers in this year's tournament. Let's look now at the bowlers. Who's been performing with the ball in this year's Super 50? Up top, Jeddia Blades with 14 wickets. We saw 3 when he played here last at the start of the innings. Left arm spinner Jamel Warrican, he's up top as well. The spinners truly dominating because Cornwall and Carrier are there as well. The seamer in between them, though, is Marquino Minley of the Scorpions with 11 wickets. So that's how things have shaped up with both bat and ball in this year's tournament so far. And we're looking for so much more, of course. Looking for action, you can obviously head across to St. Lucia as well, where the West Indies will be in action tomorrow, the 14th of November, and also the 16th and 17th. For tickets, head to tickets.windiescricket.com, and I believe tickets start at $7 US for all the matches there, so affordable, enjoyable, a party atmosphere. Looking forward to having you there in St. Lucia. Hey, maybe I might catch a bit, a nice little flight across, maybe. But let's head right back out to the action.
After 29 overs, 182 for 2. Volcanoes will be wary of what transpired in the last 4 matches. Matches that they didn't cross the line in. Matches that they were bowled out. At the moment, they have a chance of really taking control of proceedings. 182 at the moment. Remember, it's a 44 over innings before the Volcanoes. And if they go at 8s, they will project to maybe 300, 302. Did talk about it becoming easier to bat at the Brownlow Cricket Academy the second time around, so that will be uppermost in the minds of these batters. Once more, I have the pleasure of Kesrick Williams alongside me. Kesrick, I did mention those 4 matches that they lost. Beyond that Guyana match, they were bowled out for 182 against the Red Force. No dive on that occasion from Hakeem Jordan. So 4 more. And a good start after the drinks break for the Volcanoes.
Not much of a confident stroke from Ambrose, but I've seen a lot of edges today. BG, virtuous edges, you would say. This boundary at the end of the day is 4 for Ambrose again. Usually a busy player at the crease.
Just to finish my point, I did mention that 182 that they made against the Red Force. They were bowled out against the Scorpions for 186 and bowled out for 96 when they played the Hurricanes against Barbados. A little bit better, but also bowled out for 237. So CCC will think that there's an opportunity for a collapse. That's in the gap. Work for deeper wickets. He wouldn't get around. So second boundary of the over.
Whether it's a spinner or a pacer, Kavim Hodge loves to bat short pitch bowling. A bit too short this time again from Govaya. Back in his crease, Kavim Hodge. Using his crease well. He's just thumped behind the square leg for 4.
Yeah, the run rate very good for the Volcanoes. Over a run a ball achieved in the innings. This partnership 39 following that opening partnership of 127. Much better from Govaya. If you look at what he's done, he's been a little bit inconsistent with his control. You expect finger spinners to have immaculate control with lines and lengths. Times he's erred down the leg side, started deliveries too straight. 192 for 2. Just confirmation of what I was speaking about earlier in terms of the Volcanoes being bowled out in the previous 4 matches that they lost.
This would be in the back of the mind of CCC, knowing that they're culprits of collapsing, and when they collapse really bad. Saw that against Lewis, but it's a good shot, and we're seeing a good stroke here from Kavim Hodge. Looks good, look like he's getting things on.
2 off spinners operating to 2 right-handers. Allows them to set themselves, pick their gaps. He's aware that the 2 fielders behind square leg side are in the 30-yard circle, so there is that intentional scoop with the stroke to get over those 2 fielders. Wonderful execution by Kavim Hodge.
A batter like Kavim Hodge, I was just going to mention it, need to have at least a deep square. So often, these 2 off spinners sort of stray, or bringing it a little bit too straight. And a player of Kavim Hodge caliber, let's make use of that.
Up. But the run still taken by Kavim Hodge. Captain Graves, he went across to field the ball, blinded by Ambrose. Very, very short on that occasion. And Ambrose will feel that he missed out. Had all the time in the world to pick his gap leg side, found the deep mid-wicket fielder.
Get too short to these two batters. Probably the two better batters of spin.
Just wonder if there's an opportunity for the off spinners to bowl from round the wicket across the right-handers. Just change the angle, maybe get a few deliveries to run across them. They don't really look that comfortable playing with the turn and breaking their wrists. So there might be a chance of a leading edge or a misjudgment just with that change in angle.
It's all about trying new things as well, DG. You look pretty comfortable at this moment.
Nicely played. The 200 comes up for the Volcanoes. As a bowling unit in power play 2, you still need to find ways of taking wickets to a 1 for 2. CCC slightly better in their bowling efforts, making it much more difficult for run scoring. 57 deliveries used for that fourth 50. Partnership 49 from 53, so solid work from these two out in the middle. Again, down the leg side, too straight. If there is a little bit of turn, you want to start that a little more outside the off stump. Maybe we'll wait for the umpire, Candice Laborde, to signal. No signals, so runs for Kavim Hodge.
Like it's hitting the glove, DG. Down the ground, Kavim Hodge. Good job shot though, good connection, but not sure what bat he's using. The score is 205 now, and they're well on their way to picking up a batting point here. Shot again from Govaya. Out to the mid-wicket boundary. Another 4 for Sunil Ambrose.
Way too short from Govaya. Not the ideal delivery in the circumstances. It had pace on too, so Ambrose just had to find the middle of the bat. This time his placement was very good. Desperate dive out in that mid-wicket region. 8 runs from the over already.
Well, they're still from Goodrich, but the pace that I'm seeing here from Govaya, St. Lambert just using this edge that time to get it down to third man, just 2. But the pace that I'm seeing here from Govaya is something that is a bit of a concern for me, especially here at Brian Lara. If you're someone that use the pitch and bowl at one pace, it gets a little bit easier for batters. It's a quick one there from St. Lambert again. makes it feel like you're batting a medium pacer. It's end of the over though. Score is 212 for 2.
Near perfect start for the Volcanoes with the bat. 127 put on by the openers. So, by Mansing. What you also want is for those fielders within that 30-yard circle to create pressure, not allow for those drop singles in front of the wicket. Change in the field. Now 2 fielders behind point offside. Still a deep mid wicket for Ambrose. And he beats short third, so despite the additional fielder in that region, he still manages to find the gap and to secure a boundary. Ambrose.
Soft hands from Sunil Ambrose. Really good. All intentions to get it behind point just to try beat that man there at short third. And he did just that. He's not too happy. A really good touch from Ambrose.
Raised to 31 from 32. Strike rate just shy of 100. Hodge striking at over 100. Again, the length allows Ambrose to play off the back foot. So generally speaking, a bit on the short side for Mario Graves.
It's always confusing, complicated for a skipper to set fields for this sort of bowling. He's playing on the offside and the leg. Spin. So if you're too short, they're going to use the leg side.
Urge him to drive the ball. Again short. Haven't seen many runs scored off the front foot in that extra cover region.
Only seen one delivery that was pitched up wide outside the line of awesome that Ambrose tried to play through the leg side. Sort of get him playing something that's out of his reach. And surely that's what you want. But again, down the leg side, swept by Hodge. Would not get 4. Good work there from Johan Jeremiah.
And this is the situation where you expect your captain, your most senior player, to direct proceedings, to have a conversation with bowler, to encourage what is required. Again, the challenge of a wet ball. You can see Mario Graves trying to dry the ball to ensure he's gripping it properly. Runs off the back foot. 10 from the over, an expensive one. 2-2-2 for 2. After the rain delay, CCC started with Mansing and Jordan, and 2 wickets came in quick time. Now a partnership of 70 between two of their most experienced batters, Hodge and Ambris. Volcanoes recovering well from the loss of wickets. So now a bowling change. Mikel Govaya replaced by Abhijay Mansingh. Fumble in the field, Hakeem Jordan guilty on that occasion. That sort of effort not helping the cause in building pressure.
Speaking of building pressure, DG, it's a bit difficult for especially these younger players. There's a lot of factors that they have to deal with playing here at Brian Lara. The dew factor, you have to bowl the ball with, it's a bit wet because of the dew. Also, these sort of pitches, you have to find the right pace to bowl on them.
That rainfall earlier too, making conditions quite wet, so not only dew, rainfall contributing towards the difficulty in bowling. Another fumble by Hakeem Jordan. Very average, you would say. Much more expected from him as one of the senior players in this side.
Really would expect better, especially from Hakeem Jordan. Punched down the ground there from Kavem Hodge. Pretty sure that DG will have a thing or two to say about Kavem Hodge ever since he entered the crease, knowing that he's moving on to go and play for the West Indies test team in a matter of a couple of days.
Gets it right this time, Hakeem Jordan. Prevents a single, only dot delivery of the over, 227 for 2. Smile to go with it as well. Maybe a bit of embarrassment with the previous efforts. Volcanoes looking good for a score of over 300 for the first time this season at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Can Romario Graves find the consistency with his lengths and lines? Into his 7th over now. .50 comes up for Kavem Hodge. His 6th in list day cricket to go with his 2 centuries. And he gets in form. Wouldn't be contented with this score. Fine situational innings.
Really good knock. Should do a lot for his confidence going into this test series against Bangladesh. Really good shot. He's finding the gaps out there, Sunil Ambris. Wouldn't bring him 4, but really well placed between those 2 guys behind point.
Short delivery with wit on it, too easy for Ambris. This was a landmark moment for Kavem Hodge. His first 50 this season in the CG United Super 50 Cup, so there will be some relief with the raise of that bat. And now he'll focus his energy on maybe converting. That's where you separate yourself as a batter when you get a start. You take it all the way to the end of the quota of overs, in this case 44 overs per innings.
So hard as a skipper to really set field. This sort of bowling.
That's wonderful. Clean strike from Ambrose, gaining more fluency in his innings. Wonderful use of the feet, and he picked his spot.
Supreme Ambrose showing his class, using his feet to perfection there. Picks up himself a boundary. Drawing closer to another half century here, Ambrose. As I was saying, DJ, it's very difficult to set field for this sort of bowling when you've been hit on the offside and the leg side. When they're not too straight to be hit on the leg side, they're too wide. That's what you want. That's the area that you need to be. Spin the ball from outside. The 4th, 5th stumpers are coming into the off stump.
Down the leg side. But only one on that occasion. Partnership now 83. Runs coming quite easily for these two. Straight to the fielder, catch taken. So finally another wicket comes for CCC, and Romario Graves is the man to account for it.
Another wicket for Graves. Good catch there by Govaya. They're showing why this part of the game, the second power play, is where they picked up the most wickets. The CCC, this is their 20th wicket in power play 2. Kavem Hodge, after scoring a magnificent 50, I would say he's gone for 50, 235 for 3.
Shadrach discard. It's a chance. Volcanoes securing another batting point as we come to the end of power play 2 and we start power play 3. Final phase of the innings.
Short again, and very sloppy, very sloppy from Goodrich. I know how you feel there, man, saying this is not what you want to see, especially at this level. I know it's wet, I know it's difficult, but you have to do a little bit better than that. Back your bowlers up. Running a little bit too far there, DJ.
Let's misjudge it. Maybe the ball just changing direction slightly. increasing the difficulty of the effort expected. Generally speaking, CCC out cricket below average, you will say. Discipline with the ball, not up to par. Extras 24, 14 wides within that.
Really using his feet well, Kevin Hodge, but not really getting the full connection that he needs to get it over the boundary for 6. So Lambris getting closer to another 50. If he gets there, that will be his second 50 for this season. Getting to the pitch. Connection, more connection was needed. Another wicket for Graves. Saw his interview earlier, even at the break, and he's doing just what he said in his interview. He wants to continue to take wickets to put CCC in better positions, and he's doing just that. As I mentioned, Sonny Lambris is on 48. If he gets there, this will be his second 50 this season, after scoring 59 against Jamaica at Queen's Park Oval. More prolific scorers in List A cricket for the Windwards. Also, if he scores another 50 here, this will be his 18th 50 to go with a century in List A cricket. So a lot of 50s there, Digi, but not converting to centuries.
One.
20 singles on offer with this field. Batting in this phase in favour of the two out in the middle. Guys who can hit the ball to the boundary line, manipulate the field with rotation of strike. 8 from the over, 243 for 3.
Islands, Volcanoes. If you're just joining us, the CCC won the toss and inserted the Volcanoes. No team this season has lost chasing in day-night matches here at this venue. So the question is, what does the Volcanoes do in order to cater for the pitch getting a little bit better and the conditions being more difficult for their bowlers? How many more runs can they add to their tally to compensate for the obvious advantage of the chasing team? Carlton Bohr, right of screen, assistant coach of this Volcano setup. Huge shot for everybody. That looks close. It's given. Graves gets the breakthrough. Another one for him. His persistence paying off.
Not the best of attempt from Descartes. Trying to paddle it through the onside, missed it completely. And look at the celebration for young Graves. Shadrach Descartes is going for 2. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 243 for 4.
New batter, Dylan Douglas. That best of 90 was the first game that we witnessed here this season when they won against the Happy Eagles. That innings was a masterful one from Douglas in a steep chase. Really showed a lot of composure. Only his second list day game that time. And held the innings together when they were in a spot of bother. This is the reason why he's here secretly.
Not the best shot. Trying to go for the sweep shot. Didn't get the extension that was necessary. Wicket maiden, 243 for 4.
You can see that very good start, no red blobs until close to the 20th over. And then a couple in quick succession, another good partnership, and then another couple in quick succession. Last over, the only maiden of the innings. A wicket coming there as well. Ambrose on 49. Starts for all of the top 4. Half centuries for Athenaeus and Hodge. Missed out on a century. Athenaeus, 75 balls. A lot of time left in the game when he was dismissed. And it was a soft dismissal as well, so you reflect on that and perhaps think that that's one that he missed out on. Hakeem Jordan back into the attack from the southern end. Secretly, how would you assess this Windward Islands Volcanoes innings given the score of 243 for 4 in 37, the way they've played in this contest so far?
The opening stand made a big difference. And that is always necessary to lay that foundation. And that was done. Hence, they've raced to 243 in 37 overs. You're just joining us. That single brings up the 50 for Sunil Ambrose. Raises his bat to his teammates. Still need to press on though. We saw Kavim Hodge get into his 50 and then was dismissed straight away. Sunil Ambrose will need to push on. If you're just joining us because of the rain earlier, It's now reduced to 44 overs per side.
It's his second 50 this season, Sunil Ambrose, after that 59 against Jamaica earlier. His 18th 50 overall. Has a listed century as well. Captain of this Windward Islands Volcanoes team, and much was expected of him to turn their fortunes around from that forgettable season last time around, but it has been more of the same generally. Just a solitary victory for them. When you start off the season the way they did, the expectation was high for this team. A very close game, a nail biter against the Happy Eagles. Their last two batters putting on a partnership of 32 to get them over the line, and the confidence and the morale of the team must have been boosted by that. But to see their campaign being derailed thereafter, questions must be asked. What were the reasons for that? They still have an opportunity to finish strongly, and perhaps some of those questions might not come their way if they happen to do that. In a strong position at the moment. Pushing for two. Good running. Six fours in this innings from Sunil Ambrose. Very well controlled. Was quick to pick up on those short deliveries and maneuver the field. Good use of the feet at times. Second one this season. Bit high. After this, they have a game against the West Indies Academy secretly, so if they can finish off with a couple victories, it still might not be good enough to get them into the semi-finals, but at least be able to take them out of that last place. Don't want to end the season last. That's, I suppose, the bare minimum. No one wants to be there. Good delivery to end. Good Yorker. 249 for 4. These are the projected scores. Can they surpass 300? Remember, it's a truncated affair. 44 overs aside. No team this season has managed to broach that 300-run mark. 292. The highest we've seen. Leeward Islands chase that down against the Red Force right here. Difficult to get to 300 in 44 overs. Not impossible, especially when runs are flowing like this. Brings up the 250. Secretly is 300 on the cards. The first one this season, even though it's a 44 over a side affair.
It's not impossible.
With strokes like that, it certainly isn't. And that will get them closer there. 300 is another point if they can manage it. Hitting with the wind, with the turn. And that is favored area. He mentioned that in a questionnaire earlier. Mid-wicket for 6.
Slightly short that time from Graves. And with the slow nature of the surface, Douglas had enough time to hit it exactly where he wanted to. Look at the mud. See how wet it is. There'll be 5 overs after this one, young Badri. So there's time to get to that 300 mark.
Yeah, perhaps the moisture affecting Graves. Just a little bit of bat is what he needed on that one because of the pace of the delivery. Bonus points, so that's the mantra of the day. I feel as though he missed out on that one, tossed up and in the hitting zone. Very little energy and enthusiasm out there from the CCC. Shoulders have drooped a little. That's in the gap, and that's 4. Once it beats that fielder in short mid-wicket, and it bisects the gap as it did there, no questions what the result would be.
It wasn't that bad a delivery. Pitched on a good length. But Ambris was quick into position to dispatch it through mid-wicket for 4.
And does he overcompensate now and go a little bit too full and get pumped down the ground? Finds the gap, so good placement from Ambris. Expensive so far, 16 from it. So that 300 looking more and more likely the further we go into the innings.
As it stands, another 35 runs from these remaining 5 overs and 1 delivery. Very, very possible.
$17 from the 39th, 266 for 4. That last over, the most expensive of the innings. And that's sort of what you want to do at the back end. That's where you really want to accelerate and finish off with an exclamation. So very well set now, Ambris. Lots of points available, bonus points, that is, folks. 1 for power play 1, they got that. For power play 2, they got that. 1 for power play 3, if they can get to 307, they'll get that. If they get to 307, they'll also get 1 for getting to 300. And depends on how the innings progress. They can get 2 for dot ball percentage. Less than half of the innings in dot balls, they'll get 2 points for that. So certainly a lot of points available here for the Volcanoes.
just a pity they didn't find this kind of form earlier in the tournament. They had success from the very first game, which was an exciting one. Since that first game, all downhill for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
You see the dots there, 107. If they manage less than 122, so they allowed up to 131, correction, up to 131 dots. And if they manage that, that's 2 points. And that's the reason why, even though they're at the bottom of the table in seller position, because of these bonus points, they are still in contention. Because, as I mentioned earlier, they still have to play against the West Indies Academy. Opportunity there to get more bonus points. So it keeps the table and the tournament quite interesting. That's gone. The sound of the bat says it all. As a batter, that is a mellifluous sound.
Don't know what that big word means, so I stick to what I know. That was a good blow. All the way over long on for 6. Douglas is on fire. Well, for folks that's watching and listening, you know, Badgie's a school teacher, so all these big fancy words he's bringing out, I make sure I stay clear of those.
Three sixes and lots of fours so far in the innings. It has been a rollicking run fest for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. You're seeing that smile from Douglas. This is, as a batter, what you're playing for. If your team gets in this position, it's all about having fun. You call it happy hour in a different setting. So it's happy hour here for the batters.
Certainly on course to get to that 300 mark.
That Yorker delivery is such an important delivery, change of pace. You have to have so many different variations. That is placement, a fusion of timing and placement from Ambrose. We've seen that shot before. 40 gone, 278 for 4. Talk about bisecting the field to perfection. Opening the blade of the bat. He spoilt it by running down the pitch. Lots of perspiration out there. It's a little bit cooler now, but still quite humid. The best we've seen from Sunil Ambrose this season, the best we've seen from the Volcanoes with the bat. 4 overs to get those 22 runs to register a point and also get the highest score of the tournament to date. If they get the 307, that's another point. So all to play for here for the Volcanoes. A late charge by them.
Just a pity they couldn't find this form after the very first game they played. As we see Goodrich back into the attack from the northern end. In the air, is it going to be out? Yes, it's taken. Dylan Douglas going big, didn't get a hold of it. Hit towards the bottom end of the bat and was easily caught by Shakir Powers that long off.
And no fault of the batter. What he's trying to do is to get quick runs at the back end here. And the first wicket for Goodridge. Confidently taken in the end by Paris. And a dangerous Douglas goes for 18. It's 278 for 5. The burly Ryan John makes his way out to the middle. He is quite capable. That is very close to being called wide. In fact, it is. Trying to hit this out of the park, Dylan Douglas. Not getting the connection that he was after. More height than distance. Yeah, just looking at the bat and perhaps not where he wanted it, not finding that sweet spot. So it's up to Ryan John and Ambrose now to finish things off. Done the right thing, turned the strike over to the set batter. Yeah, that's very well played, you know. He was through the shot too early and he made the adjustment. Just rolled his wrist over the delivery to sort of control it. Beaten all ends up, and there you can see he makes the adjustment at the last moment. Asking now about the height of the delivery secretly.
Nothing is wrong with asking, but the umpires aren't paying him any mind. Famous story that I've heard with the great man, Sir Viv Richards. Against a team in England, I think it must have been county cricket. The fast bowler kept bowling short, and Sir Viv kept whacking it out of the ground. We know good he is as a hooker and a puller. And the umpires were saying like 1 for the over, that's the 2 for the over. And I'm told that Sir Viv told the umpire, no, let him continue. 3 runs for me. Nowadays, guys are hoping or wishing that the umpire will say, that's it for the over.
Bowl as many as you like is what Sir Viv said to him, because I just love whacking them for fun. I really do like when you regale us with these stories secretly. Stories that you've heard, but you just want confirmation as to whether or not they were actually true. I remember one, I think it was Sir Viv as well. After he struck the ball out of the park, he said to the bowler, you know what it looks like, why don't you go fetch it yourself? And the next over, you'll give us how that story went. That smash, but straight to the fielder, is it? Wonderful catch. That is absolutely brilliant. Had to judge it to perfection on the boundary's edge, and he signals himself. So he says to the third umpire, we don't need any assistance. It was well struck, it was traveling. That is absolutely brilliant.
Of course, they're going to check just to be sure. Nigel Duguay, the umpire. No issues with that front foot. That was a brilliant catch. Seemed to have misjudged it for a split second. And look at that. That was absolutely brilliant. That's young Romario Graves. Probably the catch of the tournament. Look at that for a catch. And had the awareness of not going into the boundary ropes. From our vantage point, looks to be safe. Must be the catch of the tournament.
Absolutely brilliant to decelerate once he touched the floor, to keep himself in bounds. I'm in concurrence with you there, certainly has to be up there for the catch of the tournament. Romario Graves take a bow. Ryan John has to exit the playing field, and it should be the fall of another wicket. Goodridge picking up another. Just waiting for confirmation. As far as we're concerned, that's good for all money. But they are the ones to make the decision, and the decision is made. John goes for 1, 281 for 6. Daryl Cyrus, the new batter for the Volcanoes. He won't be on strike though. That was the end of the over. And Ambrose is on strike. There's a bit of an appeal from the wicketkeeper. Was it pad first? No interest from the umpire. It seemed to be bat, but it is the wicketkeeper who thinks it might be some bit of pad. Very close.
Was it? Can't tell for sure. But I reckon the wicketkeeper have a bit of an argument there.
Well done, young Cyrus, off the mark. Ambrose back on strike. This was actually a very good strike from Ryan John, you know. Good connection, but just not good enough. It was certainly heading for 6, so a good snaffle in the end from Graves. Chipped. Will be looking for 2. Just a single.
What a brilliant catch that was. He misjudged it for a brief second and had to regain himself. Absolutely stunning.
That's gone. All the way for 6. Where did that come from, Cyrus? Perhaps you should take the strike. 290 up.
Good strike from Cyrus. Advanced down the pitch a little and struck it well, high and hard and long over square leg for 6. As they inch closer to the 300 mark, which we haven't seen as yet for this tournament, would be a special milestone.
This is what happens when your top order fires, when you get a good start and you take on that power play 1, something that Cricket West Indies and its think tank had in mind when they put together the bonus point system. Just look at that. Good bowling, some good variations shown from Jordan. 292 for 6. Two overs to go. Dot ball percentage should be taken care of. 131 is what they are allowed. Under that, they'll get 2 bonus points, folks. And just to give you a couple other targets, if they get to 300, that in itself is a point to getting to 300 in your allocation of overs. And if they get to 307, they get another point for maintaining a run rate of 8 or more in the last power play. In today's truncated affair, that last power play is 9 overs, so they need to maintain 8 and over for 9 overs, hence 72 runs, hence 307 the target. I know it's a lot, folks, but these are the metrics in front of us and in front of the Volcanoes if they want to keep their hopes alive. Sultan allows them to come through for a single. It's the highest total now in the tournament. I just wonder if they know about that 307 target. The Volcanoes, they should.
You mentioned something earlier, young Badger, about Survive and you know what it looks like and all kind of thing. I'll tell you what I heard. That's a pretty ordinary effort. But what I heard was this bowler bowled into Survive and he played and missed on a couple of occasions. And the bowler in his follow through went down to the great man and said, in case you don't know what it looks like, it's red and it's round. A couple of deliveries later, the great man smacked it out of the park into a canal and quickly said, to the set bowler, since you know what it looks like, you go and find it.
What a retort from Survive. So many wonderful stories of that team and that generation of cricketers. The bowler will remain anonymous. We won't call the bowler's name. But yeah, that was certainly a period of inspiration, not only for us here in the West Indies, but from around the world. You hear of people talk about the impact that that era had on them. You go to South Africa, you hear the South Africans talk. You go to Zimbabwe, you go to Pakistan. Secondly, that impact, that lasting impact that Sir Viv and others have had on this game, certainly unmatched. Now these are the young brigade, the ones expected to take on that mantle and perhaps restore some bit of pride in our game. That smacked, really is smacked down the ground. Brings up the 300. Cyrus gets another 301 for 6. Luna Rock. Last ball of the previous over. In the arc and out of the park. Good strike from Cyrus. So for all intents and purposes, the Volcanoes have achieved 5 batting points in the contest so far. 5 points for batting. Power play 1, 2, and 3. Dot ball percentage getting 300. They have one more available. 6 runs to get in this over. They can manage to get to 307. That would be 6 points. If they go on to win, that's more points, and then opportunity for bowling points. So lots of calculations. Who's keeping track of all of this? Clean them up. Full and fast from Govaya. And on target bullseye. Ambrose has to go.
Good, flat, fast delivery from Govaya. Bowling from around the wicket. Sunil Ambrose, the skipper, left his leg stump exposed. And the timber was rattled. He's going for a well-played 70. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, 301 for 7.
Strange to see Jeremy Solazano in this position, batting at number 9, top order batter, opening batter by trade. 2 half centuries, a listed century already. But I suppose based on how they've gone and looking for power play points, bonus points rather, they utilize him in this position. That's the wicket of Sunil Ambrose. So 5 runs needed in 4 deliveries. Point 4 secretly. 0.3, sorry, my bad.
Just a boundary away. That will do the trick. Singles won't do it. pushing hard for 2, and they got it quite comfortably in the end. Good running. 2 balls to go, 2 runs. No singles can do it.
Guys, it's the first innings. For those of you who are looking on, it's not the end of the game. It's not 2 from 2 to win the game. It's 2 from 2 to get an additional point. We still have another innings to go, just to make that clear for everyone. Okay, so that makes it interesting now. It's 2 from 1 required to get another batting point. The last ball of the first innings. They have to. They must come back for 2. They get it. They eventually got there. The Volcanoes, they got to that magical 307, which gives them another point. 6 points, the most of any team from a batting perspective, set up by their top order batter. All of them really contributed. A wonderful effort. They lost the toss, so Lambers was inserted by Shamar Brooks, and they must be very pleased with this effort. The highest score we've seen this season, and it's a truncated affair, remember, 44 overs, and they still managed to get the highest score to date in the tournament. These 2 on screen ensured they got to that 307 to give them that additional point. We mentioned at the start of the game the importance of those bonus points. Well, they sort of maximized on it. Arthurnes with a blistering 77, Pascal 41, opening partnership of 127. That laid the foundation for Hodge and Ambrose to come and to polish things through the middle. Douglas had a little bit of a cameo, as well as Cyrus in the back end to get them past 300. The bowling for the combined campuses and colleges, well, a couple wickets for Goodridge, a couple wickets for Graves, a few of them expensive. And in the end, they'll reflect collectively on this effort to see where they can improve. We'll have to wait on that revised target because of that rain delay earlier. On the other side of this break, though, we'll confirm everything for you, so stay with us. I'm just hearing, though, that the confirmed target is 312, and that is what the CCC will need to register a victory. Do stay with us. We'll have an analysis on the other side of this break.
Volcanoes with their best batting effort this season. They got to 307 for 7. It started really well with that opening partnership. And in that first power play when they put on 91 and through the middle, 144 runs. A near perfect effort from the Volcanoes. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where it's school in the afternoon here, going into that night time. Alongside me, Kesrick Williams, Sir Curtly Ambrose. Let's speak firstly about that opening partnership. Kesrick, as a Windward Islands former player, how would you describe that effort?
Definitely a good effort. Something that I think they wanted throughout the tournament, but they're getting it now. So I'm wondering if I should say a little too late, but the good thing about it is that they accumulated all the batting points that they should have gotten, and I think what they should have done earlier, they're doing it now, but you never know, DJ.
Well, a first half century for Alec Artinez, who's had a tough time this season, finally coming good with the bat and paving the way for a wonderful score with his team. So, Curtly, let's talk about Kavem Hodge and what you saw from him with the bat. Does that please you enough?
Yes and no. I mean, he looked very busy at the crease, which we all know he's that kind of player. And he got to 50 in 46 deliveries, which was very good, but then got dismissed soon after. So yes, he looked good, and no, I'm not happy should have carried on.
Right, well, there was a partnership with Hodge and Sunil Ambrose. Kesrick, Ambrose started off a little bit shakily and then blossomed.
Yeah, so Ambrose is usually that type of player, especially in the middle. He works around the ball, and he's usually a busy player. Good player of spin, probably one of the better players of spin in the Windward's team. But when you have him and Hodge in the crease together and bowlers are bowling to their strength, you're always going to find them settle fast. And I like what I saw from him today. Should have gotten that a bit more throughout the tournament, a little bit more consistency to get the team where it should have been. But as I said, Ganga, they're here now. They just have to try to win.
A second half century for Sunil Ambrose, the captain of this side. Must be a wonderful feeling when you're a captain and you're performing in individual roles. Sir Curtly Ambrose, this score by the Volcanoes, their best effort. What's made the difference today?
That opening partnership. I've always said and believe that if you lay the foundation as opening batters, it sets the game up quite nicely for the batters to come. And both Pascal and Artinez did that perfectly. Hence, they got to 307, the first 300-plus score for the tournament. What an innings.
Kesrick, well, many persons will know that, of course, because of the rain interruption, Duckworth Lewis Stern will impact this total. So the target now is 312. Contextualize that in a run chase for CCC.
Well, first of all, CCC has to come out and they have to strike the ball from the start. But for them, they have to make sure whatever they do, they don't lose too much of wickets in the first power play, and then they have to continue that into the second power play. Sadly, they're losing Powell, but they can't think about that now. They're here. They have to try to win this game, at least finish this game with a lot of smile on their face. So they have to come out and start the power play well and then continue.
What about the catch, Sir Curtly Ambrose, by Graves?
Absolutely stunning. He misjudged it for a split second and regained his composure, and look at that. And had the awareness to not hit the boundary rope. That was absolutely stunning. For me, the catch of the tournament from the games I've seen.
Well, we wait and see if that comes through. What brilliance in and among some average sowing. So, Curtly, thank you. Kesrick, thank you very much. Well, as we go into the run chase, we will see CCC and their character in this chase without a Karen Powell. Kesrick, still optimistic that they can do this?
I believe so. I mean, at the end of the day, remember, here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, every team that bats second won the game. So for CCC, you have to come out with that sort of mindset, and that alone should motivate you to come out here and bat well and win the game.
Well, it will have to be a record run chase. We already saw a high chase here by the Hurricanes against the Red Force. So stay tuned for the chase after the break. Before we get into live action, Sunil Naran will talk a little bit about his role with the Red Force.
It's not generally mentor. I think it's just being able to give back as soon as possible. I think we don't have much senior guys, and knowing that I'm free, I thought it would be nice to give back and try to give some knowledge and some game awareness to the young guys who haven't been playing consistently. It has been going good. I think guys have been bouncing information off, and I think the little information I'm giving, they're taking it in and trying to get it onto the cricket field. I think it's definitely easy as a player. I think when you watch cricket, you have no control really. You could only ask guys to do certain things, and obviously it's up to them to try to execute it. So to me, it's easier playing. You have full control. You have the ability to do whatever you could do on the field, but off the field, the most you could do is give guidance. I think it's always important, I think, to be able to play outside of West Indies cricket. You need to try to dominate or try to perform for West Indies and extension Trinidad. I think this is where you get the confidence, this is where you get the game time, and I think focusing on this helps you in the shorter format. So I think if you could concentrate on this, it gives you batting knowledge, bowling knowledge, different scenarios where it could benefit to you in the shorter format. My first time Super 50 year was in Guyana. I think that year they had where one guy could bowl 11 or 12 overs or something like that. And I think I was the one bowling. So I think that's probably why I remember it. I think we lost in the final to Jamaica. So my first time playing for Trinidad in 50 over cricket for me, I think was enjoyable and was a success for me. I think probably my last year, which was last year, I think the team, supporters, family, it was memorable, especially the last game, and actually going out there playing the last game for Trinidad in a final, winning the tournament, so at least you could leave on a high. I think the support from the players, support staff, I think everything that particular season was great. But I think just the way the guys went out and played, knowing the day I said it would have been my last, everyone was more or less thinking about trying to finish on a high, and everyone was at that level of thinking about, okay, let's try and let him go on winning a champion. I think this tournament, I would say Django. Django is one who kept asking questions, thinking, trying how to break down the game, different scenarios, what do you do, what you come up with. I think just having a chat with him and seeing him trying to go out there and do what he's talking, I think that was my key aspect of it, in asking players what they want from this tournament, what are their goals and their mindset. So when they go there and deliver, at least you know it's not something that's happening just this season. It's something they have been thinking about, and they were trying to make it in a particular way where they set out their targets and try to make it. Just having a conversation with him, I think the way he's thinking, it's very good. I think Utley is someone who has been doing great for the last maybe 3-4 years. He's very close in carrying on. I think he has the right head on his shoulders. So another one is obviously Caripe, his work ethic, the way he goes about his business, the way he looks at cricket is not just like a normal cricketer. He's more like a senior person now, so he takes responsibility. Me and Riyadh go back way even before playing for Trinidad. We played softball cricket together, and he represented Trinidad before me. And I think getting picked on the senior team, he more or less showed me how things are, how it is 4-day, 50 over, looked after me, making the team. And he's always someone who has cricket at heart. And I think maybe the easier part is him maybe coming back, guys, will be a little more conscious about cricket, talk more cricket, and try to focus on their training and focus on things that they want to do on the field. They put it into perspective here. But I think he's someone who has given cricket a lot and is continuing doing that by being the coach of Trinidad. And I think he has the right mentality of a coach and trying to get the best out of coaches. To be honest, you would think it's an advantage playing at home, but we don't really play much club cricket in Lara and Uwe. And obviously, the Queen's Park Oval is a ground where only Queen's Park play majority of the game. So it's not genuinely home advantage. Yes, the conditions, you're home, you could relax on your day off, so you could go home, spend time with family or whatever the case is. But when it comes to the conditions, yes, we have played here regular, but during the cricketing season, we don't generally play much games here as a team. I think trying to be a champion team, you have to give credit to the other teams. Know that if they play good cricket, you could lose. I think once you allow yourself to come up with that way, you need to play good cricket to win a tournament. I think you never take any team or any game lightly. So I think being able to dig deep, knowing even self you might be playing a weaker team, to go there and still give that energy, still give that vibe like you're playing the top team in the tournament. I think that's one key thing you have to continue doing and be comfortable and have that mindset of whichever game you're playing, you have to play to your best ability. No, I think it's in good hands. I think we have some guys coming up. Even Jaden Seals we are missing, who is playing for West Indies. You have Joshua, who's playing test cricket, who is going to leave the team. And I think the guys that are coming in, we have so much changes that it just shows that Trinidad has the volume of good cricketers to be replacing. Terence Hine just make West Indies or gone off, and he'll probably join us back after that, hopefully for the semi-final and final. But in saying that, I think our team is good. We have good guys close on making it. So that sets something for us, that the guys that get picked, you have to give your all, perform to be able to hold your spot. Obviously, Guyana is always a powerhouse in 50 over cricket. They struggled this season, but there's a team that don't just sit back and they always keep fighting. And obviously, you have Barbados and Jamaica that are powerhouse as well. We still have to play those two teams, so hopefully we continue playing good cricket. And again, Leeward Islands is playing very good cricket. They have been playing like that probably last 3-4 years, and they're a team that you can't take lightly. So to be honest, it's when you reach in the top 4, I think you just have to play good cricket, because on the quality of the tournament, everyone is a good team. I think the quality in our spin attack, I think that's where we'll have to try to make inroads, and I think that is a key factor of the game. So hopefully our spinners could show up and continue what they are doing, all 3 of them, and even the part-time. I wouldn't want to say part-timers, because Jeddah has been doing good. Jason Mohammed has been picking up a lot of wickets for us. So I think when it comes to the spinning department, we are good. Andy is also getting in gear, and obviously we have Shannon coming in the team with extra pace. So I think our bowling lineup has gotten stronger and stronger.
lights are on and we're here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the second half of action. Windward Islands of Volcanoes 307, the highest total that we've had, not just in the competition, but the highest total here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy this season in the CG United Super 50. Bowlers, well, things could have gone a lot better for them, especially at the start. Goodrich and Jordan, yeah, not necessarily hitting the areas that they wanted to. Relatively expensive there at the top of things. 2 wickets though for Goodrich, in the end a wicket for Gavaya. Graves picked up 2, had a wonderful catch as well. Mansingh, he got 1. So here's the mountain that they have to climb. 312 steps they would have to take in 44 overs, required rate of 7.09. Oh, a bit of social media going on, a bit of talent from the manager, Mr. Sebastian, and a few words from the skipper. They've done half of the job. They've got to back it up now. We talk about the fact that the only way they have that mathematical chance of remaining in this competition is if they to pick up every single bonus point on offer. They did that with the bat. Can they do that with the ball as well? The most bonus points that any team has picked up with the bat in an innings in this competition. And they put a smile on the face of Keswick Williams alongside him in the same way that those Parmesan wings put a smile on his face as well.
Definitely did, Manning. Just wondering if those doublers put a smile on your face last night. I really think they did. But definitely it's good to be, you know, in your presence. Manning learned so much from being around him, understanding how he works, but not too much about Manning. Let's focus on these 2 guys that are walking in, Purang and Jeremiah. Players have to come out here and really put in some work for the CCC if they have any chance of winning this game. Every team that back here second at Brian Lara Cricket Academy came out winners, so they have a chance to continue that. Pretty sure that the Windward Island Volcanoes have other plans.
Johan Jeremiah at the top of the order for the CCC. Was brought in after a couple games at the top of the order. Got a blistering start versus the academy. He's had 1 or 2 starts in this tournament. Tonight though, they need runs from him. Camille Poran joins him at the top. Don't forget, Kieran Powell was their experienced batter at the top of things. He though has had to depart because of injury. And Kevin Hodge with ball in hand, now the left arm spinner. He's picked up a wicket or 2 at the top of things. Had a wonderful outing versus the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Picked up 4 in that innings. What does he do here tonight under the lights? 312 needed. Let's play ball.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, stop. Oh yes, stop.
I mentioned that innings that Jeremiah had versus Western Academy. That was his first game of the tournament. Got a 33 in that one in good time.
Oh!
What will be very important here is the pace that the Volcano spinners bowl with.
Oh yes,
Standard coverage is not really someone that spins the ball, someone that really just jeffs the ball. So he will need to be very meticulous in terms of line and length here to Jeremiah. They're going pretty well, pretty close. Just finding the edge there. Very lucky, Jeremiah.
Gets him off the mark. Almost tangled up a bit there. That ball began to straighten a bit on Jeremiah. Had a hit. That pad definitely gone for all his money. You just saw him make that adjustment.
Johan Jeremiah obviously played for the Volcanoes in the 4-day tournament. Played for CCC last year in List A. Scored over 200 runs for CCC. He's not a stranger. Batting at the top. There was a thing or two about getting teams off to a good start.
Come in.
He's got a couple big runs to his name. Does Puran. A double 100 against the Comets. And 112 versus QPCC.
Yeah. That's one.
Got himself off the mark here. End of the over. 2 without loss. Keswick 312 is what they're looking for as that magic number. Across this over, I guess our stint. Question for you is, we've not seen this type of performance before, and I wonder, is this performance because of a brilliant batting surface? Is this performance more so because of the batting of the Volcanoes, or is this performance because of the bowling that we saw from CCC? The bowling here is from Darius Martin, a tall, fast bowler. Haven't seen 350 overs, but got it in 44. So yeah, Keswick, you know, what do you think maybe contributed to that?
Don't want to take anything away from the Volcanoes. They batted pretty well. Something that we haven't really seen throughout this tournament. Actually, today, they gain a batting points in every single power play. Before this game today, they didn't do that. So you would be really happy with what you have seen from them today. They started well.
Yeah.
And they finished the game well. They carried through the middle. Hence the reason they got all those batting points. But I still think that the bowling from the CCC was a bit average. They bowl a lot into what Windwards wanted, especially Sunil Ambris, also to Kavem Hodge. Most of their runs was scored on the leg side. And if you watch Kavem Hodge and Sunil Ambris over the years, you call these guys leg side champions because they like to play the ball across to the leg side. Those two players I just saw, they're both from St. Lucia. So this is something that I think they can work on in the future. Being more aggressive from the start. It's about being consistent, and we haven't seen that from the Windwards. But today is exceptional. What they did today is exceptional. Picked up 6 batting points during their first innings.
He had a good time with the bat today, Alec Athenes. Best time of the tournament. Oh, beautiful from Martin. Back of a length. Just a bit of shape away from Jeremiah.
Really well bowled from Darius Martin. Hails from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's also a police officer. It's for the police club back in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So the St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force will be very happy actually they have 3 players in this team that are police officers. This man on screen here, Kenneth Demba also. Quick one from Johan Jeremiah and Puran. Don't want to see that. You want to push your back in. You don't want to just duck it. You want to slide it in your hand. Youngsters are watching. Come on. But as I was saying, you have 3 police officers on this team presently. Darius Martin, Kenneth Demba, also Dylan Douglas. So this is good. Good lifting delivery from Darius Martin. This is really good here from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. But the end of the over, end of the second over, is 4 without loss.
You mentioned those police officers, and I actually had a chance to see them on show for their police force in the regional police tournament in Barbados. That's my first sighting of the likes of Kenneth Dember and Dylan Douglas and Darius Martin. Did quite well in that tournament as well. I believe they went all the way to the finals that year of the tournament. Was thoroughly impressed by what I saw from them.
These guys have been playing for a long time together.
Blue pass. Alec Athenay is that slip. He couldn't take that. It brings about the first boundary. Ooh, did it shave the eyebrow, Alec?
I think he's more happy that he missed him. He's a little bit more safe there, Alec, but that one went to him like a bullet. Finding the edge. Cavem Hodge. Puran just finding the edge as well, but got a 4. Should we say fortuitous boundary? But I think he's lucky. He's happy that he missed it.
Yeah, nearly gave him a round up there. Oh, that one a close shave, Alec. No one to enjoy a picture or two. He would have enjoyed if that ball hit him. Just getting that ball to angle back in naturally to Puran, cramping him for room, and because of that, that's how we saw that shot just peeling off the edge, not necessarily the amount of width he needed to play that cut shot.
Oh yes,
Exactly what Cavem Hodge usually produce with the ball, especially when he's in power plays, especially power play 1.
Oh yes, Cavem, well ball.
Usually just angle that ball back into the right-hander. Usually said he don't look to spin it at that point, he looks to drift the ball.
Oh, this is nice. All the way over the ropes as well. The first 6 of this innings belongs to Puran. End of 3, 15 without loss.
Well, that one drifted a bit too much into Puran and just helped for 6. Really good shot. And with the pace as well of Cavem Hodge, just using it. Really, really well played. Looks a little bit Puran-like as well.
$297 from 41 overs for the CCC. Their only success came at this venue versus Barbados Pride a couple nights ago, chasing under the lights. On that night, they had Karen Powell. Tonight, could it be Camille Puran to be the man to do the damage? Definitely do need to have a big innings. When you look at a total, Kez, and you can either, break it down for me, given that you've played at this level and higher, where you're looking for that big score. So you're looking at somebody of that 100+ region. You're looking maybe to get 2 in terms of a partnership anywhere in the range of maybe say 2 with 60, 70 or so. You tell yourself, you know, that puts you at maybe 240 of the runs essentially there.
Break that down for you a bit there, Manning. Is when you have big totals like this, as a coach, you go in the dressing room, you look at the score and break it down into the simplest form so that your batters can understand what they need to get. Maybe 100 run partnership, 261 partnership to put you even closer, make it a little bit easier for the batters in CCC. And shots like that will bring it even closer. Really good shot here. Splendid from Johan Jeremiah.
He's looking for runs, Johan Jeremiah. I mentioned that 33 that he got, and he played shots like this whereby he was given that width from Martin on that occasion. Many left-handers get into good positions when it comes to playing those cuts, playing the drives going through the offside. They had the protection there as well for it, picked the gap quite nicely. Works this one nicely into the leg side. So you're looking at how both openers have shaped up at the moment. You're seeing they're looking easy at the crease, looking as if they're setting themselves for something big. The only thing though is that we've seen this from CCC across several of their matches in terms of guys have looked good, but not simply capitalize on the platforms that they've set for themselves. Can these two build a platform and then go on from there?
Finding the edge again is Darius Martin. Like the fact that you mentioned CCC always find himself into good position but not being able to capitalize, not being able to continue. But it is something I think that Windwards, something I think that eludes Windwards as well, is that they don't seem to continue. They don't seem to pick up the slack. Yes. It's always a fall off and then a big dip. So I think it's an issue with both teams, but Singler to finish the score is 24 without loss.
Causing a problem or two at the moment for Jeremiah. Just squaring him up a bit. Yeah, that ball drifted quite nicely to the left-hander. He's got poor round to contend with though. He went just a bit too straight that last delivery of the previous over. Good work by Martin. And not often your fast bowler wants to have to make saves like that, Kesrick.
Especially being at backward point. Good energy from Darius Martin. Backward point, a good stretch.
Oh, yes.
Well, this is what Hodge would not have wanted. I mentioned the fact he's been causing problems for Jeremiah on 2 occasions, squared him up, played a false stroke when he had to make an adjustment, and now he's gotten off strike relatively easily. Good work though by Jeremiah.
Going tough.
Lovely from Pooran. He's enjoying his time at the crease and showcasing class.
Moving a little bit early there, Manning. Giving himself a little bit of room. Belting that one over. Made off really good shot. Look at that, just giving himself early to access the offside. I've heard about this young man. Read about his stats, especially down here in Trinidad and Tobago. Scored 200 against Comets, as Manning said earlier, and 112 against Queen's Park Cricket Club, one of the biggest clubs down here in Trinidad and Tobago. So far, I like how he's playing. Look like he's in the mood. He's not looking out of silk.
Yeah, batting with a bit of confidence to him.
Not looking out of sort at all. A lot of confidence shown here from Pooran, giving himself room, coming across the stump, using the pace, sweeping it for 6. Which is good stuff.
And he's bowled him. So in the end, Hodge gets his man. He's wrapped him up. 31 for 1. I just played all around this one. Coming back in on the angle. Kevin Hodge says, yep, I knew it. That's the end. Pooran goes for 18. It's 31 for 1. Just as soon as Keswick Williams placed him on a pedestal, he took that walk back. Out comes though Shakir Paris to the crease. He's had a decent time of this tournament, obviously looking for more runs. Just think that there was a difference when you look at Hodge in the deliveries. This time, a bit straighter, a bit flatter as well from Hodge there. I never really committed to the shot in the way that he committed to the ball that he hit for a boundary.
Yes!
I think it's probably just a case of the length and the line as well. First one is the one that went for a boundary. Committed early to the stroke. Did Pooran. You saw the intention from him this time though. Yeah, nothing to it.
Was also a bit quick as well from Kevin Hodge. You could see that he was a bit late on the stroke.
Good work. Paddled it away closer to the boundary, Pascal. But gets back for it. You also just think Keswick as well, that the step he took towards the leg side allowed himself to give himself that room. They're just peeling off the bottom of the bat. There was a diving effort by the young Pascal. That's what you want to see from the young men in the field. I just think that the step he took gave him the room to play it over cover. Didn't make that adjustment that time. Attempted to play a similar stroke though. And because of it, didn't necessarily have the room to play it.
You could see a little bit of indecision in that shot as well, Manning. Can see a bit of indecision as well. The one before, when he hit the 6, he moved a little bit earlier and there was a lot of commitment. But this time, didn't really move to the leg side enough like he did with the last shot that he played for over mid-off. See a little bit of indecision, and he was a little bit late as well, and it was a quicker one from Kavim Hodge. It's a bit flatter.
I could also look at his shape across both as well. Held his shape in the one that went over that mid-off position. Good extension on the arms. Lost his shape on the wicket. This one is going high, but will it fall safe? It does. It came high off that bat of Johan Jeremiah. Because of that, never truly got the type of elevation or distance that he wanted on that one. Almost stuffed a bit there by Martin. Got it up high.
A little bit of confusion there between the Dominicans. Knowing Darius Martin over the years, in this team, he's known as the guy that bump heads. Say that his bumpers are a lot quicker. But a few guys through concussion tests as well.
Final ball of his over. Protection out there. He's just one. 6 balls, 36 for 1. Looked good. Pooran played a couple nice strokes, but then fell. It's Paris into strike now to face his first delivery of the night. He's a young man that many are, have an eye or two on, especially coming off the back of what he did this year in the CPL, playing for the TKR franchise.
I was very impressed. So what I've seen, but he have a lot to deal with here with Kavim Hodge. The ball coming in back to him. Kavim Hodge, as we know, don't really spin the ball. He sort of jeffs it into the right-handers. But just listening and people having conversations about Shakir Paris and what he has done in CPL this year is just amazing.
I have to be careful. I saw that first shot he looked to play, the first delivery from Hodge, was shaping up more to go towards that cover mid-off area. Just with that ball angling back in, that's what Hodge is looking for, to beat him between that bat and pad. Needs to be tight here to Hodge.
just one down the ground. Definitely say he's one of those batters for the future. One of those batters that Cricket West Indies can keep an eye on. Have the second most runs here for CCC. Doing well. He's one of those players that is really good in the eyes.
They're asking a question, are they? Doesn't appear that way. 7 bowled. Oh no, they're going upstairs. Did that back foot move from Jeremiah? Douglas was the one that was interested in it. Probably had a look down, I said. Looks a bit close. Was coming forward and naturally just wondered if that back foot may have dragged just a touch from Jeremiah. Oh, good on the front foot. Yeah, let's see the conversation now at the other end of things. Is what matters most. Yeah, did he drag? Did he lift? Nope. He is planted, he is rooted, and he is home. So all safe as relates to Johan Jeremiah. Decision. Yep, it's confirmed there now. Oh, I thought it was coming, Kezi. Guess we're going to go back to the traditional route. Looking again from another angle. Firmly rooted, firmly planted. That confirmation coming. Confirmed not out. A while for us to get there, but in the end, got the right decision. Martin's bowled well so far. Run for 15 from his 3.
Wide delivery from Martin. Saw that a lot more in the first innings from CCC, but to take a look again. It's pretty safe to me, but too late shall be a cry, Douglas.
Had he waited a fraction of a second longer, would have had him, because that back foot did lift after the bails were removed. And sometimes you get those keepers who just stay there and wait and hang for a little bit longer, so just that half of a second would have made a difference there.
Tricky are those keepers. Probably know a few keepers that did something like that in local cricket. Catch the ball and ask you to, can you pass it at the front there for me? As soon as you lift your back leg, you're gone.
It was nice having a chat with Dylan Douglas before the start of the game. Those guys are a part of our transportation. Kudos to you guys. Thank you very much for ensuring we get here safely and get home safely as well. We love you all. They also provide some nice music. I'm hearing from Maz next to me. He's enjoying the tunes of Trinidad and Tobago.
Not really too sure what Maz is talking about, but I would like to hear those music as well.
He's also complimenting the bus's Wi-Fi as well, and how well connected it is.
Come on, Maz, get some data.
And that's the guy that brings our food, and he is the most important man all night long. Every night I want to tell him thank you. Because he comes, Kez, he brings a smile. He says, Joel, this is for you. And I say thank you.
Just making the order for tomorrow. That's what he's doing.
Later tonight, because we're due a snack, Kezi.
I just hope that he don't get here late. That's all.
Just looking at the start at the moment, Kez, do you think that this provides a good platform? Because obviously we're looking at, what is this first power play? This is the first adjusted power play for them. Do you think that this is where they were hoping to be in terms of 41 for 1 nearing the end of the 8th? Or do you think maybe they were looking for a bit more?
I'd say probably a little bit more, but being in this position, these two batters can lay a platform and continue from there and take it through that second power play. That's most important. Not losing too much wickets to give the Volcanoes that bowling points that they're so looking for in that first power play. So I would say it's not really bad returns. Maybe 15, 20 runs more would have been more attractive. 41 for 1 of 7.5. Take that going into that second power play.
A good way to close out the over. 41 for 1.
Has to be a record run chase if CCC gets to the target. They've already lost the wicket of Kamil Puran after playing a nice stroke wide of mid-off. He was bowled by Kavem Hodge. Hodge continues to operate into his 5th over now. Just 2 bowlers used. For the next half hour or so, it will be myself and Sir Curtly Ambrose. Evening to you, sir. It's been a while.
Hello, everybody. Could be in for an interesting run chase. It's a big total to get. 308 is what's needed for CCC. 312, I beg your pardon. The Duckworth-Lewis turn system. They certainly won't talk about that DLS method, DG Ganga. I'll leave that alone.
Finds the gap, squirts off the outside edge, and Jeremiah gets for his 2nd boundary.
Sliced away, just evading that fielder at backward point. 4 welcome runs for Jeremiah and CCC.
Has some smarts about the way he bowls, Kavem Hodge. He's right up there with the leading wicket takers for his side. Underscores the value of having a left-arm spinner in your side, someone who can bowl the new ball, gives you an added option. Already 8 wickets in the tournament. Best of 4 for 26. Gives you an option as a captain, especially against opening batters and top order batters who like the ball to come onto the bat. You take pace off, you change the angle a bit. Can create wicket-taking opportunities, as we saw with the wicket of Kamal Puran. 47 for 1. Volcanoes way ahead at the end of the first power play. They secured a batting point as well. Not so for CCC. 47 for 1 after 9. Of course, we lost 12 overs in the match, hence 44 overs per innings. And a change for the first time. Ryan John replacing Darius Martin. Really want to engage you so quickly, Ambrose, about the angles that bowlers can use. I know you're a bowler that never really did that. Nice work in the outfield by Descartes. Yeah, you prided yourself on the consistency with lengths and lines. You created pressure, built a niche for yourself with that control. Talk to me about delivering the ball from different angles as a fast bowler and how important that is in the modern game.
When I started first, DG Ganga, I used to bowl from pretty wide of the crease. So I used to love bowling against left-handers because the natural angle going away from the left-hander and mainly into the right-hander. But as I get a little bit more experience, started to understand a little bit more about fast bowling, I started bowling from closer to the stumps. And in terms of angles, you know, very, very small adjustments. About a high percentage of my deliveries from basically the same place, like mid crease. But sometimes, if nothing is happening off the surface, no seam movement, nothing like that, I tend to go slightly wider to create a different angle. But generally, I'm usually in one particular area.
Keep our eyes on Ryan John, whether he delivers from the same angle, generally speaking. Bottomham just coming off the bat, reaching for the ball slightly.
See, I was fortunate to have good control throughout my career. So it wasn't that important or that necessary to make too many adjustments. Some guys may have to do that, but I was fortunate. I didn't have to do that often.
Nice firm push. 52 for 1. ...21-run partnership brewing. That required rate, 7.6. Will be a massive ask for CCC to get this target. So double change. Can at Demba now. Five overs to Kavim Hodge for Martin. First entry of Demba in the innings.
Very, very good economy rate.
Yeah, just staying with that discussion on angles so quickly, Ambrose, it's something that spinners use in the modern game and more so in white ball cricket. Whether or not there's a turn on offer, they tend to release the ball from wide at times close to the stumps. Just try to make subtle changes to get the better of batters. Works very well for left-arm spinners. Those who can turn the ball, those who cannot turn the ball. We all expect that this ball will not offer a lot of turn to the spinners, more so because of the surface. And secondly, the way the ball will get damp and just skid on the surface.
Always difficult for any bowler, spin or pace, to bowl with a wet ball, and that certainly has been the case throughout this tournament here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the night.
Confident appeal, too close to Jeremiah. A faint edge goes through to the wicketkeeper, and Douglas making no mistake. Second wicket down.
Good catch. Never easy for a wicket keeper against a spinner. He went for the full-blooded cut shot, and that was an excellent catch. Demba strikes in his first over, and the enterprising knock of Johan Jeremiah come to an end. He's gone for 29, 54 for 2.
Jonathan Drakes played a solid innings in that run chase against Barbados Pride, 35 from 47. Stitched a nice partnership with his captain, Shamar Brooks. They put on 52. Very much a similar effort is required, but he has to get a start firstly and then carry on. And seen that from Johan Jeremiah, Kamil Puran in the CCC batting line at Demba. Early success.
Still early days for the CCC, but This is the reason Jerks is there. Very, very good catch by wicketkeeper Douglas. It's getting harder for CCC.
Sometimes as a left-hander facing an off-spinner, right-arm off-spinner from round the wicket, you still have that expectation that the ball will turn and give you a little more room. Not on that occasion. It ended up closer to Jeremiah than he thought. It's cramped for room. Paid the price of his wicket. A wicket and 3 runs from the over, 55 for 2. President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, right of screen, Azim Basrat, former Trinidad and Tobago player. To the left, David Mohammed. Yeah, so quickly we saw that dismissal of Kamil Puran in the 5th over. I'm just curious to find out if Kavim Hood changed the angle at which he released the ball. Remember, he got struck for 4. Firstly, we'll look at that angle. It was wide, and usually a left-arm spinner will angle the ball into that right-hander. Then maybe slightly wider for the delivery that got his wicket. Beat the inside edge of the bat. Just creating more of an angle. And it's something that we've seen from spinners. It's something that batters need to be conscious of.
I think the mistake that he made, probably thought the ball was going to spin away from him. But when the ball is from around the wicket, the angle, have to think is coming in. And if it goes the other way, well, so be it. But just the angle alone, you should be thinking it's going to come into me. Gave himself too much room, and hence his demise.
Indeed, so maybe a bit of inexperience from Puran on that occasion. That delivery for Ryan John. That's a real beauty. Ball just pitched and moved away from the right-hander.
Very good. Look at the angle. Angled in. Pitch on the middle. And missed. That was beautifully bowled. Burley John. Doesn't bowl from very high. Oh, well. Seems like Jakes is guessing. Probably expected the delivery to go the other way, like the previous 2. And that one dragged back quite a lot. Well, I guess you would say, well judged.
It's run a little wider. Seem angled in. Push the ball into the right-hander on that occasion. Great skill sets from John, having that ability to move the ball both ways. It was away once more. So a testing over, maiden it is, after 12, 55 for 2. Tall mountain to climb for CCC. A further 257 more runs required.
Oh!
That will depend on Shaq Paris. He's shown good form for CCC with the bat, both himself and Paul. Kieran Paul, no Kieran Paul in this 11. Picked up that hamstring injury in the game against the Scorpions. He's ruled out of the tournament. In comes Christian Turton, young wicketkeeper batter from Trinidad and Tobago.
It's of utmost importance that these two, Drakes and Paris, build a partnership. Losing another wicket anytime soon could spell disaster for CCC, but I'm quite sure the Volcanoes would love that. Partnerships are so important. And we saw that when the Volcanoes batted. Had a few good partnerships. Hence they got to that 300 plus mark. 307 to be exact.
A lot was expected from Johan Jeremiah playing for CCC in this CG United Super 50 Cup. For a second year in a row, he was one of the better performers with the bat last season. Dismissed for 29 from 38. He missed the first two matches because of a stiff neck. Will be disappointed with this dismissal on a good batting surface. The stage is set for someone to get in and get 3 figures after getting a start. Finds himself back in the pavilion. Jeremiah, who hails from Grenada, also had the chance of playing for this Volcanoes side, so there's a little more of a pride contest when you're playing against your home franchise, so to speak. End of the 13th, 58 for 2. Heard Romario Greaves in an interview with Joel Manning speak about his eagerness to perform against Barbados Pride, coming from Barbados, playing against his home franchise. Just arouses you a little bit more. Collins centre of screen, his captain. To the right, Shamar Brooks, which will be expected from him, Sir Kirtley, in this run chase. And without Kieran Paul in the 11.
Certainly has the ability to score. But before we get to him, these two has to get a good partnership going and try to bat as deep as possible. Not only bat deep, but they got to find ways to score. It's a huge total to get. That man on screen, Ryan John, into a very, very good spell. Last over was a maiden. Troubled Drakes considerably.
We look at Ryan John in operation. Can't help but think about Darius Martin, what we saw from him in his opening spell, 4 overs, none for 18. Would like to get your thoughts on him as a fast bowler and what you saw. He's 28 or 29 years of age, Darius Martin, playing in his first CG United Super 50 season. Of course, he made his first class debut a couple years ago. Has a 4-4 in first class cricket. Raw talent that you can work with.
That's what it's all about. You know, you look at the product and just try to fine-tune him. You know, cut off the rough edges slowly, I have to say. You don't want to make wholesome changes too fast. Baby steps, as they would say. Take it slow. And as long as he's willing to learn, because that is key. You know, speaking from a coach's perspective, if you're coachable, it makes your job so much easier. So once he's willing to learn, he's going to be okay. It's about repetition. Keep doing certain things over and over.
Yeah, 7 first-class matches for Darius Martin. He hails from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 20 wickets to his name. I did mention that, best of 4. 4 for 85. Physically, he looks strong. Nice structure for a fast bowler. He bowled with aggression, with good control. Above average speed, you would say as well. .62 for 2. Yellow worm moving in the wrong direction. Drakes and Paris will need to be conscious of the amount of time they're taking to absorb pressure after losing 2 wickets. It's reasonable to get yourself set, but in the context of this game, you can't take very long to do so because that required rate has jumped to 8.3.
I reckon they're batting a little bit too slow.
Oh, yes.
Don't want to get the run rate up to 10 or more, and then panic could set in. Overs are running out, and then too much to do at the back end. You need to start now.
In other words, you don't want to lose the game in this power play too, with wickets in hand. And this partnership of 9 from 24, once we understand that it requires managing risks, has to be at a decent tick, where it don't put you far behind as a team chasing.
I look at it in a very simple way. I prefer any day to go on the attack, trying to get a huge total, and being bowled out and lose the game, as opposed to batting long, soaking up overs, nothing happening, and then you end up losing the game with a loss of 4 wickets. That to me is a no-no. Might as well get bowled out, going after the runs.
Speaks to the value in securing winning outcomes when you play this game. That's the ultimate. Humble, as will allow for another single, another relatively quiet over. 3 runs coming from it after 15 overs, 65 for 2. And the players and umpires will have a Blue Waters drinks break.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is where the combined campuses and colleges are at the moment. 65 for 2. Jeremiah 29, Puran 18. This partnership 11 from 27. Very, very slow. That's the fall of Kamil Puran. Exceptional delivery from Hodge. Just zoning in the stumps on target. Good take from the wicketkeeper, Dylan Douglas. You want Jeremiah the man dismissed there. Good healthy edge. Demba celebrates. So success for Hodge, success for Demba. Martin, John, the other 2 bowlers used to date. And it's the Windward Islands Volcanoes who are in control of this one. Volcanoes sent in 307 for 7, the best score so far this season. CCC 65 for 2. Still require 247 runs. Lots more cricket coming your way. England tour of the West Indies 2024. The rivalry, well, it continues tomorrow from the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium. That series being led by England 2-0. So the West Indies, they need to win tomorrow to stay in contention. And over the weekend, the last 2 matches will be played. Concession stands here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A few patrons in. So Kesrick Williams earlier having some popcorn from there. He likes the fried chicken as well. Had a word with him about his diet and the fact that he needs to look at what he's putting into his body. So maybe I'll have to have that conversation again a little bit later. Just about ready then for the resumption and play. 15 overs gone. Drakes and Paris with a lot of work to do. John continues from the northern end. Nice confident drive. Didn't notice you slipping next to me, Kesrick. Hello and good evening. How are you?
Good day to you, Badri. It's always a pleasure to sit in your presence. Thanks for the kind words and nutrition. You know, back in the day, when it comes to nutrition, never slipped you. You're probably one of the fittest guys when they play together.
I really don't want to admit this, Kesrick, but this is the stint that I look forward to most whenever I come to cricket here at the Brian Lara Academy, whenever I'm paired off with you, because of the pearls of wisdom that you usually leave with the viewers. All of your experience playing in the international circuit, played franchise cricket all over the world, your exploits on and off the field. So amazing to have someone of your caliber in the comeback, sharing that knowledge with our young viewers, with all our viewers really.
Leave me in tears, Badgery. Stop it. Never a sad moment when young Badgery is around, as the legend would say. The young Badgery. But on a serious note, there's a lot to learn from Mr. Badgery himself. There's a lot of work to do here for Drakes and Paris. And while they're doing this work, they will learn a thing or two about chasing.
There's protection in the deep. And Kesrick, I perhaps unfairly asked this question a little bit earlier to Shakira Selman, who may not have as in-depth knowledge as you about the Windward Islands and their structure. We were talking a little bit earlier about the changes in coaches they've had in the recent past. Tell us a little bit about how you've seen that development process and that nurturing of young players in that part of the West Indies.
To answer that, Badgery, I would say it's the last 7 years or so, the Volcanoes have changed 5 coaches. And with that, you find that every coach has something different to add. So there's really no continuity in terms of this coach work with this player for a 2-year period, a 3-year period. You must have that coach there to blend with the players, work with the players, because as soon as you have a coach for 2 years and he left after 2 years, a different coach is coming with something different, different planning, different scheduling, different regime. So you find a lot of players, they're always doing something different. So I think that's hampering the success of the Windward Islands team. Probably have a coach there for a 3-year, 4-year, but it's a dot to finish here. 69 for 2.
Yeah, we'll pick up on that in the next over. Certainly, I really like to hear your thoughts on the way things are progressing there. Shakira and I were mentioning a little bit earlier about the young players coming through the system and their performances in the first class format as compared to what they've done in the list A format. Yeah, the score comparison, you can see the disparity there. 116 without loss compared to 69 for 2 after 16. Yeah, you make a very good point there, Kesrick, in terms of the continuity and players having to adapt to a new style, a new philosophy as different coaches come in. 5 coaches in 7 years, that's a significant turnaround. So I hear you when you say that. And someone like Kenroy Peters, who has been appointed in the last couple of years or so, a former player for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, someone who has intimate knowledge of their system, someone who has played for the West Indies in the past, I think should be given a long run to work with these players to form a core that would take the Windward Islands Volcanoes forward for the next few years. Building that rapport, as you mentioned, so important.
But something what you have to understand as well, Badgery, is that it will not take a year to fully understand a player. and what they can do on the field. It's the manager, Liam Sebastian, out of Dominica, played for Windwards for a long time. But you need to have a coach there that would build a rapport with the team, understand the players, know who's good in what position. Will not get that success that you need in a year or 2 years from a coach. Give the coach 3 years, because I'm saying this to say that they have been improving in their 4-day cricket. The last 2 years they came second. There's been a decline in terms of List A cricket.
Straight to the fielder. That is a disappointing dismissal from Paris. Pascal, the catcher, and that's as soft as they come. Just a gift really of a wicket.
Not really finding the middle of the bat here, Paris. He's known for hitting big sixes. Saw that in the CPL. But Kenneth Demba throughout this tournament has been really good in terms of his economy. Paris is gone for 12. The score is 71 for 3.
The man on debut, Christian Thurton, has his family members in the stand here. He is from Trinidad and Tobago, so there will be some familiarity with the conditions, but a memorable moment for the young man. First game at this level, hasn't played first-class cricket yet, so this would be the big occasion, perhaps the biggest of his career thus far. Played age group cricket in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Christian Thurton. Wayward delivery. Yeah, quite against the run of play, this one. They weren't going anywhere. 16 runs off the last 30 balls. And that perhaps brought about that shot. Carlton Ball very pleased. Demba success for him again. 72 for 3. Yeah, disappointing looking scorecard if you're a CCC fan. Chasing 312. You need a very good start. That's not what they got. And now it's left to the middle and lower order to put up a fight. Drake's has been slow, 9 from 24. It's been 51 deliveries since the last boundary. And as soon as I see that, expect a boundary. This one will challenge the boundary. And doesn't get there. I just wonder if that shot of the first delivery is an indication that they want to go after the bowling a little bit more, or Drake's at least. It's been some time since that last boundary. That's a shot of class, but good feeling. All along the carpet, that was firmly drilled. What does that signal mean, folks? Well, it means a free hit, no ball.
One of those signals that you don't want to see. That's a big one, huge one from Ryan John. Exceptional feeling from Kenneth Demba. Not one of those signals that you would want to see on a cricket field as a fast bowler. Whenever the umpire pulls out that signal, you get sad, because then you have an extra delivery and you give a batter a free waff.
Well, what a gift for the young man on debut. A free hit, an opportunity to get off the mark. Well, he does get off the mark. Q end of the bat. So just a single. Earlier this season, Christian Turton boasted an average of 56 in the domestic 50-over competition, playing for Marchand Patriots, the team that eventually won. He scored 337 runs, which included a high score of 119 in that campaign. And quite inexplicably, he was not called for trial matches here in Trinidad and Tobago. So despite boasting that sort of statistic, he wasn't invited among the probables to make the Trinidad and Tobago Super 50 squad. He's found a place though in the CCC. In the red ball competition, the domestic red ball competition, he had a stellar season as well, where he averaged over 40, scoring over 400 runs. And in the T20 festival, 167 runs. So he had a stellar season. Quite perplexed that he wasn't invited. Perhaps there are other reasons. But for now, the focus is on this contest. And in partnership with Drake's, he'll be looking to make a name for himself and to continue that sort of fine form from 2024. Debut match, remember. Always such a special feeling to play your first. You never forget your first. Just over the fielder and will go for 4. So it's the first boundary in 56 deliveries.
Just over young Eugene there at mid-wicket. Just trickle into the boundary for 4, as Badji said. Long wait. Just picked up a 4 here, Drakes. Looking at Drakes, I think he's one of those players that has been around for a while. When you think of his career, you think that he should have been a little bit further than where he is now. Should have been one of those players in the Barbados team. After having a good 4 this season, this year, should have been in the Barbados team more consistently.
Yeah, that's the story of many of our players, isn't it? They aren't as developed as you would expect them to be. 81 for 3. Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Jamaica Scorpions on Friday. live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 12:45 p.m. local time. Looking forward to seeing those two teams in action. Getting very close to the business end, the semi-finals.
Oh!
Just past the outside edge. Slower delivery from Demba on that occasion. Playing for the non-existent turn. Big shot in there, a lot of height and no distance, and fielder settles. He wasn't looking confident at all, Ryan John. Twisted that way and then the next, and in the end, the catch was grasped. An opportunity that should have been taken. It's never easy in the night sky, but that should have been taken.
Never look comfortable. Always in the wrong position there, Ryan John. And also with a brim cap. That will sort of cover his eyes a little bit. Hard luck there, Ryan, but was never really in position to get that one. It's really high, Badri, but that brings me back to when you mentioned that's the story for most of our players here in the Caribbean. And I'm gonna go even further back when you mention Bettel from England and how he progressed from the last under 19 World Cup that was played here in the Caribbean and where he is now, and look at the players who played with him from the West Indies and look at how they are progressing. So it leaves me to wonder, to ask, Badri, what are we doing wrong?
Yeah, that's a very good question. What aren't we doing right? We've spoken briefly about it in that conversation a few games ago in terms of the facilities, in terms of the quality of cricket that is played, not necessarily the quantity. That should be a wide. We spoke about the number of matches played, but I'm less concerned about how many games these guys play, but more concerned about the quality of the matches or the quality of the tournament. Are we playing top quality cricket often enough, which will allow these young players to mature and to matriculate to the standard required for international cricket? That's very well played. Using the pace of the delivery and controlling it for 4.
Probably the fastest delivery he bowled to date. But you can't bowl that sort of delivery and it's outside the line of fast stump. Easy pickings for a batter like Jace. Just using the pace and just guide it down to third man for 4.
Yeah, so it's a multi-dimensional approach that's needed. Facilities, quality of coaching, quality of umpiring, quality of pitches, and also perhaps exposure to other conditions. So send some of our players overseas to play in the off-season. 88 for 3. That graphic tells the story. It's been a dull performance so far from that yellow worm. They have so much work to do. Required run rate a touch under 9, but it's for a long period of time. And will the CCC be the first team to lose in a chase here in a day-night match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy this season? Daryl Cyrus into the attack for the first time tonight. There's a slip in position. Starts off with a short one. A fumble in the deep allows them to come back for 2. Kavim Hodge is the guilty party. So just coming back to that discussion, Kesrick, we need to have a holistic look at the things that must be done and must be addressed imminently. There was the introduction of the Professional Cricket League, the franchise system, over a decade ago. How much value has that brought to Cricket West Indies and certainly to the players in the region? Have we gotten the returns that we were looking for? Those are some of the questions that must be answered with some level of honesty. And are we playing the quality of cricket that is expected at the international level? So are these players being properly prepared for one step up?
One of those guys that pride myself on being honest, Badji, and if I have to answer that question, I would say that I really don't think that we're getting enough out of it. I think we're getting somewhere. I still think that we can do a lot more, and this has to do with the players. Still think a lot of players are very comfortable at this level and do enough to stay at this level, and very comfortable just playing at this level. Not really seeing a lot of guys want to go on to the international scene. So it's based upon the players and how they react and doing what they're supposed to do to achieve something, to move on, to make the franchise level get better. Really good save by Alec Atenez, a short cover, but the end of the over, dot to finish, score is 91 for 3.
They're one of the men entrusted with the responsibility for the improvement of the local game here in Trinidad and Tobago, and certainly the regional game. Just saw him on screen, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, vice president of Cricket West Indies. So some of those questions may be posed to him.
Oh!
They've tried a few different things. We've seen the reintroduction of the academy, the high performance center, the girls, and pay parity and being placed in camp. So there are initiatives being implemented. So it's not for a lack of trying or a lack of effort. So it's not to say that we aren't seeing initiatives being tried, which is good.
Oh, yes.
And hopefully we'll see some sort of return on investments from those programs. The under 19 team, the West Indies under 19 team, will be heading off to Malaysia, I think, early next year to participate in that World Cup. We saw the West Indies women's team, the senior team, not too long ago make it to the semi-final of the T20 World Cup. The men recently beat England in the one-day international series, so we've seen some successes along the way. The question is, are those successes enough? Yeah, that should be 4. wayward delivery in an otherwise tidy over. 96 for 3.
Something that you will see from Kenneth Demba. Usually a guy that hits his strap regular. Probably the most consistent bowler for the Windwards. This time just losing his line a little bit.
Cyrus, the wrist spinner, continues for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. We've seen a few wrist spinners in this tournament, and they've all looked pretty good, admittedly. That struck, well struck over the infield. A deliberate lofting of the shot from Drakes brings up the 100 for the CCC.
Outstanding Badgie. A bit too close to Jakes. We have seen him in the game against Barbados playing that shot on a regular. As long as he gets too close to him, he plays that shot, gives himself a bit of room to access the offside.
Slow 50s in the context of the game. Along the ground this time. Yeah, just have a look at young Cyrus. For me, I just find that he's running through the crease. Let's look at that there. He isn't pivoting on that front foot for long enough. What you need to do as a wrist spinner is to spend that split second on that front foot and let that back foot drive through so that you can have that hip rotation and that torque, T-O-R-Q-U-E. So you put energy on the ball and you put that revs on the ball. But he's just running through the crease. So I'd really like to see him just stop momentarily on that front pivot and impart that energy on the ball. So a few little technical tweaks to his game, a nice controlled approach, so he's nice and relaxed, which is sort of repeatable, and that's good, but it's just there. I want him to spend a split second there and that back foot to do a lot more work and more hip rotation. Just essentially rolling the ball out of his hand. Some good ingredients with which to work, certainly. But his second overdone, 101 for 3. Highest score of the season so far, and that too in a truncated affair, 44 overs. They got to 307 on Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, though it was readjusted to 312, and that required run rate pushing closer to that 10 run and over mark.
Things looking very bleak here for CCC. Have to get something or pull something out of the hat immediately.
What a shot! Exceptional pickup from Thurton. And that's perhaps a glimpse into the talent of this young man.
Speaking about pulling something out of an hat, that's certainly out of the middle of that SF bat. Good shot. Breaking the shuttles a little bit here, Turton.
Yeah, that's comfortably 6 Good timing from Turton, almost took the roller out. I mentioned his domestic statistics a little while earlier, so he's had a sensational season this season for Marching Patriots, Christian Turton, and this sort of performance would give him a lot of confidence if he can carry on further and get perhaps a half-century on debut. It's also an opportunity to prove the selectors wrong, those who didn't even invite him for a probable selection in the Trinidad and Tobago team. Just look at that. Very wristy, almost hockey-like. Someone who plays that shot really well. Retired now Ross Taylor out of New Zealand. He was magnificent with those sweeps and slug sweeps. Played a lot of hockey in his early days, which obviously helped him with those types of shots. Not a bad over for the CCC. 9 from it, 110 for 3.
Flowing quite nicely at the moment. A good partnership brewing between Drakes and Thurton. Not easy coming in under pressure on debut. He's made it look good so far. Shakira Salmon alongside of me. Always a pleasure to have her. A little bit you've been able to see so far, Shakira. Oh, this is delightful. Straight back, trace a bullet, and a boundary to boot as well. Oh, this is delightful from the young man.
And I suspect you were just about to ask me how impressed I've been with Turton so far. This sums it up. He's shown lots of intent. He's shown skill. Yeah, hit a maximum, and then this. Really good timing from the youngster.
Really accepting the opportunity with both hands, Shakira. You know, I always say you never need to be ready if you are ready. He looks ready out there at the moment. Think about the fact that not many matches left for them. Needs to make a statement, no pressure there, but look at it and say, you know, how often does this opportunity fall into your lap like this? And that's not to say he hasn't worked for it, but it's to say on the back of an injury to someone, he's come into the team, gotten a chance. Helped away nicely as well. That too will find its way into the boundary. Not the best at the moment from Cyrus.
Yeah, we do see this quite often from our spinners, especially when the ball is a bit wet. Drakes didn't seem to get all of it, but he got just enough for it to get to the boundary.
They're flowing nicely here, this pair. A bit of elegance to them as well. Brings up the 50 partnership. 121 for 3. Talked about the value of partnerships, especially when chasing down a big total. This pair put together 50 and a decent time as well. Need to carry that on though. Oh, the man they call Shadrach Descartes is into the attack. At one stage I used to call him Descartes. You know, had a bit of flair to it. He does have a bit of flair in his personality, and he has a knack for picking up wickets as well. Quite crafty in the way he goes about things. I remember that game versus Guyana. Things were going well for them. Picked up the wicket of Nandu. Picked up the wicket of Tejarai Shadapal as well in quick succession. Just wonder if Mishak and Abednego might be nearby. Could probably get 2 here if they push. Another feature of the innings as well. This partnership has been the way that they've run. They've put pressure on the fielders. Just in that moment when a team feels as if they're on top, they kind of just let the standards down a bit. Had the drop chance. You're seeing runs beginning to get a bit easier for this pair.
Yeah, this has been the phase we've spoken about quite a bit. Teams tend to slack off. Almost sit back and wait for a mistake to happen. Of course, the Volcanoes are still well ahead at this stage. Still 188 runs required. CCC having to score at above 9 and over.
Oh, we said he picks up wickets, and Shadrach has done it again. He removes the debutant.
Man with the golden arm. So often we said that. We saw it in CPL, we saw it in the first game here, and now we're seeing it again. Shadrach Descartes into the attack immediately. He gets a wicket just back of a length. Going to hoik it through the leg side. Thin edge, easily taken by Douglas. Yeah, promising start comes to an end. Thurton dismissed for 18. CCC 124 for 4.
The captain Brooks now in the middle on the back of a 53-run partnership between Thurton and Drakes. And just as, I said things were looking easy for them, they were building that platform. Thrown into the fire with Shadrach, and he stood tall. Work to be done now by the skipper. He's had a very interesting season. Not the numbers that you would want from the experienced player in the CCC side. Another chance though in the middle for him. Oh, what an interesting start from Shamar Brooks, Shakira.
Yeah, no choice really. That require Rick continues to climb. Brooks understands that, so he has to go from pretty much from ball one.
Brought into the attack, Shadrach, just back of a length on this occasion, and a very fine edge on that one from Thurton, looking to go towards that mid-wicket, wide long on region. And in the end, he perished. Gets off the mark now, Brooks. You mentioned the fact that probably feeling a slight bit of pressure because of that run rate. But it's interesting when we think back to the matches that we've seen here. Teams have been able to allow that run rate to just climb a bit, because we think back to match number 1 when Windward's played versus Guyana, and things were, looking fairly troublesome for them, losing wickets. And Douglas came out and batted with the head. Oh, slower ball, and maybe just sliding down the leg side. Shadrach, though, he gets the breakthrough. A wonderful over for him. 1-2-5 for 4. That 41 stands out there for Drakes. His work, though, is not done. He probably could be a big part of the puzzle here should CCC get close to this target. Still a further 187 required. Things looking good, though, for the Volcanoes. Those 4 wickets for them go to Hodge Denver. He's picked up 2 and 1 to Descartes. I remember I had a chance to mention it briefly in a previous encounter, but it's been nice chatting with Kenneth Denver on his return to cricket. He was playing first class, picked up an injury warming up with a football. And it was one, in that area as a man, you don't really want to pick up those types of injuries. He had to be rushed off to emergency surgery, and he pretty much told me he wasn't sure he would play cricket again. And he gave great credit to the mental skills coach that Windwards have employed. He said, she has truly helped me back onto the park, because I wasn't sure that I could handle the pressures of not being able to walk, not being able to run, not being able to do what I love. It just speaks to the impact that that mental skills coach can have, and certainly want to see a lot more franchises employ it, because it's not always about that bat and ball when things aren't going right. It's also about what's going on in that player's mind, and what was going on in his mind is that things were not right. But happy to see he's back on the park, happy to see that he's picking up wickets, and he's got his side into what is a decent position here, looking to get another win. So a bit of a conversation between the two. Cyrus to continue, had an interesting last over since being introduced to this franchise. Cyrus, he's done well with the ball, both in first class and the list day. Done for 19 so far. He's going to want to put some wickets in the column.
The wickets for the Volcanoes last season. Darryl Cyrus got 10 last season. He has 5 this season so far.
You see that intent from Bucks. Just pull back inside the boundary. But just to take your mind back, Shakira, you mentioned that run rate pressure, and I'm thinking about how Windwards did it in their first game. I'm thinking about how CCC did it versus Barbados. I'm also thinking about how the Leewards did it versus Trinidad and Tobago, and it was just that factor of taking the game as deep as possible. And in all those games, wickets were tumbling at what were relatively quick rates. Struck back straight nicely. Should challenge the boundary, and it does. So this is Brooks looking good here early.
Yeah, and there are a couple of reasons he's able to do this against the leg spinner. We heard Samuel Badri speaking about the fact that he doesn't really impart too much revs on it. Ball just sliding onto the back. It's also too full, allowing Shamar Brooks to just free the arms, lift it back over his head.
Straight again. A bit of a slip in the movement from Martin. Recovers nicely in the end. Don't forget, we've had a lot of rain here. Outfield. Still carrying a bit of moisture. But you just think about the teams that were able to take it deep and capitalize on what were the last 5 overs of the matches. They were able to get over the line. Some did it a little more comfortable than others. I think about Windward's going to the very last ball. But it's just how deep can you get this game to go? Even if you still need maybe that 50, 45 to 50 in the last 5, there's still a chance given how good this surface has been playing under the lights.
Certainly agree with you, Joel. And what was key each time was the fact that there was a set batter at the crease for a very long time. So even though it was pretty much the last 2 batters that did it for Volcanoes.
Sounded good, it's good. Say goodbye to that and good night. Oh, Drakes takes him now to 47.
Yeah, he's been good, Jonathan Drakes. He's been really, really good. His first maximum today. Yeah, nice, good slog sweep. Way beyond the boundary. Fetch from way outside off stump. Easy hit for him.
.138 for 4. Seeing a bit of a change in the direction of that worm for CCC. It's starting to get a move on, starting to find its legs. But they need to consistently do this from here on out. Descartes continues. He's in the mood, Shamar Brooks. Question is, how long can he continue in the mood? Seems to be playing a bit more free here at the crease, Brooks, in comparison to some innings that we've seen before. This one, I think it really came off the back of the bat of Drakes. Yep, could have done a bit of damage. Eyeing down what will be his 3rd 50 in list day cricket. Oh, politely says, hello, Mr. Bat, how are you doing? Bat says, I'm doing fine. Highest score coming into this game was 35 for Drakes, and he would view that as a disappointment. So at the back end of the season, looking to come good, getting to that mark of 50 without a bit of confidence. Can he get his team over the line with it as well?
Just to finish the point I was making earlier, Drakes is going to be key. He has to play the role that Douglas played when Volcanoes won that first game. Averaging 41 now. Confirmation that this is his highest score to date this season. And then every partnership at the very end lasted more than 30 balls, I'm told by our statistician.
Almost thought a bit lazy there from John in the manner in which he went down. Was still able to stop that one. Just Thought for a moment maybe, given how slowly he got down, that one might have raced past him. Last ball of Descartes over, just 2 runs from it as well. So he's doing the job his captain has asked him to do. This is why he's here. Descartes with the magic arm once again. Picks up the big wicket of the skipper.
He's so clever, Shadrach Descartes. So clever with his changes in pace. Previous delivery was pace on. This time, it's a slower delivery. Yeah, completely outfoxing Shamar Brooks. Threw the shot way too early. Easy catch for Darryl Cyrus at backward point. Second for Descartes. Brooks has to go for 9. CCC 140 for 5. Yeah, and it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Things have looked good at various moments for the combined campuses and colleges, but nobody truly able to carry on. They've got Drake still out there though on 48, and I mentioned the fact that he potentially could hold the key if someone is to stand up and bat with him out there. 5 wickets have fallen tonight. The first of them was Camille Pooran, and Hodge doing the damage there after being dispatched. And a fine edge. It was the end of Jeremiah. And then Paris, he'll be disappointed with this dismissal. Thurton, the man on debut, was next to go. Yeah, fine edge by the man Descartes that came in. And hey, pace off. It was the destruction and demise of the captain. 5 wickets to fall tonight. And at the bottom, you look at Descartes and we said, hey, that's the man to look out for. You're looking at a bowling attack. You're looking for your X factor in terms of not always the fastest, might not turn the ball the biggest, but is he that man? And whenever you throw the ball to him, somehow he picks up a wicket. When you think about that man in this setup, it is Descartes. He's been called the slow death almost. 307, the biggest total set here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it is so interesting, and it came within 44 overs. 140 for 5 at the moment, so half of the side down for CCC. Will they be the first team to break what has been the momentum of every single team chasing has won at this venue? Only time will tell. We pretty much only got time tonight. Is at the non-striker's end. That's Gavaya, the off-spinner for CCC. He's known to hit a ball or two. He will fancy himself to stand out there with Drakes. Martin back into the attack now. Opting to go pace on. See whether or not they could potentially close out this innings. Starts with a wide though. Yeah, just roll the fingers down the left side of that one. Because of that pace off that Selman talked about, and threw the shot. And in the end, just offered up the easiest of chances. That's a crafty bowler right there. A lot to think about for Shamar Brooks overall when you think about this tournament. And a no ball because I heard it through that stump, Mike Shakira. He's disturbed the bails, Martin. The perfect scenario, Shakira, he's on 48. He gets a free hit to potentially take him to 50.
Yeah, I couldn't have asked for anything better. Way too close to the stumps. And Martin seems so tight. Almost clips it with the knee and then eventually clips it with his hand. Yeah, chance for Drakes to get to that 50. Will be his first this season.
They just spoons it into the air. Must have been dipping out some ice cream on that one. Still gets him that single, takes him now to 49 Drakes. No damage done on the free hit from Martin. I want to take you to the reason for that one, Shakira. And first of all, question if you've ever knocked off the bails with your hand. And two, what's the feeling that the bowler has when he hits that stump there?
I suspect pain. And I have to suspect because I've never done it.
You understand, you know, a bowler of your caliber, you know, avoids such silly mistakes. So, how could I dare ask you that?
I mean, I'm not in a position to be too harsh on bowlers who are clipping the stumps. I bowled quite a few no balls, front foot no balls in my career. Unforgivable. So I sort of feel for a bowler who's knocked the stumps over and then it's a free hit.
Back onto strike now, Drakes. Comfortably gets under that one. That pressure though still building. I talked about taking things deep, but there was also a bit of momentum across those innings that I talked about when I mentioned the Windwards. I think about Dylan Douglas and how he approached his innings. Even though under pressure took Windwards very close to the line in the end, they got over it. I think about Justin Graves and the innings that he played for Leewards. There was a bit of momentum to all of those innings. Still can't get that 50. You call this the nervous 49 at the moment. But yeah, there was someone that provided impetus amongst the wickets that were falling in all of those chases that came down quite close. When you think of CCC, you think of that innings of Powell and how much that did for them in terms of momentum because of that 100 being at better than a run of ball. So at some stage, someone, even though taking it deep, has to provide the momentum. Could it be Drakes? This will make him feel good. This is one tick for him. First 50 of the season and third in list day cricket.
Yeah, applauded by his teammates and the head coach, Pedro Collins. They do appreciate this first 50 for Jonathan Drakes this season. Yeah, there's so much more to do, but it's been a well-tempered innings. 50 from just 65 deliveries, 4 boundaries, but he's ran well.
Slapped nicely by Gavaya. I said that he's someone that likes to provide impetus to an innings. Fancies himself as a hard hitter. When I think about the T10s that I've seen him play and the T20s. 28 gone, 147 for 5.
Yellow home still below that maroon. Required rate over 10. Volcanoes just keeping their composure with the ball despite Drake's getting to 50. Kel Govard, the new batter, they might focus a little bit more on him as against the batter that is set. Secretly Ambrose alongside me. Appears to be a one-sided affair given what we've seen with bat first and now ball.
They are slowly choking the lives out of the CCC team. It's a tall order to get that remaining 164. 95 legal deliveries to go. What was that? That might have been closer than he expected had that ball hit the stumps.
He's been very impressive, Shadrach Discard. 6 bowler used today by the Volcanoes. Ready 2 for 7. He's bowled with real smarts, taking pace off the ball at times, pace on, so good variations, generally consistent. Had a chance of effecting a run out had he hit the target.
I reckon he would have been out, yeah? Took it really casually.
There's another slower delivery from Discard. Rolls his fingers to the side of the ball. Lessens his grip from the ball to get the pace lessened. Totally outfox Shamar Brooks, the CCC captain. Pulled away nicely. Umpire will just confirm that it went just inside the boundary line. She will probably check. Was in the air for a long time. One bounce into the supper.
Shortish delivery. Slow delivery as well. Umpire picked it and dispatched it. Notice a change in field. A deep third coming into the circle, and the short fine has gone back. Or well, it's going to deep back or square, and the short mid-wicket going to short fine. Is it going to be another short one, or is it double bluff? Short one. Didn't bounce high enough, but there's protection under the deep mid-wicket boundary.
You can see a bit of tape on that right elbow of Mikel Govai. He got struck when they played against Barbados Pride. Had to seek medical attention, did an x-ray. There was a bit of swelling. That's firmly struck once more from Drakes. He's growing in stature, taking more control. 10 from the over, 157 for 5. Stand and deliver type of stroke. He was hitting that on the up, just opened the blade and found the gap to perfection. 29 overs. The Volcanoes, they were way ahead in terms of runs. 3 wickets less as well. So they had a more dominant position than CCC at a similar stage. High in the air, backward point gets under it and completes the catch. A very good catch by Daryl Cyrus, running back, opening the shoulder and presenting a first wicket for Martin.
That was a great catch. Never easy to take, running back. Went high in the air, had to travel quite a bit, took it quite comfortably in the end. He made it look simple, but it was much harder than it looks. Mikel Govaya is gone for 8. CCC in some trouble. 157 for 6.
Murray Goodridge, new batter. It's looking bleak for CCC. 157 for 6. Only 4 wickets remaining for the 155 required. Volcanoes using the short delivery to good effect. Thurton was hitting across the line of a short delivery. Now Govaya.
Just spliced off the outer edge of the bat. That certainly was a good catch. Show much emotion, did he, Martin?
It's missile from Justin Thurton. Mikel Govaya. Both deliveries that could have been cut through that offside. Edge. And another short delivery accounting for Jonathan Drakes. After playing a nice innings of 55, it's imploding here for the CCC.
It was a little bit wide, and he went for it. Can't really blame him. Into the surface, just hit the toe end of the bat, and that was an easy catch for Douglas. Showed a bit more emotion that time, DG Ganga. And the enterprising knock of Jonathan Drakes has come to an end. 55 he made, 158 for 7.
Mario Graves had 2 for 68 from his 9 overs. There is pedigree with his batting. Of course, that wicket of Jonathan Drake's presenting an added point for Volcanoes. When I say added point because they picked up 5 wickets and more in that second power play. 6 to be exact. That was a wicket of Jonathan Drake's. For that wicket it was Mikel Govar, so very good phase of the innings for the Volcanoes with the ball. They've created wicket-taking opportunities and they've closed them out. I just wonder if there's an opportunity to have Abhijit Mansingh bat a little bit higher in this order. Mansingh did show in the first class season that he's capable of batting higher up and producing consistent scores for the Scorpions in the 4-day competition. Not been called upon higher in this order. Still to come though. Pumped wide of long on and flies all the way for 6. So a clean strike from Goodrich. 60 and the over, 165 for 7. Standing tall, using his muscle, Mari Goodrich. That was in the slot. Enough to move much with his legs. Was all arms in that ferocious swing. This card will be searching for more wickets, 2 already.
Almost got it as well. Last delivery from the last over was hiked away over deep mid wicket for 6. It was a good blow. Sounded good off the bat.
Trying to see my point of Abhijit Mansingh. Of course, only 3 opportunities to bat in this tournament. One of those 3 opportunities, he produced 15 not out. That was against Jamaica Scorpions. If you look at his first class record, he's got 5 50s, a mid-20 average. I know it's a different format of the game, but you can use the value of a player like that in such circumstances. His primary role in this CCC team is to bowl leg spin, but he is considered an all-rounder, so in this batting lineup you expect that he will bat a little bit higher. That should be 6. And it is. So some powerful blows from Goodrich keeps CCC interested.
By means not a slug. That was a proper cricket shot. Just clearing that front leg so he could get a little bit of leverage. And even though there was a fielder at long on, it didn't matter. Some good power hitting from Goodrich.
Hey, look at this CCC batting and response to the target set of 312. It's quite intimidating for any team chasing a total as such. And in that effort, there must be structure and an approach with commitment from the batters. Something we haven't really seen. A lot of batters getting starts, but very few converting those starts. 173 for 7. Top 5 batters getting into double figures, only one going past 50. Again, evidence of the starts from the main batters, and only one converting. Not ideal when you're chasing 312. But credit to Sunil Ambrose and the way the Volcanoes have bowled in partnerships, spin dominating initially, and then the seamers coming to the fore. 2 from Martin recently and 2 from Descartes. And then Hodge got the wicket of Puran, and then Demba also did damage with his 2 wickets. Here's John.
Not quite.
What Volcanoes have done is, of course, given themselves a chance of qualifying in the semi-final. If they go on to win, that's 6 points. They've secured, I reckon it's 6 batting points already, with a bowling point in this power play too, by virtue of 6 wickets in that phase. That's 4 more. Powerfully struck. He's playing a gem of an innings in the circumstances. Goodrich.
The strong man, and he's showing that he can be very aggressive. Once again, just clearing that front leg a little bit, looking for leverage, looking for power. Certainly has it. There's a feeler at long off. DG Ganga only had to move a couple of yards to his left, but he had no chance. Look at that.
Yeah, the impressive thing about this power hitting we've seen from Goodrich is the balance and use of that top hand, not trying to hit across the line, hitting still with a vertical bat and trying to hit in the V through that offside. A wonderful pickup shot wide of long on. So what he's doing is giving himself options of hitting through the offside and the onside. Didn't see that from Govaya. Change in the field in bowling to Romario Graves.
We spoke about a slim chance for the Volcanoes to qualify. have one game left, and that's against the West Indies Academy. But they're so far behind. Even if they win this game, which they should do, win the next one, pick up bonus points, it's still down to the other games. Leeward Islands, for instance, who's in 4th place, have to lose the remaining 2 games, don't get a point. It's too many things against the Volcanoes. Too many things.
As you know, some things are beyond your control. As they often say, control the controllables. Finish the season on a high. Just 1 win thus far in the tournament. That was in their very first game against the Guyana Harp Eagles. One bright spot, of course, for CCC in the field was that catch by Romario Graves, now with the bat. But he'll look back at this and think this was probably one of his best efforts in the field. Had to trek back, take the dive out, and he was so close to that advertising cushion. That is what made it so spectacular. The athleticism and then the awareness. The 2 overs gone, 179 for 7. Someone or something spiked that yellow worm. Try to get it to cross the maroon. That be achieved by CCC tonight. 133 from 72 balls. Catch him is the cry. Just short of the fielder running around. Kavem Hodge in that mid-wicket region. Continue to see some stroke play from these 2 out in the middle, Sir Kirtley.
Certainly have to give it a go. There's no 2 ways about it. Still way behind, but you got to go down fighting.
7 only achieved in that first power play. That is where they miss Kieran Powell. And the manner in which he plays in that first power play. Did it so well when they chased against Barbados Pride. He scored a century, led the side to a win. CCC didn't have the services of Kieran Powell for this match. Of course, injured his hamstring in the game against the Jamaica Scorpions and ruled out of the tournament. Slow ball again. Deception from Descartes. And it accounts for another batter when on 18.
That is always a good option. Pace off to a batter who's really looking for pace to play those power shots. And that was good thinking, good cricket on the part of Descartes. Cleaned up the dangerous looking Goodrich. Smiles all around. That enterprising innings has come to an end. Goodrich is gone for 18, 180 for 8.
Still no Abhijay Mansingh, Akeem Jordan. 180 for 8. To go past his best in this situation, secretly.
And much more. Descartes is on a roll.
Just enough bat to get 4. Nice start for Akeem Jordan. Puts a little bit of pressure back on Descartes.
This is the reason why Jordan is there. Pace of delivery, right on target. Goodridge wanted to hit that to Port of Spain and missed it completely. The leg side, wide of course.
Yeah, and straight after that wicket, in came Akeem Jordan. He got 2 straight with that delivery. Another one where he tried to take the pace off. Runs, but this time there is protection. 18 seems to be the lucky number, Sukutli. Kamil Puran, he was dismissed for 18. Then Kristen Thurton also departed when he was on 13, and then Mari Goodridge. Type of score you'd want to linger on if you're a batter tonight. Umpires just hesitating a bit. One delivery left in the over, of course, the direct hit. Calling Nigel Dugan into action. Square leg umpire, who hails from Guyana. It's Candice Laborde. Nine runs from the over, 188 for 8.
.188 for 8, 33 overs gone, so it's a mountain to climb. 124 needed from 66. John from the northern end. Seen a few lusty blows, or attempts rather, in the recent few overs. But it has been a dominating performance from the Volcanoes, first with the bat. That opening partnership of 127, that really set the tone for the rest of the match, and they haven't turned back, they haven't looked back. Both coaches would be very pleased with their efforts and perhaps asking themselves, where were these performances earlier? Because of the control that they exhibited with the ball, wickets. And then, of course, those bonus points, the aforementioned bonus points that they got with the bat through all of the power plays, the dot ball percentage, the target of over 300, and it's been a remarkable performance all around. Hello again, Kestrick Williams. This performance remarkable from the Windward.
Definitely, Badgery. Really good performance and show here tonight. Really showed some serious dominance throughout this entire game. Started really well, and I'm sure the man on screen there, Sunil Ambris, will be very pleased with what his team did here tonight.
That was struck with some power, and even though it was just a few meters away from the long on, feel that he wasn't able to get there. Ferocious strike.
Good power down the ground here from Graves. Stand tall and deliver. At this time now, we would want Ryan John to be able to use his off-pace deliveries. Try to be pretty smart, hitting his chops more often. Down the ground again. Just for one. Denver doing chase.
Yeah, the toss when Darren Ganga spoke to Sunil Ambris, he couldn't really put a finger to what went wrong in this campaign after their first game. These guys too would reflect on their season. Another Super 50 Cup for the CCC. 2 is the call. They come back for 2. Good running in the end. 196 for it. Six points for batting for the Volcanoes. They got a point for bowling already for wickets in power play 2. If they can bowl the opposition out, that will be another bonus point. And if this card can get 4 wickets, 1 more. So if I were Sunil Ambris, this card would be bowling until the innings has closed or he's completed his allocation, searching for that 4th.
It's really all about getting as much points out of this game for the Volcanoes. So this guy have to try to get that extra wicket. So Windward so far picked up maximum points from batting. So they have to try to get as much from bowling as well.
Yeah, just to clarify, folks, for Discard to get that bonus point for getting 4 wickets in his spell, his economy has to be under 6. At the moment, it's just above 6. So if he gets the wicket, he'll have to bowl a few dot deliveries to bring that down. That would go for 4. So a confident strike from Jordan over pitching Discard. And another boundary for the CCC. 200 comes up.
Good shot down the ground from Jordan. It's not really a flop with the bat. His battery speaks about his economy. That's really not going to help, isn't it?
Absolutely so. That has pushed his economy closer to 7 now. That's how the 50s have come very slowly, particularly the second. Lots of boundaries needed. Jordan, a member of that 2019 team that won the tournament for the CCC. So he'll have good memories from a few years ago. That's another glorious strike from Jordan all along the ground. That is brilliant from the young man.
Jolly Jordan, lovely shot. He's showing some class here, Badri. It's not really looking like a bowler per se. It's a really good shot, opening the face of the bat as well, finding the gap.
Yeah, and I'm hearing some claps and applause from the room next door, Kesrick. And some of our fellow commentators, they certainly enjoyed that one. I'm not going to call any names, but all along the ground, even Akim Jordan is all smiles. Have you seen Joel and Shakira lately? Slower delivery, still gets a single, manages to keep the strike. 35 gone, 206 for 8. More CG United Super 50 Cup coming your way. We'll have a day off tomorrow here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Back on Friday, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Jamaica Scorpions. CG United Super 50 Cup 2024 continues apace. 12:45 p.m. local time, live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And that's in 2 days' time. We have a day off tomorrow. An opportunity for everyone to look at that third T20I, West Indies versus England. The signal there from umpire Nigel Duguid, indicating that we're into power play 3. So if you can't look at this live across at the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia, tune in to television coverage. West Indies would be desperate for a win to keep that series alive. 2 convincing and comprehensive victory by England. Phil Salt and Joss Butler have been in scintillating form, so they'll need to find a way to restrict that powerful England batting lineup. And then, of course, they'll have to find a way to not lose wickets early. West Indies on 2 occasions losing wickets in the power play. Just over Sunil Ambrose at extra cover. And an opportunity for a run out, perhaps? No. All's end that ends well.
Something that we usually see from Ryan John. That one just going over the head of Sunil Ambrose, but something that we usually see from Ryan John, coming around the wicket, going across the right-handers. Usually try to hit his Yorkers. I think a lot of batters now is beginning to understand what he usually do in the back end. I just think that he needs to do something different to play with the mind of batters a little bit more. Well bowled.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, aren't you? Round the wicket and going across the right-hander, that angle. making it a little bit difficult for Graves to make contact. Wonder if he could perhaps think about the straight Yorker as well, looking to polish things off, close off the innings. Straight to the fielder. A direct hit was needed. Looking to hustle another. Wonder what a direct hit would have meant here. He's on the circle, hit straight at him and firmly. Good running in the end. Wonder if Ryan John had an opportunity to, if he had collected cleanly, perhaps not, but certainly a direct hit would have found him short. Straight to him this time, and he completes the catch. So the plan was set. Unsuccessful the first time around, but persistence prevails, and John gets a wicket.
Love it when a plan comes together, Badri. Came in, make a plan with his skipper, and executed well. Picked up the wicket of Akim Jordan. He's gone for 20. The score is 208 for 9.
Last man in, Abhijay Mansingh, best of 24 in his List A career. The young wrist spinner plays for Jamaica in the first class format. Last man standing now. Yeah, that call from the umpire, you might have heard it on the stump mic, that no ball results in a free hit. But this is the wicket from Ryan John, that line from around the wicket. So Lambros positioned himself on the circle because he's expecting them to go after the bowling. Comfortable enough catch in the end. So I wonder if he stays around the wicket for this free hit. Seems as though he would. Fine leg in the circle. Straight deep mid wicket. Long on. Third. And sweeper. Also has a deep backward square. Firm strike down the ground. Good fielding, they'll get a couple. Yeah, just looking to find that Yorker length. And that could sometimes be fraught with danger if you miss it, particularly to a set batter and a top order batter. Not the case now, so he has a little bit more latitude. Thought about it. Duguay deems it legal. 212 for 9. Yeah, just the comparison between the phase scores. You can see the dominance in power play 1 from the Volcanoes. And that's when their opening batters were going at a frolicking rate. And does he think about 2? Yeah, momentarily. Mansing has batted in positions 9 and 10 and 11 now twice in this tournament. But for Jamaica in first-class cricket, he has batted at positions 5 and 6 on 18 occasions. And he has 4 50s in those 18 innings in that position. So he can bat. He's not an out-and-out number 11 batter. Top delivery from Descartes. So with his economy now of 6.79, even if he gets the 4th wicket, he wouldn't qualify for that bonus point unless he bowls a few deliveries, brings it under 6 and then gets the wicket. Well, he's connected. Has he connected well enough? What a catch! That's an absolute beauty from Solizano. Perhaps even better than the one we saw earlier tonight. A one-handed stunner from Solizano. That is breathtaking.
Splendid, Badgie. Out of this world, you would say. That's a fine catch. Should we even put it close to the one that we had earlier today? Or is it just outstanding enough to say it's a specky? It's a lovely catch here from Solizano. Really good, steady concentration from him. We have seen some brilliance today, Badgery.
There's nothing better than that I've seen tonight. A one-handed grab, even he can't believe it. And that is victory for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, the first team this season in a day-night contest to defend successfully, and a mammoth victory by 98 runs on DLS. So we saw a win in the opener. We've seen a win now again over the CCC. And what a catch from Solizano. He'll remember that for a long, long time. Covered some distance, just stopped that right paw out. And it fell in that sweet spot. He has reasons to smile. They all do. Their batters set things up. Their opening batters in particular. Pascal and Athanaze with that 127-run opening partnership. And then everyone coming in rallied to get them to the highest total this season, recording 6 points with the bat, and then they added a few with the ball. So an all-around brilliant performance. And Lambers would be happy with this performance. And Kesrick Williams, describe this catch for me.
Badge is outstanding. Really good catch. Good steady of concentration. I'm not sure if he even think he had it, but he did in the end. Really good work here from the Volcanoes. We have been listening to the skipper doing interviews for the season, and they've been having problems putting the 3 facets of the game together, and today they did that. They started well with the bat, they continue with the ball, and the fielders supported well.
First win in day-night matches, batting first. And so the trend has been reversed here tonight. And it's the Windward Islands Volcanoes who prevailed. The CCC managing to get 213. Drakes with a half-century 55. Lots of starts, as you can see there, but nothing substantial to take them close enough to this total.
Looking at the Windward Island Volcanoes bowling here. This card picking up 4. didn't manage to get that extra bonus point that they were looking for. But Darius Martin picking up 2 for 33. Some good returns from really everybody did well, I would say, apart from Cyrus, that 4 overs for 32. But good work from the Volcanoes, bringing the chief facet of the game together, which is very important. This should do a lot for their confidence going forward.
Comprehensive win then by the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 98 runs. And it will be very interesting to see what this victory does to the points table. We'll have that updated a little bit later on. All of the calculations are taking place. Lots of cricket still to be played here in this tournament though. What a wonderful facility this has been, and we're thankful that we just didn't have too much rain. Just one little interruption. It wasn't too bad. Take a short break, and on the other side we'll have the presentation ceremony. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We just witnessed a dominating display by the Volcanoes. They lost the toss, they were inserted. We had an interruption. They got to the highest score this season, 307 for 7 in a truncated affair. And CCC, well, they were shot out for 213, a win by 98 runs for the Volcanoes. Have an opportunity now to look at the CG United moment of the match, and it was the last play of the match. Jeremy Solizano with an absolutely spectacular grab down at the long on boundary. That will be on highlights reels for a long time. Honorable mention to Romario Graves, who himself took a spectacular one. Let's find out who's player of the match. Joel Manning is pitch side.
Welcome everyone to the end of match presentation for the CG United Super 50 2024. We would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United title sponsor, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron and Visit Trinidad. Tonight, the player of the match was adjudicated by Cricket West Indies, and it is Alec Athanaze for his knock of 77 from 75 deliveries. You can let go now, Alec, of that check. You will get that money a little later. Alec, you started this game with 76 runs. You're now adding 77 on top of that. Talk to me about your innings today.
I mean, it was really an inning, like probably just trying to get back to things, you know, get back to how things was. Like I said, I had 76 runs before. It wasn't the best of runs for me. I could admit that. But I mean, I felt good after the Leeward game, and you know, and things just started to grow.
Is there a particular reason why you felt good after that Leeward's game? Something changed for you?
I think it was really the mindset. I started hitting a couple out of the middle. I think as a batter, when you start hitting some out of the middle, you know, things start flowing for you. So I think it was really that.
Yeah, finally, talk to me about that partnership at the top, yourself and Pascal, 100+ runs there. You know, how much did you enjoy just, you know, batting there with Pascal?
Well, firstly, we wasn't getting the stats that we would have liked, you know, early up in the tournament. And I mean, it was really about giving ourselves a chance, you know, assessing conditions a bit better than we have been doing before. But I enjoy batting with Pascal. He's young, like myself, and full of energy. You know, we're always looking to score, so it's always good batting with him.
Well, you entertained us tonight, Alec. Congrats on your performance, and thanks for the chat.
Thanks a lot, man.
It's time now to invite Shamar Brooks into the conversation, captain of the combined campuses and colleges. Shamar, I guess overall might be a hard one to take in here. Where do you think you lost this game today?
I think basically we lost it with the ball. Having these guys getting off to the kind of start they got off to, I mean, in my opinion, they didn't really work hard for the runs. We were all over the place. We weren't disciplined. And I think these guys getting off to that start, to me, especially on a good track like that, is where we fell down early.
You talked about it being a good track as well. At any stage, do you think that, you know, chasing down that 300+ was still possible?
Yeah, definitely still believe it was possible. But at the end of the day, you still have to get your run rate up to a certain point, and at no point in the game we got it up to 7, so it would have been a tall ask going forward.
Obviously, finally, you have quite a young side with you. What I guess, obviously, you haven't had a chance to talk to them just yet, but what would be that conversation for your boys tonight?
I mean, it's all a learning curve, and with our setup, I mean, guys are in and out all the time. The franchises pull from this team, so I mean, we never really have a fixed unit like the other franchises, and in terms of preparation, it's been tough as well in terms of guys coming together and practicing and getting to know one another, bonding before the tournament. So, I mean, it shouldn't be too down-spirited. We still got some decent performances in from some of our players, and I guess we still have one more game to continue in that vein.
Well, all the best in that final game, Shamar.
Thank you.
And now it's time to invite Sunil Ambris, captain of the Windward Islands, to the conversation. Sunil, I want to start on your innings tonight. How good were you feeling out there in the middle?
Pretty good. I mean, it's actually first time for the tournament I came to bat with a really solid platform. So, you know, I was able to express myself. I was really free. So I was really happy to be there. I tried to take it all the way to the end, but unfortunately I got out.
Yeah, obviously looking to up the ante there at the end, but take me now to the start of that batting performance. Obviously, opening partnerships have been a struggle for you. Talk to me what it was like being able to sit down and watch 100 runs on the board from your openers.
Very special. It's something that we've been looking for the entire tournament. I'm pretty happy to see young Pascal, especially. I mean, we all know what Alec Athanasis is capable of and what he's been doing over the years. But it was really special to see young Pascal being a part of that.
Finally, of course, it's an outsider's chance for you guys in terms of the possibility of maybe qualifying. But one thing that came into play was the bonus points scenario. How much did that bonus point situation play into your plans for tonight?
A lot. Because we know there is a very, very, very slim chance. And, you know, we came out, we played free, and I think it worked in our favor. I mean, as I said, it's pretty slim, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows indeed. Thanks a lot for tonight, Sunil, and entertaining us out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations indeed to the Windward Islands Volcanoes on that commanding victory. Updated points table then. The Windward Islands Volcanoes came into this contest in cellar position. Well, they've leapfrogged a couple teams. They're now into 6th position and still with an outside chance of top 4 qualification. We have a day off tomorrow. We'll be back here on Friday from 12:45 p.m. for the clash, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Jamaica Scorpions. On behalf of everyone in front and behind the cameras, we'd like to thank you for the pleasure of your company, and we do hope that you tune in on Friday as CG United Super 50 action continues. Goodbye for now.
Game was washed out, now they are showing it 11.
Now, welcome to the highlights of this contest. CCC up against the Volcanoes, and it was off to a rollicking start. The Volcanoes were inserted, and Pascal and Athanasis put them to the sword in a partnership of 127. Athanasis got to a half century. Pascal chipped this one, a really simple catch, and then another soft dismissal. Athanasis fell for 77. Ambrose steered that one for 4. And with himself and Hodge, they forged a nice alliance. Hodge got into a half century, and when he was really looking to press on, he holed out in the deep. Discard was trying to be a little bit too cheeky, and he fell. But Ambrose motored on to get to a half century himself. Looking at a couple lusty blows from the lower order because of that foundation. Douglas holed out to long off, and then Ambrose was cleaned up by Govaya, full and fast, and they got to the highest score this season, 307 for 7. And the CCC needed to get off to a good start. Puran with a healthy 6, but then he was cleaned up by Kavem Hodge, and wickets tumbled with regularity thereafter. And Paris finding the fielder in the deep, Tilton edging one through to the wicketkeeper, and they really couldn't find the boundaries often enough, though Drakes tried his best. Discard with his skill and slower deliveries kept the Volcanoes in control, and when boundaries were needed and that run rate continued to climb, wickets kept tumbling. Some good catches, good work from all of their bowlers, and overall, a dominating performance from the Volcanoes. Ambrose with the catch, and then a spectacular one to put an exclamation point on this contest. The first team to successfully defend this season, and the Volcanoes prevailing by a mammoth 98 runs.